Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 391. While everyone was discussing this, there was a crack as the ground cracked open. Nearby, a building collapsed into dust, revealing a patch of white underneath. Many cultivators ran over excitedly, thinking that they had discovered something, but they soon felt their scalps go numb. It's all parasites. Be careful, don't alarm them. Everyone looked at their feet. Could it be that there were parasites down there? That meant that they were standing within a wave of parasites. This idea horrified everyone, and they immediately flew into the air, not daring to touch the ground for fear that the parasites would awaken. Someone suddenly spoke up, "Do you guys think that the entire centipede is filled with parasites?" Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. If that was the case, then it would be terrifying. With these parasites' defenses, even a hunter would find it difficult to charge out, let alone them. The centipede was so large that if it was filled with parasites, then it could drown many planets. The sheer number of parasites was enough to make anyone want to vomit. Northgate gang barked, "What's there to be afraid of? Our Northgate family's ancestor is here. So what if they're all parasites?" Everyone relaxed. Right, there was an old monster outside with a power level in the hundreds of thousands. That old monster could destroy a large area if he wanted to. Everyone carefully flew forward, as they were worried that some idiot would alarm the parasites. That would be troublesome. The further in they went, the greater the pressure they felt. Suddenly, the person at the very front fell down and died. Everyone was horrified, and they all turned to look at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. It's that attack again. There must be a pike up ahead. Everyone froze in place, not daring to move. "Brother Lu, could I trouble you to remind us again?" Northgate Lai asked. Everyone looked at Lu Yin expectantly. Lu Yin shrugged. "I'm sorry, Brother Northgate. I used up too much of my energy earlier, and I really don't have any more energy." Northgate Lai's eyes flashed. "How can Brother Lu recover your energy?" Lu Yin looked up at the sky and then at the crowd. He calculated that there were more than 300 people here, and each person had 10,000 star crystals. Wouldn't that be 3 million star crystals? That was equivalent to 30 star essence. He had borrowed 50 star essence from Lulu, which meant that he would be able to repay more than half of his debt. As he thought about it, he grew excited. Why hadn't he thought of this before? If he had known, he wouldn't have helped these people lockbreak and just charged them entrance fees. Back then, there had been 1,000 people present. Not only would he have been able to repay Lulu's debt, but he would have also been able to make a fortune. It was a pity that he had forgotten. Ahem, well, everyone knows that lockbreaking consumes a lot of energy, so I'll have to buy some tonics to eat when I get out. Unfortunately, I don't have the money, Lu Yin said slowly, feeling a little embarrassed. Was he being too explicit? The monkey was embarrassed. "Seventh bro, asking for money is an illness that needs to be treated." Northgate Lai's lips curled into a smile. He had already guessed that Lu Xian liked money, and it was good that Lu Xian had some hobbies. As he thought about it, he asked, "How much does Brother Lu need?" 10,000 star crystals per person. That's not a lot, is it? Northgate Lai nodded. Not much. He then tossed over a Mavis Bank crystal card. There's 300,000 star crystals inside. My Northgate family is paying for the various members of the Northline Flow Zone. There were less than 30 members of the Northline Flow Zone who had followed Northgate Lai in this direction, so 300,000 was more than enough. Lu Yin looked at the others. Everyone, the deeper you go, the more likely you'll encounter spears, and the more frequent those invisible attacks will be. Are you sure you don't need me to remind you? No one was too conflicted, as 10,000 was still within their reach. Soon, Luin began to collect the money, and he did so quite quickly. Back in the Astral Combat Academy, Craner from the Blaze Realm had agreed to pay 20,000 star crystals. To these people from the Innerverse, 10,000 or 20,000 was still within their reach, but 100,000 wasn't much. That poor bastard Fan had already given them an explanation. The elder from the Blaze Realm tossed a Mavis Bank crystal card to Luin, which contained the money from the Blaze Realm's disciples. Lu Yin's breathing quickened. He had already earned 3 million star crystals in such a short period of time. This money was too easy to earn. Right, he should extort some more when he returned to the Northline flow zone. Lu Yin felt like he had grasped a business opportunity for the future. Earning money from lockbreaking wasn't the only way, the true path to wealth lay here. Wherever lockbreakers were needed, there would be business opportunities. Brother Lu, I've already received the money. Please remind us, Northgate Light said courteously. Lu Yin smiled. Don't worry, Brother Northgate. Of course, of course. His expression suddenly changed, and he reached out with a hand that turned into a claw and pushed a young cultivator 100 meters away. Everyone was confused. Lu Yin said, fortunately, I made it in time. Brother, you didn't lose out on 10,000. The cultivator who had been pushed away by Lu Yin was stunned. He had almost died just then. He looked at Lu Yin with gratitude. 10,000 for a life was definitely worth it. Everyone's hair stood on end, and they subconsciously moved closer to Lu Yin, not daring to stray too far away. Lu Yin was pleased. This was his home ground. The deeper they went, the more illusory spears appeared, and Lu Yin's reminders rang out from time to time. Everyone's expressions grew uglier. This was too frequent. Was this for real? They were all stunned the entire time. Look, what's that? Someone suddenly cried out. Everyone looked into the distance and saw a tall building that looked like an ancient sacrificial altar. There were many buildings along the way, but they were all very ordinary and looked more like places for ordinary people to live. The altar, however, was different. It was the most important place for a clan, and the presence of an altar proved that they had arrived at the heart of the clan. Everyone increased their speed by quite a bit. Lu Yin suddenly shouted, "Be careful. That shorty in front, crouch down." Up ahead, dozens of people crouched down together to avoid the illusory spears. Lu Yin was speechless when he saw this scene. Were they not confident in their own height? Of course, there were also those who were confident in their height. A man who looked like a bamboo pole leaped past the crowd and was the first to charge forward. He was not afraid of death. Northgate Lie's brows rose. He wanted to give chase, but he was also worried about the illusory spears. That person had no misgivings, and he quickly shook off the crowd. Up ahead, many buildings had been reduced to dust, revealing the altar in the distance and its surroundings. There were many ancient buildings that looked much more majestic than the ones they had seen before. If what they had encountered before was a small tribe, then what they saw now was an ancient city. The bamboo man excitedly rushed into the city and towards the altar. He was from the Tempest Flowzone's Fire Scorpion sect, and he had unintentionally heard of an ancient legend. He had deliberately walked in the opposite direction from Hezhong's group, afraid that Hezhong would snatch away all the benefits. That idiot Hezhong had thought that he was the only one among the disciples who knew that secret, but he did not know that Northgate Line knew it as well. The moment he saw the altar, he disregarded his own life and rushed forward, all for the sake of that sliver of hope. If that sliver of hope came true, then his future would change. For this reason, he would not hesitate to risk his life. So what if he died? He would rather die than have a bright future. He got closer and closer to the altar. Northgate Lie's eyes went wide, and he clenched his fists, wanting to give chase. The bamboo man excitedly stared at the altar. He saw the words, the images, and the scene that caused his scalp to go numb, 5 spears. The bamboo man was terrified, and he did not dare to get any closer. There was a thump as he quickly descended, and the moment his feet touched the ground, the entire city was reduced to ashes. Everyone stared blankly, as no one had expected such a thing to happen. An enormous ancient city had been reduced to dust because of a light sound. Northgate Live was furious. "You're courting death." He quickly rushed to the bamboo man's side and slapped the man's head. The man's eyes were still fixed on the altar, and his eyes were bloodshot as he slowly collapsed to the ground, completely dead. The others also rushed over and looked at the vanishing city with pity. They did not feel the slightest bit of sympathy for the bamboo man's death. If not for him, the city would not have disappeared. At the very least, they would have been able to see more of it, and perhaps they would have been able to discover something useful. However, the city had already disappeared, and everyone was helpless. They could only look at the altar. "Be careful. Everyone, back off," Lu Yin sternly warned as he grabbed a few people and pulled them back. Everyone looked up and saw the scene that the bamboo man had just seen. There were 5 spears, and beneath each of them was a dried corpse. The head, hands, and feet had all been pierced through by the spears. The 5 spears had nailed this person to the ground. Everyone immediately retreated, feeling a chill run down their backs. They had been inside the centipede's body for so long, and even the words had disappeared. Now, they were actually looking at an ancient dried corpse. This corpse's age was definitely far beyond their imagination. A corpse from ancient times. 5 spears dismembered it. How cruel. The monkey was horrified. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he looked at the altar. What kind of person would have such a deep hatred for this person to be dismembered by 5 spears? And on top of that, they had done it right on top of the altar. Northgate Lai and the rest silently looked at the altar and the dried corpse, their eyes flickering. There were also words on the altar, and everyone tried their best to memorize them. At that moment, cracks appeared on the altar, and it turned to dust just like the other buildings. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat as they stared at the dried corpse. Fortunately, the corpse had not turned to dust. This ancient corpse was very valuable for research, but the 5 spears made it so that no one dared to approach it. 1 spear was enough to kill everyone, let alone 5. "Hey, look! There's something there!" Lily and cried out. Everyone looked over and saw that the altar had disappeared, and the dried corpse had been dismembered by the 5 spears. There were black words on the corpse's left hand, and 3 spears had fallen about 100 meters away from the corpse. The moment they saw the spears, everyone's eyes lit up. Lu Yin, Northgate Lai, the powerhouses from the Blaze Realm, and the other hidden experts all moved to snatch the spears. The 3 spears had fallen to the side, and they posed no threat at all. Only a fool would not try to snatch them. Suddenly, the centipede's body trembled, and an ancient voice rang out in everyone's ears. "Everyone, retreat immediately. Violators will be killed without mercy." This was Northgate Taisui's voice. He had joined forces with many powerhouses to relocate the centipede's body, and he would not allow anyone else to touch the things inside. Lu Yin and the rest ignored him, and they all moved to snatch the spears. Lu Yin and Northgate Lai were the closest to the 3 spears. "Brother Lu, the Northgate family is willing to pay a high price for these spears. Please don't interfere." Northgate Lai shouted at Lu Yin as he dodged the spears. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 392. Although this person could not see the phantom spears, he had the ability to dodge them and had been hiding his strength all this time. How much? Lu Yin asked, but his movements were not slow as he reached out to grab the 3 spears. Northgate Lai panicked, but he did not have time to speak. He raised a hand to attack Lu Yin, but he was slower than Lu Yin, so he could only attack. Lu Yin did not dare to be careless, and he turned around to exchange blows with Northgate Lai. A terrifying gale swept out, causing the ground to crack apart and startling countless parasites. At that moment, the 2 elders from the Blaze Realm arrived and tried to get past Lu Yin and Northgate Lai to snatch the spears. Lu Yin and Northgate Lai separated at the same time, each of them dealing with an elder. The elder from the Blaze Realm anxiously shouted, "Northgate Lai, you dare oppose the Blaze Realm? Blaze Realm, you dare oppose the 10 Arbiters' Council?" Lu Yin shouted back. The elder was furious, and he raised his hand to summon a flaming lion with 4-lined battle force, causing the temperature to rise. In the distance, the remaining people were not to be outdone, and they all rushed forward in an attempt to snatch the 3 spears. From underground, the parasites twisted their bodies and rushed out, causing the scene to become chaotic. Some of the hidden powerhouses unleashed their full strength, and at this moment, besides Lu Yin, the other Lemeters could not even get close. The intense battle caused the star energy to become chaotic. Not too far away, on the altar, the 5 spears trembled for a moment before phantom spears shot out one after another, instantly killing a dozen people. Lu Yin grabbed the elder from the Blaze Realm by the arm and raised a palm. 5-lined battle force erupted as 30 stacks viciously slapped out. Originally, the 2 elders had needed to work together to fight against Lu Yin, but now that he was alone, the elder wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Lu Yin's palm landed on his back, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood and die. The other elder from the Blaze Realm was defeated by Northgate Lai, but Northgate Lai did not kill him. A phantom spear flashed past, and Northgate Lai hurriedly dodged to the side. He looked up and saw that Lu Yin had already arrived beside the 3 spears and was about to grab them. Northgate Lai grew anxious. Just as Lu Yin was about to grab the spears, a sense of danger suddenly appeared. A pair of cold, emotionless eyes appeared in front of him, followed by a violent wave of energy that rushed towards Lu Yin's face. Lu Yin dodged with flash and then raised his leg to kick out. There was a thump, and a figure was sent flying back more than 10 meters. Lu Yin looked over and saw a stranger, but he was very strong. With a whoosh, the figure attacked again, completely unfazed by Lu Yin's attack. Very few people could ignore Lu Yin's attacks. Although he did not use the overlaying stacks technique, Lu Yin's physical strength was something that even an elite explorer would not be able to withstand. However, Lu Yin continued to attack as if nothing had happened. Lu Yin refused to give up. He used Flash Step and fused his overlaying stacks into his leg, kicking out once more. The silhouette's eyes were cold as he growled. His eyes suddenly turned scarlet as he punched out. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. It was a Corpse King. Bunga Berserk attack exploded out like a sudden clap of thunder. A gigantic crack in the void flew out like a bolt of lightning, affecting quite a few cultivators. Even Northgate Lai, who had just rushed over, was shocked and hurriedly stopped. In the distance, Lily and the others were overwhelmed with shock. Where did such a powerful expert come from? The Corpse King was forced back by Lu Yin's kick once more. Its scarlet eyes closed, as it did not want to be seen. However, it did not approach Lu Yin again. Lu Yin looked at the Corpse King fearfully. To be honest, he was a little apprehensive of the Neo-Human Alliance, especially after his recent encounter with the Grey-Eyed Corpse King. The power that the Corpse King had displayed had terrified him. If this Corpse King in front of him could also use the Corpse King transformation, then he would be in trouble. One cultivator after another mysteriously died as the phantom spears continued to attack with increasing frequency. Quite a few people had already withdrawn from the fight. Northgate Lai sensed the danger and hurriedly dodged. He panted heavily as he looked at Lu Yin, unwilling to give up. Lu Yin waved his hand and stored the 3 spears into his cosmic ring. He exhaled, he had obtained them. Countless parasites surged out from underground. The centipede's body shook even more violently. Lu Yin did not want to stay any longer, as he could not guarantee that Northgate Tai Sui would not kill him. "7th bro, let's go." "I've memorized it," the monkey said. When they had snatched the 3 spears, Lu Yin had asked the monkey to use his innate gift of shadow to approach the corpse and record the black text. He had thought that it would be easy, but he had not expected the monkey to take so long to memorize it. Lu Yin glanced over. Where's the text?" "Don't look." "I wiped it," the monkey said excitedly. "Why did you wipe it?" "The more people who know about it, the less valuable the text is." "You don't understand. This is called the rarer something is, the more valuable it is." "Nobody noticed it, right?" Lu Yin asked, as he agreed with the monkey's words. "Don't worry. These people will just think that the text was swept away by the shockwaves of the battle. Aside from me, there shouldn't be anyone else who has memorized it," the monkey said confidently. "Let's go." Lu Yin barked, and he quickly retraced his steps. Northgate Lai shouted, "Brother Lu, you can't take it all for yourself. The Northgate family is willing to pay a high price for it." Jared did not have time to think about how Lu Yin had killed a powerhouse from the Blaze Realm, and he also shouted, "My Blaze Realm is also willing to pay a high price for it. At the same time, we'll protect Brother Lu's life and allow you to safely return to the Outerverse." Quite a few people spoke up, as they all wanted to obtain the spears. Lu Yin ignored them and quickly rushed out. However, he still turned back to look at the Corpse King, but it had already disappeared without a trace. Lu Yin felt a chill run down his spine, as the Neo-Human Alliance's Corpse King was more bizarre than anyone else's. The tremors grew more intense, and the attacks from the phantom spears became more frequent. Many people had already died. With Lu Yin's speed, no one could keep up with him once he charged out at full speed, not even Northgate Lai. Not long after, Lu Yin returned to the intersection between the legs and the torso. There, he saw a group of people anxiously waiting for him, including the middle-aged lockbreaker who was anxiously lockbreaking. Lu Yin was delighted when he saw this. Without him, this group of people would not be able to leave. Northgate Tai Sui had already placed the centipede's body inside, and he would not allow anyone else to enter. In other words, the only person who could help these people leave was Lu Yin. The middle-aged lockbreaker was delighted when he saw Lu Yin. "Mr. Lu, please help us get everyone out of here as soon as possible." Lu Yin looked into the distance and saw a vast expanse of white approaching. Sure enough, there were parasites appearing in another direction as well, and there were even more. Perhaps the entire centipede's body was filled with parasites. "If you want to leave, you have to agree to one condition." Lu Yin shouted. "What is it?" someone hurriedly asked. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. "Everyone must swear that the moment you leave the centipede's body, you will disguise yourselves as Lu Yin. No one is allowed to stay, and you must leave the Northline flow zone immediately." The crowd was not stupid, and when they heard Lu Yin's condition, they immediately knew that he had either obtained something good and was afraid that it would be stolen by the Northline flow zone, or that he had offended someone. However, no one cared, and they all agreed. Soon, everyone finished swearing their oaths. Lu Yin walked over to the middle-aged lockbreaker's side and began to lockbreak. Not long after, Northgate Lai was the first to arrive. He immediately rushed over when he saw Lu Yin, but he was stopped by the others. "Brother Northgate, no matter what happened over there, Lu Yin is currently opening a path for everyone to escape. Brother Northgate, please put aside your grudges for now." Northgate Lai frowned and rushed out again. If he wanted to take action, no one could stop him. However, before he could get very far, he suddenly stopped and looked in front of him in shock. "Why are you here?" Lu Yin, who was in the middle of lock-breaking, turned around. Was there someone here who could stop Northgate Lai? The others were shocked as well. Northgate Lai was an expert on the top 100 rankings, but there was actually someone who could stop him, and this person was also very young. "If there's any grudges, let's talk outside," the youth who had blocked Northgate Lai said coldly. This person's appearance was ordinary, and he was dressed simply. He did not carry any weapons, and there was nothing special about him. He looked just like an ordinary person, but his appearance caused Northgate Lai to feel apprehensive. Northgate Lai's expression turned serious. "Do you think you can stop me?" "Qin Chen, you place too much importance on the top 100 rankings." Many people behind him cried out in surprise. Everyone had heard of Qin Chen before. He was ranked 88th on the top 100 rankings, and he was known as the Heavenly Network's Qin Chen. Lu Yin was astonished, as another expert from the top 100 rankings had appeared. There were far more than 100 top 100 rankings in the universe when including the flow zones. On average, one top 100 rankings was not enough for each weave. Even if the outerverse weaves were not included, there were still more than 100 flow zones of various sizes in the innerverse. The chances of encountering an expert from the top 100 rankings were far too low, but two of them had suddenly appeared here. No matter what Northgate Lai said, he did not act in the end. If the top 100 rankings were meaningless, then no one would fight over it. Since Qin Chen was ranked ahead of Northgate Lai, there had to be a reason for it. Lily and the others soon arrived, and when they found out that the person blocking them was an expert on the top 100 rankings, they were similarly shocked, and no one dared to act rashly. "Brother Lu, think carefully. Even if you leave the centipede's body, you're still in the North Line flow zone. With Ancestor Northgate here, do you think you can escape?" Northgate Lai did not care about being exposed, and he shouted directly. This was the North Line flow zone, and Northgate Taisue's existence gave him the greatest confidence. Lu Yin did not answer. On the other side, He Zhong's eyes flashed. Had Lu Yin obtained something? "Lu Yin, there are some things that you can't take away. You better be sensible." Northgate Gang shouted. Lu Yin frowned. "Everyone, the insect wave is about to arrive, and these people are blocking everyone's escape route. With their strength, they can leave, but most people won't be able to. Do as you see fit." Lu Yin's words caused Northgate Lai and the others to look at him with hostility, and even many of the people who had been chasing Lu Yin blocked his path. "Brother Northgate, if you have any grievances, we can talk about them after we leave. You don't want everyone to die here, right?" "That's right, Brother Northgate. Please give us some face." "Brother Northgate," Northgate Lai's gaze turned cold. "Fine, I won't attack you while we're inside the centipede's body. Brother Lu, be smart and make your own decision. This is the North Line flow zone." To Northgate Lai, handing over the spear to his family was completely different from asking his family to steal it. However, there was no way for him to steal it now. Lu Yin's stubbornness and stupidity had exceeded his expectations, so he could only give up. But just as he had said, this was the North Line flow zone, and Lu Yin could not escape. Lily Ann did not understand. Lu Yin was not stupid, so why would he not hand over the spear? There was no way he could escape. Qin Chen looked at Lu Yin. What had this person obtained? "Seventh bro, are you sure you can escape?" "That's an old monster with a power level in the hundreds of thousands," the monkey questioned. Lu Yin calmly replied, "I can't escape, but handing over the spear to Northgate Lai and the Northgate family are two different things." "What do you mean?" The monkey did not understand. Lu Yin did not explain. If he was so easily forced to hand over the spear, then no one would care about him in the future. He wanted everyone to know that he was not someone who could be easily bullied. Even if he walked down a path of no return, he still had the ability to survive. Against an old monster with a power level in the hundreds of thousands, Astral 10 could not be relied on. He also did not want to expose his relationship with Heizage Leon. Thus, there was only one way out. But before that, he would do his best to escape. Even if someone wanted to capture him, that old monster would have to put in some effort. He wanted everyone to know that Lu Yin would not be threatened and that he would be amenable to coaxing, but not coercion. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 393. The insect wave quickly appeared, and everyone began to fight against the parasites. This place had been unlocked once before, and the second time was not as complicated. In less than half a day, Lu Yin had opened up a path to leave. Unfortunately, he had to rush out. He had originally planned to charge entrance fees, but that was no longer appropriate. Otherwise, he would incur the wrath of the crowd, and if some people died because of him, it would be tantamount to starting a feud. It was not worth it. However, he had already found a new way to make money, and his future was promising. Lu Yin was looking forward to it. Northgate Light did not act against Lu Yin again, and many people were curious about what Lu Yin had obtained. However, no one believed that he could escape, and it was only a matter of time before he handed it over. After a while, Lu Yin was the first to reach the edge of the broken limb. He boarded his personal spacecraft, and the explorers immediately rushed out. Many Lameters also boarded their spacecraft and rushed out as well. Northgate Lie's speed was about the same as Qin Chen's, and they both rushed out of the broken limb at the same time. Northgate Lie was just about to say a few words to Qin Chen when he saw a scene that left him speechless. Qin Chen had turned into Lu Yin. Northgate Lie blinked in confusion. "What are you doing?" Qin Chen calmly replied, "See you later." He then accelerated out of the limb and flew off into the distance. Northgate Lie was stunned in place, unable to react for a long time. Lily and appeared behind him. "What's wrong, Brother Lie?" Northgate Lie's expression changed, and he suddenly attacked a personal spacecraft that was flying off into the distance, forcefully stopping it. He stared at the person inside and saw that it was another Lu Yin. To be more precise, it was Lu Yin. Lillian was shocked. "What's going on?" Northgate Lie was furious, and he glared at the person inside the spacecraft. "Why did you turn into Lu Yin?" The person trembled in fear. "Lu Yin used lockbreaking as a condition to force us to swear that we would turn into him and leave the North Line flow zone." Northgate Lie was shocked, and he looked behind him. Explorer after explorer flew out of the broken limb, and a few of them looked like Lu Yin. What was even more hilarious was that a small spacecraft flew past, and the dozens of people on it all turned into Lu Yin. Cultivators cared about their hearts, and since they had sworn an oath, they would not go back on it unless it was something too important. Thus, the scene that Northgate Lie was witnessing had occurred. This scene was astonishing, as it had never happened before, and Northgate Lie did not know what to do. It wasn't just Northgate Lie. Outside the centipede's body, many of the cruisers and stronger powerhouses who were helping Northgate Taisui hold up the centipede's body were also stunned. How could there be so many Lu Yin? There were many people who had entered the centipede's body, and they all rushed out one by one. Some joined up with the powerhouses, while others left immediately. Qin Chen, for example, flew off into the distance like a wild horse that had escaped its reins. He was still wearing Lu Yin's appearance. At this point, the real Lu Yin had already flown quite a distance away. He turned back to look, hoping that he could escape. This method was to buy time. However, before he could rejoice for long, the spaceship suddenly stopped. No, it should be said that the entire starry sky stopped. The void was dragged by an indescribably terrifying force, and all the spaceships in an unknown area were forcefully dragged back. Luin sighed. There really was no way to escape. An old freak with a power level in the hundreds of thousands had unimaginable strength. Seventh bro, just accept your fate. Actually, the pikes aren't that important. That corpse was nailed to death by 5 pikes, and the pikes weren't retrieved. You should know that they aren't that important. What's really important are the words, the monkey said helplessly. Luin sat peacefully within the spacecraft. He knew that the monkey was right, and the pikes were just weapons. He did not care too much about them, but he did not accept threats. Was this his fate? Not necessarily. The centipede's body was placed in outer space not too far away from the Northgate family. Many powerhouses had used a planet as a foundation to create a continent out of thin air for the centipede's body. At this moment, more than 100 powerhouses stood in outer space, not daring to make the slightest sound. Northgate Taisui was shrouded in the void, and no one knew where he was looking. With Northgate Taisui at the center, the entire universe was like a giant whirlpool. Everything in outer space was pulled in, regardless of whether it was a person, a spacecraft, an astral beast, or even a celestial phenomenon. Nothing could escape Northgate Taisui's power. This power caused even enlighters like Boss Northgate, Granny Chan, and Tai Sa to tremble. They were not even on the same level. With a bang, a spacecraft exploded, and the man inside returned to his original appearance in a panic. Northgate Kong waved his hand, and the man was taken away. Then, another spacecraft exploded. Spacecraft after spacecraft exploded. Regardless of whether they had changed their appearances or not, as long as they were in a spacecraft, they were all captured. Even explorers could not escape, and none of those who had entered the centipede's body could escape. Even the nearby shipping spacecraft and military forces were unable to escape. Everyone was forcefully placed on a planet not too far away. Qin Chen was there as well, and he stared expressionlessly at outer space. Jared sneered. This Luin had been blinded by greed. How could he possibly escape from an old freak whose power level was in the hundreds of thousands? He was too naive. The Blaze Realm had suffered heavy losses during this trip to the centipede's body. 2 elders had died, one at Lu Yin's hands. The other had not died, but Jared had sent him on his way. As for the culprit, it was still Lu Yin. From now on, the Blaze Realm's enmity with Lu Yin would grow, and this was Jared's greatest gain. Northgate Lai stood beside Northgate Kong, his eyes fierce as he glared at the people who had taken on Lu Yin's appearance. A small spacecraft's hatch opened, and dozens of people who had taken on Lu Yin's appearance walked out. They were all timid, and Northgate Kong's face darkened. He impatiently waved for them to be taken away. Everyone in the surrounding space had been captured, and Northgate Kong inspected them one by one. Actually, he did not need to do it himself, but since Northgate Taisui had spoken, he had to do it himself, which made him rather unhappy. With a bang, a spacecraft exploded, but there was nothing inside. Northgate Kong frowned. No one. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 394. Everyone left the centipede's body and had long since told everyone what had happened, especially the fact that the invisible attack had come from a pike. Such a pike was definitely not ordinary. There were also many who knew that Lu Yin had obtained 3 pikes, but they were not surprised. Northgate Kong smiled. Kid, there's no point in talking too much. Or perhaps, who are you waiting for to take you away? You're underestimating the Northgate family. Lu Yin was helpless. Northgate family head, I'm very curious. Although the spear has an attack that can kill spiritual force, it's only effective against the weak. You can ask Northgate Lie, who's behind you, and he'll be able to avoid the attack. It's not that useful to your Northgate family. You don't need to worry about that. Hand them over. Northgate Lie barked. Luwine sighed. I'm sorry, Northgate family head, but you're too late. I'll keep one for myself, but the other two have already been given to someone else. Northgate Kong's face sank. Kid, don't think too highly of yourself. Your identity is indeed troublesome, but it's not enough to render my family helpless. If you think that you can rely on your identity to safely roam the universe, then that's child's play. Lu Yin's identity was enough to strike fear into the outerverse, but it was not enough to stop the innerverse's great powers. When the benefits reached a certain level, one could calculate the gains and losses. To the Northgate family, the ancient item within the centipede's body was extremely valuable, and it was enough for them to bear the responsibility of the Lockbreakers Society and the 10 Arbiters Council. However, with Northgate Taisui around, the Northgate family was not afraid. The 10 Arbiters Council would not recklessly go against an old freak with a power level in the hundreds of thousands just for Luwine. Even if Luwine died, there would still be someone to help cover up the truth. As long as both sides could maintain their dignity, the Northgate family would be able to settle this matter by paying a small price. As for the Lockbreaker Society, they would also have to pay a small price. The rules seemed fair, but there would always be a group of people who were above the rules, and the only thing that mattered was whether something was worth it or not. Nobody would break the rules in a battle between the younger generation, but things were different now. The pikes came from ancient times, and the Northgate family had to keep them. Luwine raised his gadget and tapped on a screen. Northgate family head, the person I'm giving them to has a sensitive identity. Why don't you have a chat with him? An old man appeared on the screen. His black and white hair was mixed with a trace of gray, which was the symbol of the Night King clan. This old man was Night King Yuanjing. The Day-Night clan had been keeping a low profile as of late, and all of their focus had been placed on the Astral Beast domain in order to rescue the third Night King. The information that Luwine had given them had not been wrong, and they had indeed found the entrance to the great realm of nothingness. However, things were not that simple. Even if they managed to enter the great realm of nothingness, they would find it difficult to rescue the third Night King. They would encounter all sorts of dangers, which gave Night King Yuanjing and the rest a headache. Night King Yuanjing was just about to contact Luwine. Even though he knew that Luwine probably did not know anything, he was still looking forward to it. However, before he could reach out to Luwine, Luwine had already contacted him. Night King Yuanjing was delighted to see Luwine. Even an old freak with a power level in the hundreds of thousands could not threaten him, so anyone who wanted to make a move against him would have to open their eyes. However, after this incident, Luwine and the Northgate family would be at odds. It would be very difficult for him to smoothly control the younger generation of the Northline flow zone unless he defeated Northgate Lie. Luwine looked up and coincidentally met Northgate Lie's gaze. Northgate Lie bore a grudge against Luwine. If Luwine had been able to snatch the spear from the centipede's body, then he would not have had to deal with this matter. The Northgate family had even sent out Northgate Taisui, but he could not even threaten a junior. This was a loss of face, and the family would place all of this on Lu Yin's head. Brother Lu, we'll meet again at the Nightfall banquet. I'd like to see your skills then, Northgate Lie said coldly. Luwine smiled. Alright, we'll meet again at the Nightfall banquet. Northgate Taisui removed the seal on outer space, and everyone could leave. Many people looked at Luwine in amazement and admiration. He had guts, and even Northgate Taisui could not threaten him. Jared looked at Luwine with even more shock. Qin Chen sized up Luwine seriously before leaving. He would also appear at the Nightfall banquet, and they would meet again at that time. Right now, there was an awkward situation. There were no more spacecraft, and almost all of the people who had been captured had been destroyed. Everyone was now searching for a new spacecraft. Lu Yin was still fine, as Lily and had immediately contacted him and gifted him a spacecraft as a gesture of goodwill. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 395. Although Lu Yin had some animosity with the Northgate family, he had also exposed his abilities, so many people were still trying to get on his good side. Brother Lu, the spear should be useless to you. You haven't learned any spear fighting skills. Why don't you sell it to my Lily family? Lily and took the opportunity to ask. Her eyes blinked as if she was looking forward to it. Lu Yin shrugged. Sorry, but I want to keep it as a souvenir. Lily and rolled her eyes. Alright, feel free to contact me if you want to sell it. My Lily family has the money. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. As long as he agreed, he would immediately receive another 100 star essence. However, he decided against it after thinking about it for a while. This sort of weapon that could attack spiritual force was still worth studying. Right, Miss, and is the Northgate platform competition over? Lu Yin asked. Lily and replied, it's over. The Northgate family won, so you can report to the 10 arbiters now. Lu Yin nodded and then piloted a spacecraft towards Astral 10's location. Seventh bro, why didn't you sell the spear? It's not that useful, and it might have been a standard weapon in ancient times. Didn't you see that Night King Yuanjing didn't care about it? The Day-Night clan also has such a weapon, and the Northgate family wants to buy it so that they can study the centipede more conveniently. Besides, it's easy to covet it if you carry it around. I know, I don't need you to remind me. Right, have you translated the words I asked you to record? What did it say? Lu Yin asked. The monkey rolled his eyes. Do you think I'm omniscient? Who knows how ancient these words are, and civilizations might have been wiped out multiple times. How could they be so easily translated? This thing involves all sorts of mysteries of the universe, all sorts of knowledge, all sorts of cultures, and all sorts of... Alright, take your time translating, Lu Yin hurriedly said. News of what had happened in the Northline flow zone quickly spread, and with the network connecting the entire universe, news spread faster and faster. Northgate Taisue's reappearance, the ancient centipede's appearance, and the corpse that had been split apart by 5 spears within the centipede's body attracted the interest of countless people. The Blaze Realm, the Ross Empire, the Sylvan Dragon Clan, the Beast Tamers Flow Zone's first Great Hall, second Great Hall, and so on and so forth. Although Northgate Taisui was capable of suppressing many people, he would definitely have to compromise when facing a powerhouse from a major faction. The ancient centipede could not belong to the Northgate family alone. Amidst these events, Lu Yin had been in the limelight. He had stolen 3 pikes and had the Night King clan as his backer. All of this news had made Lu Yin even more famous. Lu Yin was the most famous of the publicly acknowledged candidates for the 10 arbiters. Within the Northgate family study, Northgate Kong had an ugly expression on his face as he glared at Northgate Lai. The ancestor is very disappointed in you. You can't even deal with a Lemaitre Jr. The resources that the family has invested in you have all been wasted. Northgate Lai respectfully replied, Father, although Lu Yin is a Lemaitre, his strength cannot be measured by common sense. This person definitely has the strength to fight against someone on the top 100 rankings. There's no need to quibble. You failed this time, so the clan will naturally punish you, Northgate Kong said impatiently. Northgate Lai looked up. Father, Lu Yin wasn't the only one who benefited from this trip to the centipede's body. Northgate Kong's eyes lit up, and he looked at Northgate Lai. What do you mean? Northgate Lai slowly answered, I saw a pattern inside the centipede's body and memorized it. He did not know what kind of powerhouse could survive so many years without decaying, nor did he know what kind of person could kill such a powerhouse. The universe was too vast, and it had experienced the destruction of more than one civilization. Much ancient information was in the hands of powerful civilizations, and he was suddenly very interested in this information. At this moment, his gadget beeped. It was a notification that he could not refuse from the 10 Arbiters' Council. Lu Yin looked over and saw that Wen Sansi had personally sent him a notification, asking him to report everything that had happened in the North Line flow zone. Lu Yin knew that the 10 Arbiters wanted to know more about the centipede's body and Northgate Taisui, so he did not hesitate or hide anything. He wrote down everything in detail and sent it to Wen Sansi. By the way, monkey, how long do you think Northgate Taisui has been alive for? I don't know. That kind of old freak can live for tens of thousands of years and freeze himself for no reason. Who knows when he'll come out again? Maybe he's still alive even after your grandson is dead. The monkey pouted. Lu Yin frowned, as the monkey's words were unpleasant. Northgate Taisui or the Third Night King? Who's stronger? The monkey boasted, Seventh bro, how can you compare Northgate Taisui to the Third Night King? That's the Third Night King. He's one of the top 3 powerhouses in the entire history of the Night King clan. Although I don't know his exact power level, he's definitely stronger than Northgate Taisui. They're not even on the same level. Otherwise, why do you think Northgate Taisui is afraid of Night King Yuanjing? If Northgate Taisui could compare to the Third Night King, then the Northgate family would have ascended to the heavens long ago. Through Northgate Taisui, Lu Yin could directly sense the power that could topple the universe. It was only then that Lu Yin understood the implications of revealing the Third Night King's existence to the Night King clan. Once the Third Night King was safely released, then the Night King clan would ascend to the heavens. Are you sure that the Third Night King won't be able to escape? Lu Yin was still worried. I'm sure, absolutely sure. You have to believe that the Void Wanderer ancestor has lived for countless years, and that kind of abnormal strength has been tempered over the years. Although it doesn't necessarily have much attack power, it's enough to drag out a single person. Even if the entire Night King clan was sacrificed, it still wouldn't be enough to drag him out. Besides, do you think that the other powerful clans in the Astral Beast domain are just decorations? Lu Yin was still worried. The Day-Night clan had existed for a very long time, and who knew what kind of abilities they had. However, he could no longer interfere in this matter, so he could only resign himself to fate. If the descendants of the Day-Night clan's Day-King bloodline found out that he had revealed the Third Night King's whereabouts, they would definitely hate him to death. A few days later, Lu Yin arrived at Astral 10. As soon as he arrived, he heard news that Big Pao and Little Pao had become explorers and had successfully graduated. The two had been adopted by Astral 10 since they were young, and the other students had gradually left Astral 10. In the end, only the 2 of them had remained. Actually, with their abilities, they could have broken through long ago, but they had never wanted to leave. Now that Astral 10 had stabilized, and with Lu Yin overseeing it, the 2 of them had finally decided to break through to the explorer realm and roam the universe. An academy was an academy, after all. The universe was where the strong lived. Lu Yin saw Big Pao and Little Pao at the trial zone entrance, as well as Xia Luo, Michelle, Hui Day-Night, and a few other students. No one was surprised by Lu Yin's return, as they had all heard about what had happened in the North Line flow zone. They were all shocked that Lu Yin had dared to negotiate with an old freak whose power level was in the hundreds of thousands. Congratulations on successfully graduating, seniors, Lu Yin said with a smile. Big Pao flipped his hair. Graduation is a must. Junior, wait for me. I'll challenge the top 100 rankings in a while and scout for you. Alright, stop bragging. Even if we work together, we can't beat someone at the bottom of the top 100 rankings. Little Pow was speechless. Big Pow rolled his eyes. I'm not bragging. It's a goal. It's youth. Luin smiled. I'm looking forward to the moment when Senior enters the top 100 rankings. Junior has good taste. Don't worry, Senior's Flame God Spear excels at subduing the top. Big Pow laughed happily. Subduing the top. Seventh bro, stay away from him. This guy's thoughts aren't pure. The monkey shrieked. Where do you plan to go after graduation? Luin asked. Little Pow replied, Chaos Flow Zone. Luin was shocked. Chaos Flow Zone, one of the 8 great flow zones. Little Pow nodded, but he didn't say anything else. He smiled at Luin. Junior, we'll leave Astral 10 to you. This is our home, so I hope that you can protect it well. The courage, methods, and background that you've displayed during this entire incident have all surpassed the standards of a normal student. Right now, you're no longer an ordinary student in everyone's eyes. You're like Night Queen Yanqing, a freakish genius with a powerful background. Do you know what this means? When he saw Lu Yin's confused expression, old Kai laughed. It means that someone wants to deal with you, and it won't just be you alone. They'll also use all of your resources. Once they make a move, you'll definitely die with no chance of survival. Your enemy will target you with the same mindset as Night Queen Yanqing, and they'll take into account all possible contingencies. Luin frowned. When he had first arrived in the Northline Flow Zone, he had been hunted down by a hunter. Now, if someone wanted to attack him again, not only would they send out hunters, but they might even send out peak hunters like Poison Flame. Someone like that would kill him without any chance of survival, and he would die without knowing why. Not even a trace of information would be leaked. Luin had racked his brains, and he had even used Night King Yuanjing to show that he would not be threatened. This was equivalent to pushing himself to the edge of a cliff. If someone decided to deal with him, it would definitely be a thunderous blow. However, Luin did not regret his actions, as the strength that he had displayed had already surpassed the protection that his status provided him. Once news of the Northline Flow Zone spread, it would put an end to any potential attacks. There were pros and cons to this. Right now, what he lacked was a power similar to Rabbit Lei's ability to launch a counterattack. When he saw Old Kai's calm demeanor, Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he respectfully asked, Old Kai, I'm from Astral 10. Does Astral 10 have a way to protect me? Old Kai raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? You want us old fellows to stay close to you and protect you? Of course not. It's just that this is the treasury, and I hope to obtain some self-defense items, Luin said expectantly. Old Kai's eyes narrowed, and he licked his lips. This is a self-defense item. The treasure pavilion does have it, but... Old Kai's right hand tapped lightly on the table. Every time he tapped, his thumb rubbed against his index finger and middle finger. Then, he tapped the table again, repeating the same action. This action was obviously asking for money, but it wasn't too obvious. Accompanied by the sound of tapping on the table, it strangely had an unfathomable aura. Luin stared at Old Kai's fingers, and waves surged in his heart. This action was too cool, and he thought back to the many times he had asked people for money. His actions were vulgar, inelegant, and stingy, but Old Kai's action was too grand. It was easy to understand without appearing unscrupulous. It was the quintessence of asking for money that had been honed over countless years. Luin stared blankly. He knew what his greatest gain today was, this action, this grand action of asking for money. Old Kai coughed when he saw Lu Yin staring at his right hand. Kid, why are you in a daze? One money bomb costs 50 star essence, 2 for 80 star essence, and 3 for 100 star essence. You can have as many as you want. Kid, you have to patronize my business more in the future, ahahaha. Lu Yin's face darkened as he left. 50 star essences were gone just like that, and Lu Yin's heart ached. He'd thought that old Kai would give him something that looked like a bluff, something that could scare off his enemies. Instead, he'd given him something so lousy. As he walked, Lu Yin felt indignant, but he did not dare ask old Kai for a refund. After some thought, he decided to head to the sand ocean. A strong attractive force appeared, and Lu Yin looked at a ball of light in the distance. Without hesitation, he fused with it. Anything that could attract him would be suitable for him, and he hoped to merge with a powerhouse's body. The scene in front of him changed again, and Lu Yin opened his eyes to clearly see his surroundings. Was he on a spacecraft? Chaotic information flooded his mind, and before Lu Yin could even observe his surroundings, he was shocked by the information he received. His pupils shrank, and his entire body went cold. The person he was merging with was from the Neo-Human Alliance. More accurately, it was not just the Neo-Human Alliance. There were corpse kings within the Neo-Human Alliance, and there were also other allied powers. This person was from a powerful clan called the Spectre Clan. He's here. A raspy voice sounded out from beside Lu Yin. Lu Yin glanced over and saw that this person was a corpse king, and one that had reached the level of a hunter at that. This corpse king had cultivated to the corpse king transformation, which was enough to crush a normal hunter and even challenge an enlighter. In outer space, a spacecraft approached Lu Yin. It had a strange design, and it seemed to belong to a certain power. There was a single word engraved on the outside of the spacecraft, Yulan. Through the fusion, Lu Yin learned that this operation was a joint plan between the Neo-Human Alliance's Corpse Kings and the Spectre Clan. Their goal was to confirm one thing: the Yulan Court, which was related to the Sword Sect by marriage in the First Flow Zone, had a secret technique. The Yulan Court was one of the 7 Court's 7 names, but many years ago, they had betrayed the 7 Court's Yulan family. They had been protected by the Sword Sect and had maintained a marriage relationship with the Sword Sect for many years. For example, the current Sword Sect successor, Lu Xiaoqiu, was engaged to the Yulan Court's little princess, Yulan Yi. The Yulan Court was considered a branch of the 7 Court's Yulan family, and logically speaking, it was impossible for them to have a secret technique. However, the Neo-Human Alliance had received news from an unknown source that the Yulan family did not have a secret technique. This was the reason for this operation. The Neo-Human Alliance wanted to confirm whether the secret technique was in the Yulan Court's hands. This was information that Lu Yin had obtained from the person he had fused with. The reason why the person he had fused with knew so much was because his identity was not simple. Within the Spectre clan, this person had a very high status. At the very least, he was qualified to stand shoulder to shoulder with this Hunter Corpse King, even though he was only an explorer. He had received so much information all at once, and it was all about the Neo-Human Alliance and the 7 Courts. Lu Yin did not even feel like sensing the explorer's strength, and he just looked up at the sky in a daze. At this moment, in outer space, the Yulan Court spacecraft came to a standstill. Her face was beautiful, and her gaze was cold. It was like a poisonous datura flower had bloomed in outer space. This change shocked not only Lu Yin, but even the Hunter Realm Corpse King beside him. Yulan Yi smiled. Are you surprised? This is the Yulan secret art. It can hide the changes of time, and it's passed down to only one person. This is what you want. Take this secret with you and die. After she spoke, an old man appeared beside Yulan Yi. The old man had appeared without a sound, as if he had always been there and had existed since time immemorial. The moment the Hunter Realm Corpse King beside Lu Yin saw the old man, he was shocked. 7 Courts, Elder Yulan, Yu Yifun. The old man looked up and swept his gaze across the area, looking at the spacecraft hidden in the distance. He tapped the void, and the entire universe trembled. The next moment, everything in Lu Yin's field of vision turned to ash. Planets, celestial phenomena, and the dark heavens, everything that could be seen vanished. This was a boundless and terrifying power, and it was similar to when he had encountered Northgate Tice Wei. This old man had a power level in the hundreds of thousands, and he was an old monster. To the side, the Hunter Realm Corpse King's eyes turned gray before turning green. It leaped up in a futile attempt to escape. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 398. The old man shook his head in disdain. Green eyes transformation. You can't escape. The Corpse King, the spacecraft, and everyone on it, including Lu Yin, instantly turned to dust and disappeared from the heavens. Yo Year was envious of this shocking scene. I wonder when I'll have such power. The old man looked at Yo Year reproachfully. Nonsense. I told you to hide the secret technique, but you didn't listen. If it wasn't a hunter but a corpse king on the same level as me, then this secret would have been exposed. Yo Year stretched lazily, revealing her exquisite curves. Grandpa Fan, do you know what it feels like to be imprisoned by a secret technique? Ever since I inherited the Yo secret technique, my body hasn't been able to grow any bigger. It's very painful, so I have to release myself occasionally. The old man snorted. Fortunately, this secret has been protected. The Neo-Human Alliance's strength in the first flow zone has been weakened, and it will be some time before they can act again. Take this time to get closer to Lu Xiaoqiu in the Sword Sect and borrow their strength to protect you. I don't want to get along with losers, Yo Year said unhappily. The old man was helpless. The 13 swords get stronger the further you advance. Although Lu Xiaoqiu lost, there are very few people in this universe who can be his opponent once he becomes an explorer. That Lu Yin and that person from the technocracy were just accidents. Yes, Yo Year helplessly replied. In the distant astral, 10, Lu Yin suddenly opened his eyes, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. He had just experienced death at the hands of an old freak with a power level in the hundreds of thousands. He had never felt so close to death even when he had faced Northgate Tice Wei, and he had never expected to meet such a monster again so soon. More importantly, he had discovered an incredible secret. The Yo Court in the first flow zone had once been a member of the 7 Courts Yo family. They had betrayed the 7 Courts and been protected by the Sword Sect, but the Sword Sect had never known that the Yo family's secret technique was in the Yo Court's hands. That old man who had appeared at the end had actually come from the 7 Courts. In other words, the Yo Court had never truly betrayed the 7 Courts. Otherwise, the Yo family's elder would not have appeared to protect the little princess. Also, the Yo secret technique had only been passed down to a single person, and that little princess was called Yo Year. That old man had used his boundless power to destroy a part of the starry sky. Even the network couldn't transmit any information to the outside world. He thought that no one knew his secret, and he was probably the only one who knew this secret apart from a limited number of people. Aside from this, there was also the matter of the Neo-Human Alliance and the Spectre race. The Spectre race higher-up that had fused with Lu Yin had too much information, and Lu Yin was unable to sort it all out for the time being. However, even if he only remembered a portion of it, it was enough to shock the universe. Lu Yin panted heavily as he tapped on his gadget and wrote down some addresses. These addresses were the locations of the Neo-Human Alliance's strongholds. Right, there was also the secret of the Spectre race. Lu Yin opened the network and searched for the Spectre clan, but the results he obtained were that there was no such clan. He then used his honor points to search for more information, but he still couldn't find anything. This clan was rather secretive, and almost no one knew about them. The Spectre clan had the aura of death within their bodies. This was the most important characteristic to identify the Spectre clan. Lu Yin tried to recall what he had felt during the fusion, but he realized that he had received too much information at once, so he hadn't been able to feel it in time. This fusion had allowed him to learn too many secrets, and Lu Yin muttered to himself for a long time. He didn't know whether or not he should reveal the locations of the Neo-Human Alliance's strongholds, but in the end, he decided against it. Nobody would believe him, and even if someone did, the Neo-Human Alliance would have long since fled by the time they searched those locations. Lu Yin did not believe that they did not have any spies among the upper echelons of the various human organizations. If even the 7 courts had been infiltrated, then there was no need to even mention the upper echelons of the various organizations. Lu Yin rubbed his temples. The more he learned, the greater the pressure he felt. The universe was too vast, and there were too many organizations. The more he came into contact with those great organizations, the more Lu Yin felt that the Great Yu Empire was insignificant and insignificant. In the Outerverse 72 weaves, there were probably no more than 100 almighty enlighters. What about the Innerverse? There were even old monsters with power levels in the hundreds of thousands. Even deeper in the Innerverse was the Cosmic Sea, and there was also the Neoverse, which had never been revealed. The various organizations were as diverse as the stars in the night sky. Fortunately, as humans cultivated, their lifespans also increased. The more unfathomable the universe was, the greater the desire to explore and conquer it. However, the most important thing right now was to check how much money he had left. Lu Yin trembled as he opened his cosmic ring. His heart sank, and he had the urge to curse out loud. The star essence that the Northgate family had given him and the leftover from before were all gone. Even the 1,000,000 star crystals were gone. Lu Yin howled in grief, as he had become poor again. This had happened too quickly. He had only watched a show, but all of the money that he had worked so hard to earn was gone. Now, he only had 100,000 star crystals and 2,000,000 cosmic dollars left. He had originally wanted to reach the peak of the Lamita realm, but now, he had to delay it again. He did not know how long he would have to delay it. Although the opportunity to earn money inside the centipede's body was good, it was not something that could be obtained at any time. As he looked at his empty cosmic ring, he had the urge to sell off the secrets that he had just obtained. Since he had no more money, there was no point in thinking too much about it. Lu Yin calmed himself down, thought about it, and then walked towards the trial zone entrance. He remembered that there were some mysterious places in the trial zones, and it was rumored that even the 10 arbiters had gone there. He wanted to give it a try. After greeting the trial master, the first place that Lu Yin went to was the Tao of Purgatory's sky platform. There was a saying in the Astral Combat Academy's trial zones, the Tao of Heaven's Ocean of Death, the Tao of Purgatory's sky platform. Lu Yin had once heard someone mention it, but he did not understand what it meant. Out of the 3 realms and 6 Taos, only the Tao of Heaven and the Tao of Purgatory had legends of the 10 arbiters. As such, the sky platform and the Ocean of Death were much more mysterious than the other trial zones. This was not Lu Yin's first time in the Tao of Purgatory. When he had first chosen the trial zones, he had chosen the Tao of Purgatory, and his first death had occurred there as well. He had always remembered Spear Mountain's area master, Frankfurt. However, there was no need for revenge now. As his strength had increased, his mentality had changed as well. Besides, he had also embarrassed Frankfurt back in the tilting tower. News of Lu Yin's appearance in the Tao of Purgatory quickly spread, and many students from the Astral Combat Academy rushed towards the Tao of Purgatory. They all knew that there was only one place in the Tao of Purgatory that could attract Lu Yin, the sky platform. Dao Bo had yet to return to Astral 6, and Sharon had taken his place in the sky platform. When Sharon saw Lu Yin, his expression changed. His gaze was sometimes fierce, sometimes respectful, sometimes remorseful, and sometimes panicked. It was a complicated mix of emotions. Lu Yin laughed. "Senior Sharon, we haven't seen each other in a while. Are you thinking of filming a movie?" Sharon gulped and laughed dryly. "Student Lu, how do you have the time to come to the Tao of Purgatory?" Lu Yin shrugged and pointed ahead. "Rumor has it that the 10 arbiters once ascended the sky platform. I want to give it a try as well." "Senior, you won't refuse, right?" Sharon naturally did not dare to refuse. Even if Dao Bo appeared, he would not be able to stop Lu Yin. Of the 9 trial zones of the Astral Combat Academy, aside from Starsabil, none of the other realm masters were worthy of Lu Yin's attention. Of course, Lu Yin was not arrogant, and he would abide by the rules that he had to abide by. Sharon did not want to waste any more words with Lu Yin. He was eager to leave, as he was afraid that Lu Yin would expose him. Lu Yin was rather interested in Sharon, but not as a person. Rather, he was interested in the unveiled sword. A sword that came from a sourcebox was very valuable, and even a pike could be sold for over 100 star essence. Even if the unveiled sword was slightly cheaper, it would still be worth a lot. The pike's main value lay in its research and not in the sword itself. Lu Yin felt that the unveiled sword was very sharp. "Senior, when will you have the time to show me the might of the unveiled sword?" Lu Yin asked. Karen's brows rose. "There will be a chance in the future." At this point, more and more students had gathered. Lu Yin walked past Sharon and raised his head to look ahead. This was the sky platform. The so-called sky platform was not the stone steps that most people imagined, nor was it a solemn staircase to the heavens. It was just a series of spheres arranged from bottom to top. It looked very ordinary, but the higher one went, the blurrier their vision became, and the void was distorted. It was because these spheres were shaped like planets and the void was distorted at the very top that it was called the sky platform. It was rumored that when one sat on the sky platform, they could occasionally feel the power of ancient powerhouses. The higher one went, the more they could feel. Back then, one of the 10 arbiters had reached the top of the sky platform, and their power had undergone an incredible transformation. This was the legend of the sky platform. Dao Bo had controlled the Tao of Purgatory for a long time, but he had not been able to reach the top of the sky platform. At most, he could only sit on one of the spheres and cultivate. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 399. Lu Yin did not dare to be careless. He removed the star energy barrier on his right arm and returned to his peak state. He released his domain and activated his serious art. As his strength increased, that mysterious force strangely weakened. It was very strange. At this point, Lu Yin had already reached the middle section of the sky platform. Very few students could reach this point, and those who could were almost all at the level of an area master. Below the sky platform, Frankfurt, Tu Bo, Heart Phoenix, Euro, Long Zhe, and the rest all appeared and looked at Lu Yin. Ascending the sky platform was a major event, and it was like diving into the ocean of death. When Lu Yin neared the peak, that mysterious force increased once more. The void around him distorted even more, but this distortion was not caused by that mysterious force. He stepped onto another sphere, and the mysterious force increased once more. Lu Yin felt as if his body was being rejected by the void, as if the entire void wanted to erase him. This was probably why those students had disappeared. It was because of this mysterious force. 5-line battle force appeared around Lu Yin's body, and a dark golden radiance blossomed. Many students cried out in alarm. Following the appearance of Lu Yin's battle force, that mysterious force weakened once more. It was very strange, and indescribable. This force gave Lu Yin the feeling that he could be erased at any moment. He had fought with many people since he started cultivating, and he had even personally experienced the enormous power of the 7 quartz elders that could obliterate the heavens. No matter how strong one's power was, it would still take time to kill someone. That time could be long or short, but it would always take time. However, when faced with this strange power around him, Lu Yin felt that if he was even the slightest bit weaker, he would be gone without a trace. "Seventh bro, why do I feel a little nervous? Did you come to some incredible place?" the monkey asked. "The trial zones, the Tao of Purgatory, and the sky platform." The monkey was confused. The Astral Combat Academy's trial zones. Suddenly, it exclaimed, "The ruins of the Rune Technology civilization." "You did say that before," Lu Yin said. "No wonder I had this feeling," the monkey muttered. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. "What do you mean? Have you experienced this before?" The monkey hurriedly replied, "Of course not. Anyone who dares to experience the power of the Rune Technology is courting death." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, as the monkey was definitely lying. He had definitely experienced this power before, which meant that this inexplicable power was the Rune Technology's Daos. Now was not the time to pursue this matter. He raised his head. He was only a few steps away from the peak. Below him, everyone stared anxiously. Lu Yin's current position was the limit that Dao Bo had reached. Back then, Dao Bo had only been a few steps away from the peak, but then he had completely disappeared. He had died mysteriously. Lu Yin took a step forward, and the inexplicable power increased once more. However, it still did not pose a threat to Lu Yin. He took a second step, and the inexplicable power became even more apparent. The feeling of being rejected grew even more intense, and a sense of danger caused his back to turn cold. Lu Yin took a deep breath and took a final step forward. Above his head was the distorted void, and at this moment, the inexplicable power was causing his domain and battle force to dissipate as it tried to erase his entire being. Lu Yin's pupils shrank as an intense sense of danger appeared. He felt as if he was about to be erased. There was clearly no attack, but this feeling was very intense. He did not know how powerful the 10 arbiters who had reached the peak had been back in the Astral Combat Academy, but he had tied the Divine Fist's record, so he was confident that his strength was no weaker than that of the 10 arbiters. The inexplicable sense of danger grew stronger. Lu Yin's body was not injured, and there were no external attacks. However, his entire body began to turn transparent. Everyone held their breaths. He was about to disappear. This was it. They had seen this scene many times before, and all of the losers had mysteriously disappeared like this. Lu Yin was shocked. This should not be happening. Could it be that he was weaker than that 10 arbiters? How was that possible? The 10 arbiters had also been Limiters when they reached the top of the sky platform because explorers were not allowed to enter. This meant that Lu Yin's current strength could not compare to the 10 arbiters when they had been Limiters. Then, just how strong were the 10 arbiters? Was the Divine Fist's record fake? No one would reveal all of their trump cards. This phrase suddenly appeared in Lu Yin's mind. The Divine Fist's record was left for future generations to surpass, but what future generations could surpass was always the record on the surface. No one knew the Divine Fist's true strength. Through the sky platform, Lu Yin could clearly feel the invincible strength of the 10 arbiters. Everyone had underestimated the 10 arbiters, their strength was unparalleled and unfathomable. Lu Yin's body became more and more transparent as his existence was being erased. He still did not have the qualifications to reach the top of the sky platform. However, just as Lu Yin was about to completely disappear, his body suddenly solidified once more, and that inexplicable power rapidly weakened. The crowd did not understand, but they could only see the result. Lu Yin had reached the top. The sky platform had existed for countless years in the trial zones, but only a few had ever reached the top. According to the records, only a few students had ever reached the top, and of those few, only the 10 arbiters had been Lemeters. The others had all been explorers who had made an exception to reach the top. Lu Yin was the second Lemeter in history to reach the top. The moment Lu Yin reached the top, all of the Astral Combat Academy's headmasters opened their eyes at the same time. At that moment, Lu Yin's name was recorded in the history of the Astral Combat Academy. A Lemeter who can reach the top of the sky platform. What a genius, an old voice said from Astral 6. The sky platform exists only to encourage and pass down inheritances, not to test Lemeters. Since ancient times, only explorers have reached the top, but in recent years, 2 Lemeters have reached the top. The universe has indeed changed, a voice from Astral 2 said. That's a good thing. The faster the younger generation grows, the more at ease we old folks will feel, a voice from Astral 5 said. If they grow too quickly, they won't be able to temper their minds. The 10 Arbiters' Council is too tyrannical, and they're easily broken, a voice from Astral 9 said. It doesn't matter. Below the protective net, many of the powerhouses were stunned. Where had he gone? The next moment, the entire planet trembled, and the cyclones that had surrounded the planet for countless years were stripped away layer by an invisible force. The middle-aged man's pupils shrank, and he suddenly stared at a spot in the void. He raised a hand to attack, and the void distorted to reveal the long-haired young man. He did not even turn around, allowing the hunter to attack. However, the hunter's attack strangely disappeared as it neared the long-haired young man. It vanished without a trace, and not even a single ripple appeared. Many of the powerhouses from Cyclone Continent were shocked, and they all looked on in confusion. The long-haired youth turned around and smirked. I am one of the 10 arbiters, and I cannot be attacked. The 10 arbiters. He then raised his hand and aimed it at the hunter in imperial robes. The hunter then vanished, vanishing from this space. All of the powerhouses from Cyclone Continent were stunned. What was this? I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Since that's the case, there's no need for you to continue existing, the long-haired young man said leisurely as he smiled and glanced at the enormous planet below. Not long after, the planet that had once surrounded the cyclones disappeared from outer space. It was like a speck of dust that had vanished without a trace. The long-haired young man flipped through his gadget in boredom. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, and he laughed. He actually reached the top of the sky platform. Interesting. I wonder if he opened his eyes. My path is not lonely. Lu Yin stayed at the trial zone mountain for 2 days, but his eyes did not feel any discomfort. He finally relaxed. During these 2 days, Coco and the others did not disturb him. Big Pow and Little Pow had already left Astral 10 for Chaos Flow Zone. Lu Yin walked out of the trial zone mountain and arrived at the trial zone entrance. He then respectfully said to the trial master, Mentor, this student has some questions to ask. The trial master opened his murky eyes. If you want to ask a question, you must first grab a teleportation stone. 1 stone for 1 question. Lu Yin nodded. He was not surprised and walked towards the teleportation stone. Currently, Astral 10 had 3 teleportation stones. One of them was fixed while the other 2 had been snatched by Lu Yin. Aside from him, no one else had managed to snatch a teleportation stone. Xia Luo and the others were very strong, but the chances of encountering someone stronger in the ported battles were too high. Lu Yin had been defeated many times, let alone Xiao Luo and the others. Lu Yin's record in the ported battles was 134 wins and 108 losses. His best win streak was 19, which was quite good. However, that was in the past. Now, after being strengthened by the strengthening fruits twice, his power had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. He wanted to increase his winning streak to 30 matches, as that was one of the qualifications to challenge the top 100 rankings. To challenge the top 100 rankings, one could not just directly start a fight, as the other party had the right to refuse. In fact, the Astral Combat Academy even encouraged people to refuse in order to maintain the authority of the top 100 rankings. If anyone could challenge the top 100 rankings, then it would be too much of a joke. The top 100 rankings experts would be annoyed to no end, and they would not be able to kill everyone. Thus, generally speaking, those who did not have the qualifications to challenge the top 100 rankings would not be accepted. However, once accepted, the challenge would still be valid. For example, if Lu Yin defeated Northgate Lai, then he would be able to enter the top 100 rankings. Lu Yin's previous battle with Northgate Lai was also one of the reasons why he had wanted to enter the top 100 rankings. However, after some thought, he decided against it. The greater his fame, the more benefits it would bring, but if someone wanted to attack him, the intensity of the attacks would be different as well. He had not been threatened by Northgate Taisui, which had exposed his powerful network of connections. If his enemies wanted to deal with him, they would definitely consider Night King Yuanjing, which would target his network of connections. If he entered the top 100 rankings, then the attacks targeting him would be even stronger. Not only would they target his network of connections, but they would also target him personally. Being famous was not necessarily a good thing. As soon as he stepped into the range of the teleportation stone, Lu Yin's vision blurred as he activated the battle for the teleportation stone. Winning 15 matches in a row was not too difficult for Lu Yin. As long as his luck was not bad, there were less than 100 people in the younger generation who could defeat him. In the 16th match, his opponent was actually a sentinel. Lu Yin was speechless, as he felt like he was looking at a newbie. At this moment, the newbie's heart was crumbling as he stared dumbfoundedly at the two bright red words in front of him. 7th bro. Yesterday, his senior brother had told him about the situation of the red names, and his tone had been filled with fear and reverence for them. Today, he had encountered one. Screw you. The newbie had just cursed in his heart when his entire body disappeared. Lu Yin exhaled and snatched another teleportation stone. It was not enough, so he continued. Victory in the 17th match, victory in the 18th match, victory in the 19th match, victory. At this point, Lu Yin had reached his peak, but it was still not enough. Soon, he had won the 22nd match, and then the 23rd match, victory, bang. The floating stone shattered, and the figure in front of him dissipated. Lu Yin looked up, he had won the 30th match. After winning 30 matches in a row, he now had the qualifications to challenge someone on the top 100 rankings. There were several qualifications to challenge someone on the top 100 rankings, and he could challenge anyone as long as he met any one of them. This meant that he could challenge anyone on the top 100 rankings as long as he had the confidence to do so. Of course, his opponent could still refuse, but rejecting someone who had the qualifications to challenge someone would be seen as a sign of fear, which had a different meaning. As long as he had the qualifications, he could challenge anyone on the top 100 rankings at any time. Lu Yin opened his eyes. Lu Xiaoqiu should be there soon. With his strength, he should be able to win 30 matches in a row. Although there were many youths in the universe, the division between them was very obvious. The 10 arbiters were always at the peak, and below them were the top 100 rankings. There might be hidden powerhouses, but there were not many. Lu Ying was confident that there were less than 100 people in the universe who could defeat him, and those who could defeat Lu Xiaoqiu would not exceed a few hundred either. More importantly, he and Lu Xiaoqiu were still leaders. Once they broke through to the explorer realm, there would be very few people in the universe who could defeat them. There were only 2 matches left before he could snatch the next teleportation stone, so Lu Ying continued to enter the ported battles. Just like the previous battle, the scene that appeared was still the sky. Countless giant rocks floated in the sky while white clouds circled the area. It was a beautiful scene. Across from him, a tall figure appeared with the words, "Second War King," written above his head. Lu Ying was shocked when he saw this person's nickname. War King. He remembered that there was one of the 10 arbiters who was called the War King, but this person was actually called the Second War King. This person was truly arrogant, but what was even crazier was that this person actually sat down on a rock and waved at Lu Ying. His meaning was obvious. He wanted Lu Ying to attack as he pleased. Lu Ying narrowed his eyes and carefully observed this person. With such courage, he either did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, or he was truly powerful. Which type did this person belong to? Lu Ying could not tell, as he could not sense any dangerous aura from this person. He seemed like a normal person, and the more he acted like this, the more abnormal it was. Sui Feng had been too tired recently, and he had not had a single month of vacation. He had not been able to accumulate drafts, so he was really tired. Thank you, brothers, for your continued support. Thank you. Actually, Sui Feng had thought about working full-time, but there were many brothers who liked to read this novel, and there were also many who read pirated versions. His income was too low, and he would not even be able to support himself if he worked full-time. He would have to go to work, but his promise of 2 chapters a day would not change. Once again, thank you for your support. Today is Children's Day, and Sui Feng wishes all of you to live younger and younger. I'll add a chapter at 2 p.m. Thank you. If possible, Sui Feng asks all of you to support the original version. Thank you. The palm print disappeared, and it was impossible to tell that he had been attacked. Lu Ying watched in astonishment as the space around him distorted, and an intense sense of danger welled up within him. Suddenly, the Second War King faced Lu Ying and viciously opened his mouth to roar. Lu Ying felt the space in front of him shatter as everything turned white. The Second War King seemed to have transformed into a demon as he shattered the void. Everything that Lu Ying saw and heard turned into nothingness, and when he opened his eyes again, he was already at the trial zone entrance. Defeated. Lu Ying looked at his own hands. He had been easily defeated. The Second War King was too abnormally powerful. Not only had he been able to withstand Lu Yin's strongest attack, but he had also been able to instantly kill Lu Ying. Facing the Second War King was like facing Wendy Yushan. Lu Ying had been unable to retaliate at all. This person was definitely in the top 20 of the top 100 rankings, and Lu Ying had a feeling that he was even stronger than Wendy Yushan. Lu Ying, 164 victories, 109 defeats, the trial master suddenly spoke up, his aged voice echoing out. Outside the teleportation stone, Michelle was shocked and looked at Lu Ying. You lost. Lu Ying had not expected Michelle to be here, and he nodded. Yes, I lost. Michelle was in disbelief, as there were very few people in the younger generation who could defeat Lu Ying. Did you run into an expert from the top 100 rankings? Lu Ying shrugged. I'm not sure, but I think so. What's his name? Michelle asked. Lu Ying replied, this is a ported battle, so there's only a nickname. There's no name. What's the nickname? Maybe I know who it is. Michelle was very curious, as anyone who could defeat Lu Ying was definitely a top expert of the younger generation. Lu Ying replied, the Second War King. Michelle's eyes narrowed, and she shook her head. No wonder you lost. You lost without any suspense. Do you know who it is? Luine was curious. Michelle nodded and looked at Luine. I sympathize with you because you ran into the fourth on the top 100 rankings, Avery. Luine was shocked. He knew that the second War King's ranking should be very high, but he had not expected it to be this high. What did it mean to be fourth on the top 100 rankings? He was definitely the next 10 arbiters, and as long as the 10 arbiters abdicated, they would still be part of the younger generation. Being fourth on the top 100 rankings meant that there were no more than 20 people in the entire universe who could defeat him, and that included the 10 arbiters. You ran into Avery, so it's not strange that you lost. He should have allowed you to attack him, right? Did you hurt him? Michelle asked curiously. Luine thought about it. Maybe not. Michelle was not surprised, and she stepped into the teleportation stone's range. Luine was still immersed in his shock. His luck was too bad, no, it was too good. He had gotten a taste of the strength of the top 5 in the top 100 rankings. Avery. There would definitely be a battle in the future. Why didn't you say so earlier? Zora asked with an ugly expression. Kwang Wang helplessly replied, I forgot. Everyone was speechless. The appearance of a war spirit means that the person who formed it has crossed the ocean of death. Everyone, be careful. If we're unlucky, we might run into one of the 10 arbiters, Feng Shang said as he licked his lips. Coco was afraid. Senior, don't scare us. Feng Shang smiled bitterly. I'm not scaring anyone. No one knows how a war spirit forms. Perhaps your war spirit will form in the next second as well. Do you remember the astral combat tournament? Brother Lu and Lu Xiaoqiu were having a good fight when their war spirits suddenly formed and ran away. Lu Yin recalled that during the astral combat tournament, he and Lu Xiaoqiu had both formed war spirits during their battle. I heard that quite a few students died at the hands of the 13 swords. That was Lu Xiaoqiu's war spirit. I wonder who was unlucky enough to run into Brother Lu's war spirit, Kwang Wang gloated. Feng Shang glanced at him. No matter who it is, it won't end well for them, including you. Kwang Wang pursed his lips, as Feng Shang was right. With Lu Yin's power level during the astral combat tournament, his war spirit could easily crush them all. If we can really run into one of the 10 arbiters' war spirits, then this trip won't have been in vain, Xiao Luo said with some interest. Lu Yin's lips curled up as he looked at the ocean of death. He hoped to run into one of the 10 arbiters' war spirits and experience their strength when they were still Lemeters. He did not believe that the difference between them was that great. Third update, brothers, happy holidays. Dream of your childhood, and I hope that everyone will always maintain that most sincere happiness and innocence. Even though he was far inferior to Kwang Wang, he still felt an indescribable chill. Coco snorted. Your breath stinks. Kwang Wang was speechless. Zora smiled bitterly. All right, Kiki, I don't have any other intentions. Take back your innate gift. Coco pouted and glared at Kwang Wang again before the syringe disappeared. Kwang Wang was helpless. Brother Lu, your academy is quite unique. You have all sorts of innate gifts. Feng Shang was shocked as well. Such a large syringe is more intimidating than any weapon. Lu Yin felt a chill every time he looked at the syringe. This is Coco's innate gift. She was born in Windrift Hall and is very skilled in healing. Who wants to try it? No need. No need. The two spoke up at the same time. Although Coco's battle prowess couldn't compare to Zola's, her star energy was much more resilient. Even so, she could only last for a day before collapsing. The further in they went, the more difficult it became. Next up was Xiao Luo. According to Feng Shang and Quang Wang's estimates, Xiao Luo would last for at most a day, which was already a very high estimate. If Coco had been in his place, she wouldn't have been able to last even half a day. However, Lu Yin was very confident in Xiao Luo's abilities. He had specially observed Xiao Luo and found that his rune lines were no less than Quang Wang's or Feng Shang's. In other words, Xiao Luo had the power of an academy leader. During this period of time, Lu Yin had been improving, and Xiao Luo had improved quite a bit as well. During the astral combat tournament, he had possessed the power level of an area master, and now, he had risen to the power level of a realm master. This was no simple improvement. Of course, rune lines couldn't completely see through a person. For example, when Lu Yin had used his domain and battle force on the sky platform, his rune lines had increased, but they weren't fixed. The same was true for Xiao Luo, Feng Shang, and Quang Wang. It could only be said that the three of them were about the same if they didn't use their battle techniques or innate gifts. But once external forces were added, it was hard to say who was stronger. Xiao Luo steered the boat, and only 3 boats followed behind him. One of them was from Wu University's newspaper, and Lu Yin didn't recognize the other 2. They're still following us at a time like this. Not bad, Lu Yin said as he glanced behind them. Feng Shang glanced back. One is from the newspaper, one is from Shamrock Enterprises, and the last one is from who knows where. Quang Wang glanced over. It's the spirit hunters. The words spirit hunters attracted Lu Yin's attention, as there had always been spirit hunters in the trial zones. These people all came from large organizations, and they didn't compete for the trial zones. Instead, they specialized in hunting war spirits. What's the purpose of the spirit hunter's existence? Coco asked. Quang Wang replied, hunting war spirits. I don't know the exact reason, but before I came to the Astral Combat Academy, the seniors from the Divine Grade Hall warned me that if I couldn't become the student leader, then I should form a spirit hunter team. They didn't tell you the purpose of hunting war spirits? Lu Yin asked. Quang Wang shook his head. I heard that it's related to the trial zone's inheritances, but so many years have passed, and I've never heard of anyone obtaining an inheritance by hunting war spirits. At most, they'll be able to comprehend the battle techniques of past powerhouses. There are many such inheritances, and you can run into one just by walking around. There's no need to hunt war spirits at all. It should be related to the phenomenon that occurs when a war spirit dies. The formation of a war spirit is related to the trial zone's greatest inheritance, and everyone wants to obtain it. It's not a pity to pay a high price for it, Feng Shang said. Lu Yin looked at the spirit hunters. They didn't know the reason, but he did. They definitely wanted to experience the power of the rune technology through hunting war spirits and use it to get closer to the inheritance. However, this method wasn't very useful, and they might as well reach the top of the sky platform. Of course, even the student leaders couldn't do so, let alone the spirit hunters. This was a dead end, but it was also the only way. Since the seniors from the large organizations had warned these people to form a spirit hunter team, did they know about the rune technology? A day passed, and the ocean of death still had no end in sight. Xiao Luo's expression was normal, and he didn't seem to be affected at all. Feng Shang and Quang Wang looked at each other in shock. They had just been discussing who would be the next replacement, but now they realized that Xiao Luo didn't need to be replaced at all. This was strange, as this person's strength far surpassed the other students. They hadn't paid much attention to Xiao Luo at first, as there were so many students in the Astral Combat Tournament, and it was normal for a few to be comparable to an area master. But now, They had to reevaluate Xiao Luo, as ordinary area masters couldn't do what he did. At this moment, there were only 2 boats following behind Lu Yin's group. One belonged to Shamrock Enterprises, while the other belonged to the Spirit Hunters. As for Wu De and the others, they were all gone. "It's about to begin," Kuang Wang said solemnly. Everyone looked at him. "The illusion is about to begin," Kuang Wang said once more. Coco was afraid, and she leaned closer to Zora. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he silently recited the Stonewall Scriptures. He had already formed a habit of reciting the Stonewall Scriptures whenever he encountered an unpredictable situation. There was a fluctuation in the void, and Lu Yin and the others turned to look. The Spirit Hunter's boat gradually disappeared, and a war spirit appeared beside it. The Spirit Hunters were definitely not weak, as they had at least an area master. However, they still couldn't resist a war spirit, and it was another war spirit with strength comparable to a realm master. It was indeed easy to encounter a powerful war spirit in the ocean of death. Shamrock Enterprises' boat was the closest to the war spirit, and Lu Yin and the others could only watch as the war spirit attacked Shamrock Enterprises' people. Tu Bo attacked first, but his attack directly pierced through the war spirit, causing it to disappear into nothingness. "It's an illusion," Kuang Wang shouted. Everyone was shocked, and they looked over again. The Spirit Hunter's boat was unscathed, and the students on it looked at Lu Yin's group strangely. On the other side, Shamrock Enterprises' boat was also fine. Lu Yin frowned. If this was an illusion, then was the Stonewall Scriptures useless? If Tu Bo hadn't attacked in the illusion, what would have happened? Xiao Luo asked. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 404. Lu Yin suddenly attacked, aiming a palm behind Coco. His palm energy pierced through the void and dissipated on the surface of the ocean of death without causing any ripples. Kuang Wang looked at Lu Yin in shock. "You saw an illusion." Lu Yin did not know how to explain it. He had not seen it, but it should be said that he had seen the illusion in advance and destroyed it. "I could sense it." "Impossible, no one has ever been able to sense an illusion in advance," Kuang Wang immediately said. "What you saw might be what the illusion wanted you to see." The others agreed with Kuang Wang. Lu Yin could not explain this, as the ocean of death and the sky platform came from the same source. His eyes had mutated on the sky platform, and he had seen the rune lines as soon as he entered the ocean of death. This was definitely not an illusion, but he could not explain this to Kuang Wang. "You don't have to worry about that. In any case, you guys don't have to worry. I can deal with the illusion in advance and focus on crossing the ocean of death," Lu Yin said confidently. Kuang Wang wanted to say something, but Xiao Luo interrupted him. "Regardless of whether Lu Yin is telling the truth or not, we can't change anything. Just listen to him and attack the next time we see an illusion." Kuang Wang nodded, as Xiao Luo was right. "All right, everyone, remember to attack immediately if you see an illusion." Zora was still in shock, and Coco comforted her. Kuang Wang and Feng Shang's expressions were not good. Only Xiao Luo remained calm, as if he trusted Lu Yin. "Seventh bro, this place is haunted," the monkey spoke up. He had not spoken in a long time, and he could not hold it in any longer. Lu Yin's eyes scanned his surroundings, and he casually sent out another palm strike to disperse the condensed rune lines. This time, the rune lines appeared beside Kuang Wang, who thought that Lu Yin was attacking him and almost retaliated. While Lu Yin's side was fine, Shamrock Enterprises and the Spirit Hunters' boats also entered the illusion's location. Lu Yin turned around, and his pupils shrank. The Spirit Hunter's boat was completely enveloped by rune lines, and even he could not see through them to see the people inside. Everything pointed to disaster. As expected, the spirit hunters were quickly finished. Now, only Lu Yin and Shamrock Enterprises were left. But not long after, the students from Shamrock Enterprises also disappeared into the ocean of death. In the end, they were the only ones left. The boat went deeper and deeper into the ocean of death, and 2 more days passed. Xiao Luo was gradually unable to hold on any longer, and his replacement was Kuang Wang. Compared to Feng Shang, Kuang Wang's strength was not as good in the ocean of death. By now, they had already been traversing the ocean of death for about 5 days. The Star Energy boat's speed was neither fast nor slow, and they had already traversed a very long distance in these 5 days. However, they still couldn't see the end of the ocean of death. The seawater became murkier and murkier. When one looked at the bottom of the sea through the surface, one would feel like one was being devoured. Lu Yin maintained star energy in his eyes as he observed his surroundings, ready to act at any moment. Kuang Wang and Feng Shang were also certain that Lu Yin could sense illusions in advance, which left Kuang Wang in disbelief. Even Starsabil could not do such a thing, but Lu Yin could. This completely toppled his understanding of the world. He wanted to ask several times, but he didn't. Big brother Xia, you're very tired. Do you want Kiki to give you an injection? Kiki looked at Xiao Luo with concern. Xiao Luo shook his head and smiled. No need, Kiki. Even someone like Xiao Luo, who was always calm in the face of danger, did not dare to let Kiki have an injection. This information isn't enough to attract powerful students, Wuda lamented. He stood on the shore of the ocean of death and thought for a while before suddenly noticing Coco and Zora. His eyes lit up, and he hurriedly ran over. Hello, my name is Wuda. After the 2 girls had died, they had endured their headaches and entered the Tao of Heaven once more. Just as Kuang Wang had said, they had appeared on the shore. Coco curiously sized up Wuda. Zora blocked in front of Coco. The founder of the Academy newspaper, Wuda. We've heard of you before. Why are you looking for us? Wuda rubbed his hands in embarrassment. When did the 2 of you die in the ocean of death? After he finished speaking, he saw that Zora and Coco's expressions were unfriendly. Wuda knew that he had said something wrong and hurriedly corrected himself. No, that's not right. I just wanted to ask where the 2 of you were and what you saw. Don't worry, I won't let you tell me for nothing. If you have any problems in the future, just tell me directly. Zora calmly replied, sorry, but we were brought in by the academy leader. Unless he agrees, we can't talk about the situation inside. Wuda licked his lips. You're talking about Lu Yin, right? I'm very familiar with him. Don't worry, he won't say anything if you tell me. Zora did not believe him. Wuda continued, Lu Yin is the strongest person in the Astral Combat Academy. If I lie to you, I'm afraid that he'll shut me out. Tell me, and the 2 of you will be my younger sisters from now on. No, older sisters. Zora frowned. This person was really thick-skinned. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 405. Coco whispered, Sister Zora, he doesn't look like he's lying. Why don't we tell him about the illusion? Illusion? What illusion? Wu Da's ears perked up. His hearing was exceptionally sensitive, and his eyes glowed. Kiki jumped in fright and stopped talking. Zora glared at Wuda, don't think that I don't know you. You're used to being hunted down every day, and you're probably not afraid of anyone in the entire Astral Combat Academy. You're a pain in the ass, so we have nothing to say. If you want to know, ask Lu Yin. Wu Da's expression turned bitter. Sister, just tell me. I promise I won't tell anyone that you told me. Zola ignored him. Wude begged again and again, but it was useless. However, he didn't beg for long because more than 10 students came out to kill him. He ran faster than a rabbit. It wasn't just Wude, everyone was curious about what they had encountered, but Zora and Coco simply stood by the shore and didn't say anything. Not long after, Michelle arrived as well. Dark Void, Mengyu, and the rest of Astral 10 students arrived at the shore and waited for Lu Yin's results. Astral 10's current status was completely different from before, and no one dared to make a move against them. Even if Lu Yin graduated in the future, Xiao Luo and the others would not be easy to deal with. In the depths of the ocean of death, Kuang Wang's star energy transformed into a boat that swayed leisurely on the surface of the ocean of death. At this location, the ocean of death was even more murky. The ocean of death's decomposition of star energy has increased, Kuang Wang said solemnly. Feng Shang frowned. How long can you last? At this speed, it'll take at most 2 days. If we speed up any further, we might not even last a day, said Kuang Wang. Xiao Luo looked at Lu Yin and asked, that means that if we don't count Lu Yin, we can still cross the astral sea for about 3 more days. Brother Lu, how long can you last? Lu Yin muttered to himself for a moment before replying, I'm not sure, but the decomposition speed will increase. A conservative estimate would be a day. 4 days. It'll take us 10 days to cross the ocean of death. It'll be troublesome if we still don't reach the end, said Feng Shang helplessly. An idea suddenly flashed through Lu Yin's mind, but it disappeared in an instant. He had not been able to grasp it, and he was rather annoyed. He felt that this idea would definitely be useful, but he just could not recall it. Suddenly, the ocean of death began to tremble. Everyone was bewildered. Lu Yin scanned his surroundings before finally looking at the bottom of the sea. His expression changed. Be careful. Something's coming out from the bottom of the sea. That can't be, right? There are creatures at the bottom of the sea. Kuang Wang exclaimed. He had never heard of such a thing. No one could answer him, and not even Lu Yin knew what would emerge from the bottom of the sea. The tremors grew more and more intense. Soon, a towering pillar of water rose from the side of the small boat, brushing past Kuang Wang's shoulder as it rushed upwards. Then, it splashed out and fell into the sea. The few of them were at a loss. There was nothing. Xiao Luo caught a glimpse of red, and when he looked at Kuang Wang, his expression changed. You're injured. Kuang Wang was startled. He touched his cheek and was overwhelmed with shock. The water column had touched his face just now, and just a touch was enough to injure him. The seemingly harmless water column was actually so powerful. Lu Yin's expression changed, and he looked towards the bottom of the sea. He then used his star energy to forcefully change the boat's position, causing a pillar of water to shoot up into the sky and splash out like a fountain. Senior Kuang Wang, leave quickly, Lu Yin said sternly. Each of them had their own abilities and innate battle techniques. These war spirits were all monstrous geniuses from the Astral Combat Academy. Although they could not compare to the top 100 rankings in terms of absolute power, they had all sorts of tricks up their sleeves. Even if Lu Yin wanted to destroy all of them, it would take some time. There were 2 lockbreakers among them, and they used their lock-breaking techniques to neutralize Lu Yin's overlaying stacks. One of the lockbreaker war spirits gave Lu Yin a familiar feeling, as their fighting style was exactly the same as Dao Bo's. Could it be Dao Bo? The war spirit's domain collided with Lu Yin's, and the war spirit's battle force collided with Lu Yin's, causing the ocean of death to tremble. Behind them, Feng Shang and the others were facing a bitter battle as they were surrounded by 7 war spirits. Kuang Wang was the first to fall, as his azure dragon was dispersed by a war spirit's 4-lined battle force the moment it was released. His emperor butterfly grass was also torn apart by another war spirit, and he was the first to die. Feng Shang was not faring much better. His 7 spinning slash destroyed a war spirit, but he was also heavily injured by another war spirit. In comparison, Xiao Luo was actually the one who was able to hold on the longest. His lock-breaking techniques could neutralize the war spirit's attacks, but he definitely would not be able to hold on for much longer. Lu Yin defeated 3 war spirits in a row, and then a fierce attack came crashing down from the top of his head. To one side, a war spirit slashed out with its sword, tearing through the void. On the other side, a strange cold wind appeared in the ocean of death, and it tried to freeze Lu Yin. Although there were many attacks, none of them reached the limit of what Lu Yin could withstand. The war spirits were dealt with one by one, and by the time he destroyed the last war spirit, Xiao Luo had perished together with another war spirit. 16 war spirits attacked Lu Yin, 8 of which were fake while the other 8 were real. Aside from Lu Yin, no one else could withstand the combined attacks of 8 realm masters. Lu Yin floated a meter above the ocean of death and looked up. He could not fly any higher, and as he thought about it, the star energy beneath his feet transformed into a boat, and he stood atop it. In the end, he was the only one left. The ocean of death was not easy to cross. He did not know if this was the most difficult part, but it probably was not. Among the past generations of Astral Combat Academy students, there should have been 10 realm masters who had joined forces to cross the ocean of death, but they had still been defeated. This proved that the ocean of death had the power to wipe out 10 realm masters working together. The Astral Combat Academy's 10 realm masters working together was enough to contend with an expert from the top 100 rankings, and the power of the attacks just now had not reached the level of the top 100 rankings. While Lu Yin was thinking about this, a war spirit slowly appeared in the distance. Lu Yin's eyes trembled, and a sense of foreboding rose in his heart. He stared at the war spirit. It was very strong. The war spirit approached Lu Yin step by step, an umbrella formed from star energy in its hand. It walked across the ocean of death and walked out of the black and yellow fog. When it was about 100 meters away from Lu Yin, it lowered the umbrella and pointed the tip at Lu Yin. Strange insects flew out from the umbrella and rushed towards Lu Yin. These insects were like centipedes that had grown 100 times in size. They were ferocious and terrifying, and they tore through the void as they passed. Lu Yin's scalp went numb, and he waved a hand, causing a strong gale to push the insects away. He looked up and saw that a giant umbrella had appeared in the sky at some point, covering the entire area. Inside the umbrella was a 1,000-meter-long insect that had 5-line battle force imprinted on its body. With a whoosh, the giant insect rushed towards Lu Yin, its huge body wrapping around him in layers as it entrenched itself in the void around Lu Yin. Lu Yin felt a wave of dizziness. Not good, there's poison. He did not dare to be careless and used flash to avoid the attack. He then slapped the insect's body with a 30 stacks 40-fold shockwave palm, breaking apart a section of the insect's body. Even the 5-line battle force imprinted on the insect's body could not withstand the attack. The war spirit wielding the umbrella ferociously rushed towards Lu Yin and struck out with both of its palms. The star energy in its palms underwent a strange transformation, as if it had been compressed. Lu Yin raised his elbow and met the war spirit's attack head-on. The void transformed into a wave that swept out, and Lu Yin felt a sharp pain in his arm. What a ferocious palm strength, and its ability to compress star energy had actually reached the standard of 20 stacks. This person was definitely one of the few realm masters in the history of the Astral Combat Academy, and among the current realm masters, only Starsibyl could contend against him. This ferocious palm's strength was capable of damaging Lu Yin's spiritual force, but unfortunately, it was useless against Lu Yin. The insect entrenched itself once again, completely enveloping Lu Yin and the war spirit. The intense poisonous gas caused Lu Yin to feel dizzy. He did not hesitate and struck out with both hands. One of his palms landed on the war spirit's body while the other landed on the insect's body. The two palms caused both the insect and the war spirit to crumble, turning into rune lines that dissipated into the ocean of death. It was truly difficult to find someone who could match Lu Yin in the Astral Combat Academy, even if it was the past generations of students. It was a pity that Feng Shang and the other two had died. Otherwise, they might have been able to recognize who that war spirit was based on. The umbrella, the insect, and the five-lined battle force were all too obvious. Just as Lu Yin was about to take a break, the entire ocean of death began to boil once again. This time, it was not just this space that was boiling, but rather the entire ocean of death. Lu Yin's face went pale, and he leapt up into the sky. He endured the pressure and looked into the distance. Regardless of whether it was in front or behind him, the entire ocean of death was boiling as endless rune lines shot up into the sky and condensed. Lu Yin landed on the star energy boat and gritted his teeth as he looked at the scene before him. How could this be? Almost all of the rune lines in the ocean of death were being condensed, and they were all trying to force him out. Based on the strength of this force, how had the people of the past reached the end? How had the 10 arbiters done this? It would be difficult for him to maintain his current position for long. Fortunately, the little boat still had Lu Yin's star energy, or else it would have already been decomposed. Even so, the monkey estimated that he would not be able to last more than a few days. What kind of crappy place is this? There's not even a ghost here. I'm not a rower. There can't be a war spirit, right? I can't hold on any longer. That thing just now was a finger, right? It's too scary. Speaking of which, 7th bro, no, I mean, how did this bastard survive? What kind of spell was he chanting? Looks like this bastard has a lot of secrets. He's always trying to hide from me. How many times have I told him that we're one and can't be separated? How many secrets do you have that can compare to progenitor Wushang's hide? There seems to be a ghost. The monkey headed in the direction of the chatterbox and did not return. While Lu Yin was unconscious, he had been talking non-stop, and he had not even repeated himself. He had forcefully turned the lifeless ocean of death into a tea party. The little boat was noticeably thinner, and the monkey wailed, 7th bro, wake up. I can't hold on any longer. No, a man can't say that he can't hold on any longer. Speaking of which, I wonder how Sister Fengjiu is doing. She must be very lonely. Tui, can she be more lonely than me? What is this ocean of death made of? Can it be drunk? I'm actually thirsty. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Yin felt as if his head was about to explode. He woke up in a daze, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the monkey staring straight at him. Lu Yin frowned, and he raised a hand to slap the monkey. The monkey slammed into the little boat and cursed, bastard, you're crazy. Why did you hit me? Lu Yin rubbed his head and stood up. Ever since I let you out, you haven't stopped talking nonsense. My headache is all because of you. The monkey felt wronged. How can you blame me? Where are you looking? It's so lifeless, and I can't even see the end of it. It's so scary, it's like a ghost. There were even worse spirits that appeared earlier, which scared me to death. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. You're a tomb raider, and you're afraid of ghosts. Speaking of which, you're a ghost yourself. I'm a mighty monkey, not a ghost. Also, that's not called tomb raiding. That's called archaeological research. Research, the monkey shouted. Luin was speechless. All right, I got it. Research. He then looked at the boat and saw that there was only a thin layer left. It would probably disintegrate in a few more hours, and it had to be hard on the monkey. Luin took action and quickly solidified the boat. He recalled the monkey and looked into the distance. I wonder how much longer it will take to reach the end. He then steered the boat deeper into the sea. As the boat headed towards the ocean of death, the phantom finger appeared in Lu Yin's mind again and again. If not for the Stonewall scriptures, he would not have been able to see those changes. Similarly, if not for that finger, the Stonewall scriptures would have caused him to faint. Lu Yin did not know, and he walked over to the footprints and observed them. The footprints are very small. Either the person is young, or it's a woman. It should be a woman. Didn't they say that one of the 10 arbiters has been here before? The monkey asked. Lu Yin agreed with the monkey's guess, and he turned to look into the depths of the island. A dark canyon opened up, and he might be able to enter the island after passing through it. Lu Yin did not hesitate and stepped into the canyon. As soon as he entered, a gust of cold wind swept past him, causing his hair to stand on end. Just as he was about to speak, there was an explosion in his head. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. What right do you ants have to kill me? What right do you have? 5 has changed the heavens, and 5 has become 6. From now on, this region of space has been covered in a veil of hypocrisy. I can't accept this. The heavens have changed, the heavens have changed. I want to rebel. I want to kill. I want to kill until this region of space flows with blood. Lu Yin covered his head and panted heavily as he looked ahead. These voices should have been left behind from ancient times, and they were accompanied by the gust of cold wind. They were filled with unwillingness and resentment. What the hell? In principle, each person only has one chance to ascend the stargazing deck. I've already given you 2 chances, so no more. Lu Yin said loudly, Mentor, you said that the same scene won't change even if I repeat it. That's why you don't allow me to do it again. However, I'm confident that I can see different things even if it's the same scene. Please give me another chance. The Star Master asked, Kid, do you think that the Academy should make an exception for you? Lu Yin was stunned and hurriedly said, I wouldn't dare. The Star Master looked at Lu Yin. Since ancient times, there have been countless people with extraordinary innate gifts. It's not as if no one in Astral 10 has reached your current level. Even the 10 arbiters from back then refused to repeat their request. You should leave. Lu Yin was helpless. Even the 10 arbiters had rejected him. Mentor, can't you give me another chance? The 10 arbiters are the 10 arbiters, not Astral 10 student. I've contributed to the Academy, and bled for it. The Star Master replied, Leave. Lu Yin sighed. This old man was abnormally stubborn. If a student wants to ascend another Academy's stargazing deck, will you stop me? Lu Yin suddenly thought of this question and hurriedly asked. The Star Master replied, The other Academy's stargazing decks have nothing to do with me. However, I must remind you that no Academy allows students to ascend the stargazing decks twice. That means that students can ascend the stargazing decks in other academies, but they can't repeat it. Just like Astral 10, right? Lu Yin asked expectantly. The Star Master did not reply. Lu Yin understood. There were 10 academies and 9 stargazing decks, which meant that he could ascend the stargazing decks 9 times. He only had 9 chances to comprehend that finger technique. Luin bowed to the Starmaster and then left the stargazing deck. He couldn't wait to go to the other Academy's stargazing decks to observe that finger technique. He really lacked a powerful battle technique. Before leaving Astral 10, Luin was called over by Old Kai, who had learned that Astral 10 was going to recruit students in the Interverse in the near future. Old Kai wanted to know if Luin wanted to return. Luin was Astral 10's signature student. Luin calculated the days and shook his head. I don't have time in the near future. The Day-Night Clan's Day-Night Banquet is about to begin, and I've been invited. Old Kai was surprised. Day-Night Banquet. Luin nodded. Old Kai's gaze and expression were strange. He muttered to himself for a while before saying, since you've been invited, it's not good to decline. Alright, Astral 10 doesn't need you anymore. Thank you, Old Kai, Luin said and then turned to leave. Old Kai suddenly said, Right, the Day-Night Clan's Day-Night Banquet is very grand. Kid, try to keep a low profile. Luin was puzzled, but he still replied, Got it. I've always kept a low profile. Old Kai's mouth twitched, as he couldn't tell how this kid was keeping a low profile. If anyone asks about Astral 10, just say that you're not familiar with it. Luin blinked. But I'm from Astral 10. You said you weren't familiar with him. This is for your own good, said Old Kai. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. There was something wrong with this old man, and he had sensed it when the Day-Night Banquet was mentioned. Could he have stolen something from the Day-Night Clan? Old Kai felt uncomfortable under Lu Yin's gaze. Alright, hurry up and leave. I still have to make money bombs, so I don't have time for you. Right, don't use money bombs in the Day-Night Clan's territory. Remember, don't ever use them. Luin was certain that this old man had offended someone from the Day-Night Clan. What a scam. Did he scam Luin? There was no way he could get anything out of Old Kai, so Luin immediately went to look for the Sandmaster. He wanted to find out more, but the Sandmaster remained silent and said the same thing as Old Kai. You have to keep a low profile during the Day-Night Banquet. Remember, keeping a low profile is the way to go. But Sandmaster, you once said that a person needs to be bold. Boldness is the foundation for increasing battle force, Luin answered seriously. The Sandmaster rolled his eyes. That depends on the time. Anyway, it's for your own good. Just do whatever that old man tells you. He won't harm you. Then tell me what happened, said Lin Feng. You don't need to know about the older generation. Remember, don't ever use money bombs. Student. Alright, that's enough. Let's go. Luin had been chased away by the Sandmaster, but he was still unwilling to accept it. Old Kai's attitude had been too strange, and Luin could not allow himself to be cheated without knowing why. More importantly, this was the Day-Night Clan. Even if he had the backing of the Pirate King Heizage Leon, at most, Heizage Leon would seek revenge after his death. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 409. Luin would not normally expose himself to unpredictable dangers, as this was not a training session. He was just attending a banquet, so there was no need to risk his life. Unfortunately, the Rain Master, Star Master, and Trial Master did not mention anything. Luin was already considering whether or not he should reveal Heizage Leon's background when his gadget beeped. It was Lily and who had contacted him. Luin was shocked. How had she managed to contact him while he was still in the academy? However, he quickly recovered. Lily and was also a student of the Astral Combat Academy, so she could naturally contact him. Hello, Miss and Luine greeted. Brother Lu, I hope I'm not disturbing you, Lillian replied. Not at all. What's the matter, Miss and Luine asked. It's nothing important. I just remembered that I haven't toured Frostwave Weave yet. Brother Lu is the uncrowned king of Frostwave Weave, so I hope that Brother Lu can take care of me when I visit Frostwave Weave. Miss and is too polite. I'm not some uncrowned king. Of course, if Miss and visits Frostwave Weave one day, I'll definitely be a good host. Just a good host. Aren't we friends? Or is Brother Lu looking down on a little girl from a small family in a small flow zone? Lillian sounded aggrieved. Luine hurriedly replied, Of course not, I misspoke. If Miss and visits Frostwave Weave one day, I'll definitely be a good friend. I'm just kidding. Alright, it's settled then. See you in Frostwave Weave. See you in Frostwave Weave. Luine hung up and muttered to himself. Lillian was the heir of Northline Flowzone's Lily family and an explorer, so there was no need for her to inform him of her trip to the Outerverse. Luine thought back to her attitude when they had first met and how she had intentionally flattered him. Could it be related to Frostwave Weave? Otherwise, why would she suddenly contact him? Was there something in Frostwave Weave worth paying attention to? Luine did not understand. Perhaps he was overthinking things. Luine laughed. Ever since he had become the Great U Empire's royal regent, many things had become complicated. Perhaps she was just casually chatting to get closer to him. He didn't take the matter of Lily and to heart and rested in Astral 10 for another 2 days before heading to Astral 7, which was the closest to Astral 10. Over the past 2 days, Feng Shang and Quang Wang had both contacted him to ask about the Ocean of Death. Lu Yin and the rest of Astral 10 agreed that he had been forced out of the Ocean of Death just like everyone else. The two of them did not suspect anything, as they had never believed that Lu Yin had anything to do with the 9 trial zones. Even the headmaster had not been able to find the reason. Although there was no result from crossing the Ocean of Death, the two still transferred the money to Lu Yin. Lu Yin's account at the Mavis Bank now had an additional 1.5 million star crystals. It was not much, but it was not little either. After all, the two of them were still students. Astral 7 was located in the erudite flow zone, and according to the coordinates, it would take a long time for a normal spacecraft to arrive. He didn't have that much time to waste, so he had no choice but to buy an Aurora spacecraft from the treasury before he left Astral 10. It was said that Astral 10 had kept the Aurora spacecraft for a very long time, and it had been upgraded to the Radiant grade. A normal single-person Aurora spacecraft cost more than 10,000 star crystals, but a Radiant-grade spacecraft cost 100 times more than that. It cost 1 million star crystals. According to the market price, a Radiant-grade spacecraft was not worth that much, but the market always paid attention to supply and demand. The monkey woke up. He had fainted on the island at the end of the Ocean of Death, and he had only woken up now. Lu Yin grunted. How do you feel? My head hurts. The monkey sounded uncomfortable. Seventh bro, do you still remember those words? Did you ask your mentors what they meant? Lu Yin shook his head. Right, have you translated the words from the centipede's body? No, we don't have the time. Also, I've been confused by those voices. Where are we? The monkey asked. The Tempest Flow Zone, Lu Yin casually replied. Where? The monkey shrieked. Lu Yin frowned. The Tempest Flow Zone. Why? Is there a problem again? Nonsense, why are you here? Don't you know how the Tempest Flow Zone got its name? Don't you know how dangerous it is? You'll definitely die if you get sucked into the storms, the monkey shouted. Luin calmly replied, "It's not that serious. Otherwise, there wouldn't be anyone left alive in this flow zone. The probability of those storms appearing is too low. Someone calculated that there's a 1 in a million chance of encountering them." Seventh bro, do you know how high the probability of encountering a spacecraft is for a 1 in a million chance of encountering it? It's like looking at the Tempest flow zone from a high vantage point, and it's filled with storms. The monkey was speechless. Don't worry. The Fong family, the fire scorpion sect, and many other powers live here. That's because they know the pattern of the storms and know the safe routes. You barged in without knowing anything. Even a 1 in a million chance is considered low. How do you know that I don't know the pattern? Do I even need to say it? Do you? No. The monkey was helpless. Seventh bro, can't we do things more safely in the future? The universe is so big, and anything can happen. Luin was annoyed. Do you really think that I didn't do my homework before coming here? This route is the safest route to cross the Tempest flow zone. Bullshit. The information on the network is based on the experiences of ordinary people. The safest route is in the hands of those powers, so how could they possibly announce it? Do you know why no one has attacked the Tempest flow zone for so many years? Because of this, no one wants their own fleet to be swallowed by the storms as soon as they arrive. These storms threaten the safety of the Tempest flow zone, and they're also the greatest barrier against external attacks. That's why no one would announce the safest route, just like in the cosmic sea. Luin thought about it and agreed. Forget it. Since we're already here, let's just go with the flow. The monkey felt helpless. I feel like I'll be killed by you one day. Why are you so afraid of the Tempest flow zone storms? Luin was puzzled. The monkey muttered to himself for a moment. An elder in my family was swallowed by a storm, and not even his corpse was left behind. That elder was an enlighter. Lu Yin's scalp went numb, and he regretted it. If he had known earlier, he would have gone to another academy instead of taking such a risk. Right, if he didn't know anything, he could ask the local tyrant. Lu Yin immediately contacted Feng Shang. Brother Lu, what's the matter? Feng Shang appeared on his screen. Lu Yin replied, Brother Feng, can I ask if there's a safe route for me to cross the Tempest flow zone? Feng Shang was puzzled. Why are you going to the Tempest flow zone? I'm going to Astral 7. The fastest route is through the Tempest flow zone, Lu Yin answered. Feng Shang was even more puzzled. Why are you going to Astral 7? To exchange information, Lu Yin replied. Feng Shang was speechless. Which route are you taking now? Lu Yin showed his route to Feng Shang, who replied, Sure, no problem. As long as you don't deviate from the path, it's fine. Although this route isn't the safest, the chances of encountering a storm are much lower than the other routes. It won't be easy for you to encounter one. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 410. Seventh bro, this Feng Shang isn't bad. He's an honest person, the monkey said. Lu Yin watched as his own spacecraft overtook the others one by one, and he was satisfied with his speed. However, when he thought about the black hole grade aurora, his mood soured. He still owed the Outerverse Youth Council a black hole grade spacecraft. No, he owed Wendy Yushan. That spacecraft had been specially given to her by the council, but he had destroyed it. Forget it, Wendy Yushan is an explorer, so she shouldn't mind. Lu Yin comforted himself. After reciting the Stonewall scriptures for a while, Lu Yin fell asleep. After an unknown amount of time, the monkey suddenly shouted in panic. Lu Yin was woken up by the noise. What's all that noise about? Look, those spacecraft are all heading back. The monkey shouted. Lu Yin opened his eyes and looked ahead. Spacecraft after spacecraft swept past him and rushed back. Lu Yin felt that something was amiss, especially when he saw two single-person spacecraft crash into each other and explode. He decisively changed his route and headed back the way he had come. Spacecraft would plan their own routes in space, and when two spacecraft reached a certain distance, they would automatically switch routes. It was impossible for them to crash into each other. The only possibilities were that the spacecraft systems had malfunctioned, or that the pilots were too panicked and did not want to wait for the spacecraft to replan their routes. Thus, they had frantically chosen their own route. What's that? The monkey shouted in panic. Lu Yin looked up, and his pupils shrank. He saw a gray torrent sweeping towards him at an extremely fast speed, swallowing up spacecraft after spacecraft. Every time it swallowed a spacecraft, the gray torrent would pause for a moment, but it would quickly sweep forward again. Lu Yin finally understood why those spacecraft had fled in such a panic. This was a storm, and that bastard Feng Shang had said that it was difficult to run into one. Run, seventh bro. Lu Yin looked at the system and tried to replan his route, but the storm's force field had destroyed it. Lu Yin had no choice but to choose his own route and head back. Spacecraft after spacecraft were swallowed up and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The radiant-grade spacecraft were not slow, and they were about the same speed as the storm. Lu Yin relaxed, as the storm would not last for too long. He should be able to escape. Careful! The monkey shouted. Lu Yin gritted his teeth and steered his spacecraft to the left. He had almost collided with another spacecraft, and he would have been finished if he had. He would have definitely been swallowed by the storm. At that moment, a small spacecraft beside him turned around and flew back. It was also a radiant-grade spacecraft that was far more expensive than Lu Yin's single-person spacecraft, and its speed was about the same. At this moment, only the speed of radiant-grade spaceships could escape the engulfment of the storm. Lu Yin's eyes were filled with star energy as he stared straight ahead, afraid that another spacecraft would crash into him. Suddenly, he felt that the line to his right, which was the rune lines, was being strangely condensed. He turned around and saw a person standing on the small spacecraft. The person was coldly glaring at him with a palm that was ready to attack. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This wasn't good. This person wanted to use him to slow down the storm so that they could escape on their own. Based on the number of rune lines that had been condensed, this person was a cruiser, and not an ordinary one at that. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to afford a radiant-grade spacecraft. Seventh bro, be careful. The monkey shouted. Lu Yin released the monkey. You control the spacecraft. He then retrieved an item from his cosmic ring, which was the money bomb that he had bought from Old Kai. Since Old Kai wanted to send him to his death, then Lu Yin would not sit still and wait for his death. Old Kai, I hope that you're reliable. There were still a dozen people on the small spacecraft to the right. Captain, let's attack. We don't know how long this storm will last, and we might not be able to escape. At the top of the spacecraft, the cruiser's eyes were cold as he stared at Lu Yin. My apologies, but you can only blame your bad luck for blocking this calamity for us. He then attacked with his palm, and a giant palm print traversed the heavens and pressed down on Lu Yin's personal spacecraft. Lu Yin's eyes widened. What a powerful attack. Lu Yin's power level had to be over 80,000. He didn't even think about it as he pointed the unsealed side of the money bomb at the cruiser and poured star energy into it. The next moment, a ray of light shot out and instantly pierced through the cruiser's giant palm print before crashing into the cruiser's body. The cruiser had never imagined that a Lemmeter would be able to unleash such an attack, and he had no intention of dodging. He lowered his head and saw that his abdomen had been pierced. He was dead without a doubt. How could this be? He was an existence who dared to challenge hunters above his realms. His true strength was enough to challenge powerhouses with a power level of over 10,000, but he had actually died at the hands of a Lemmeter. The people in the small spacecraft were stunned as well. The captain had died just like that. Luin hadn't expected the money bomb to be so tyrannical. A single ray of light had instantly killed a cruiser, and the cruiser hadn't even been able to defend himself. It was no wonder why old Kai had said that it could instantly kill a hunter. This kind of destructive power was indeed enough to kill a normal hunter. 50-star essence was not expensive. The money bomb could only be fired once, and after that, the metal sphere in the center would shatter, and the sealed jade bamboo would also dim. Luin put the money bomb away and looked at the small spacecraft. The people in the small spacecraft also looked at him in shock. As for the dead captain, he had long since been swept into the storm. The two parties weren't too far apart, and Luin could clearly see the resentful and venomous gazes of those people. However, those people quickly forgot about Luin. The money bomb's attack had not only killed the cruiser, but it had also destroyed the small spacecraft's roof. The small spacecraft's roof kept shaking, and it didn't take long for it to shatter. The small spacecraft's speed also gradually decreased. Luin didn't feel any sympathy for them. If that cruiser hadn't attacked him, he wouldn't have retaliated either. These people were willing to sacrifice others for his sake, and regardless of whether or not there was any enmity between them, they deserved to die. The small spacecraft gradually fell behind, and Luin turned around and focused on operating the spacecraft. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 411. Feng Sheng put down his gadget and sighed. You can't be that unlucky, right? Brother Lu, you're really unlucky. Since ancient times, very few people who had been swallowed by a storm had ever returned alive. Of course, some had survived, but everyone's experiences were different. Some said that they had fallen into a bottomless abyss, some said that they had fallen into a sealed space, some said that they had fallen into a forest, and some even said that they had fallen into a golden sea. When asked how they had returned, no one knew. It was as if their memories had been erased. Gradually, however, many people discovered a common point: anyone who could return alive was a good person. It was impossible to determine the definition of a good person, but anyone who could return alive from a storm was kind-hearted, and almost none of them had killed anyone before. Not all good people could return alive, but those who did were all good people. Luin did not define himself as a good person, so he had done everything he could to escape the storm, but he had still been swallowed in the end. When he woke up, all he could see was a forest, but it was not a tall forest. Instead, it was a forest of short trees that were about 2 meters tall. He had never seen such a forest before, and he rubbed his head. He had been too careless. Ever since he had become famous throughout the universe, he had stopped being cautious. Based on his previous personality, he would not have taken this path even if there was a 1 in a billion chance of encountering a storm. Thankfully, he had not died. He looked around again, but it was still silent. He looked up and saw a bright light in the distance. He did not know if he was looking at the sky or the universe, but it was too bright and golden. The golden light in the distance extended all the way to the sky above the forest. Luin stood up and called out to the monkey, but there was no response. The damned monkey had gone silent again, its defenses were too weak. Luin tried to fly, but he found that he could not do so. He would be pressed down by an unknown pressure when he was half a meter above the ground. He could not fly in this area. The forest was 3 meters tall, which meant that he could not exceed its height. Then, Did this mean that the forest could not grow because of this pressure? Suddenly, there was a loud sound in the distance. Lu Yin turned around and thought for a moment before slowly approaching. No matter what, he had to find the person first. He remembered that he had been swallowed by a storm and should have died. Where was this place? Not long after, the trees in front of him swayed and a large area was pushed to the side. A man appeared in front of him in a panic, and the two looked at each other. The man was delighted to see Lu Yin and pointed behind him. There's a ghost. Lu Yin's hair stood on end. Ghost? Are you sure? The man nodded and looked back one more time before hurriedly running past Lu Yin. Lu Yin turned around and his expression changed. Was this a war spirit? A war spirit, a war spirit. There was no mistaking it, it was a war spirit. If there were war spirits here, could this be a trial zone of the Astral Combat Academy? That was impossible. That man was clearly a middle-aged man, so it was impossible for him to have entered the trial zones. Furthermore, he was only a seeker and had not even started cultivating. He couldn't even enter the Astral Combat Academy's main gate. Since it wasn't a trial zone, where was this place? Why was there a fighting soul? The war spirit only had the strength of a sentinel, and with a wave of his hand, it turned into rune lines and disappeared. The man was stunned when he saw this scene from a short distance away. He stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. You killed a ghost. It's not a ghost. Alright, tell me, where is this place? The man panicked. Within the storm. Lu Yin frowned. Within the storm. There's a forest. The man shook his head, his face pale. I don't know. In any case, I was swallowed by the storm and woke up in this damned place. There's nothing here besides ghosts. He then looked at the cosmic ring on Lu Yin's finger and asked expectantly, Can you give me something to eat? There's really nothing here. I've been starving for days. Lu Yin nodded, but just as he was about to give the man something, an overwhelming pressure pressed down on him. Lu Yin's expression changed, and he subconsciously retracted his aura using the invisible aura technique before using his domain to blend into the environment. The man was crushed into a puddle of blood by this pressure. Lu Yin did not allow himself to make a single sound as he stood in place. Not too far away, a war spirit swept past without stopping. Lu Yin did not dare to look, as this pressure clearly surpassed that of a hunter. A hunter war spirit. This was definitely not a trial zone. Was this the inside of the storm? The formation of a war spirit came from rune lines, so did this place have something to do with the rune ancestor? Lu Yin sighed as he looked at the puddle of blood on the ground. If there was even a hunter war spirit here, then there might be even more powerful ones. He was in danger, so he had to be careful. With that in mind, he walked in the direction of the dazzling golden light. He did not know how large this forest was, and he could not see the end of it. Lu Yin walked through the forest for 2 days, and he encountered quite a few war spirits along the way. Some were strong, some were weak, but fortunately, there were not many that could pose a threat to him, and he managed to evade them all. However, he did not see a single living person. With the speed of the storm, hunters might be able to escape, but cruisers would not. Thus, it was rare for a hunter or above to be swallowed up by the storm, and even if there were, it would be an accident. Lu Yin also saw quite a few spacecraft in the forest, both large and small. One of the larger spacecraft had just been killed not too long ago, and fresh blood had stained the floor and flowed into the forest. The biggest difference between this place and the trial zones was that the victims were truly dead, unlike the trial zones where they simply vanished. Lu Yin casually destroyed a war spirit and then looked at the corpse on the ground. This person was only a melder who had died not too long ago, so a corpse did not pique Lu Yin's interest. What he was interested in was that this person was actually one of the people who had been on the small spacecraft. Lu Yin remembered that their clothes were very unique, and they had probably been custom-made for a group. Since this person had appeared here, it meant that the others on the small spacecraft were not too far away. Lu Yin's eyes were filled with murderous intent. If not for those two cruisers, he would not have ended up here. He had to get his revenge. Anyone who had fallen into this forest would probably head in the direction of the golden light, and Lu Yin believed that those people were no exception. The further he went in the direction of the golden light, the more war spirits he encountered. Unfortunately, he still did not see a single living person. Along the way, Lu Yin destroyed at least 20 war spirits, which was something that he could accomplish with his power level that rivaled a cruiser's. However, most people would not be able to do so, and death was a common occurrence. Not long after, Lu Yin saw smoke rising from a kitchen, but it was quickly blown away. His eyes lit up, there was someone there. He immediately rushed over. In the distance, a large swath of trees had been cut down, revealing an empty space where a dozen people were gathered. Are you looking to die? There are so many ghosts here. What if they're attracted here? Someone shouted in a low voice. Around him, the others glared at a young man. The young man was terrified. I am sorry. All right, enough with the nonsense. Hurry up and move, just in case, someone else suggested. The person beside him was dissatisfied. It wasn't easy for us to create an empty space, and now we have to leave. Then you stay behind and deal with those ghosts. 2 people, go to the spacecraft and bring the supplies out. Who knows how long it'll take to get out of this damned place. I heard that very few people are able to make it out of the storm alive, and those who do are all good people. Bullshit, are there still good people in the universe? Don't be naive. Soon enough, the dozen or so people left the empty space. After they left, several war spirits appeared. They had made a wise decision to leave, but their luck was not good. They had not even left a kilometer when they met a cruiser war spirit head-on. The dozen or so people turned pale with fright, and they subconsciously split up to escape. However, against a cruiser war spirit, these people could not escape at all. Just as the war spirit was about to kill them, 2 figures rushed out from 2 different directions and attacked the war spirit. Bang! Bang! 2 loud sounds rang out as the war spirit was destroyed. The 2 figures retreated a few meters and stared ahead. Lu Yin looked at the person who had attacked the cruiser war spirit with him, and his expression changed. It's you. When the person saw Lu Yin, his expression changed as well. He was the cruiser who had been knocked unconscious by Lu Yin with progenitor Wushang's hide and thrown into the storm. It's you. When he saw Lu Yin, the person became excited, and his eyes flashed with killing intent. Great, I never thought that I would run into you here. The heavens have allowed me to take revenge for my brother. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and his killing intent surged. You tried in vain to make someone else die in your place. Whether it's you or your brother, both of you deserve to die. You're the one who's going to die now. The cruiser shouted, and his body transformed to become as sturdy as a rock. Lu Yin was shocked. It was actually an innate gift, and this person had actually been hiding his strength. Lu Yin did not plan on fighting against a cruiser with an innate gift. Progenitor Wushang's hide appeared in his palm once more, as this was his true trump card. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure swept over them, and Lu Yin and the cruiser looked at each other in shock. It was actually a hunter war spirit, and the 2 of them charged towards the golden light without hesitation. All of their personal grudges had been thrown to the back of their minds. Lu Yin had hoped to use his invisible aura technique to hide, but he knew that the cruiser would not let him escape so easily. He had no choice but to flee together. The pressure increased, and Lu Yin felt a chill run down his back. He could already feel the war spirit's aura, and more rune lines were condensing. The war spirit was about to attack. He gritted his teeth and gripped progenitor Wushang's hide tightly. He hesitated for a moment, wondering if he should throw it out. But before he could think further, the hunter war spirit changed directions and chased after the cruiser. Lu Yin was stunned. It hadn't attacked him. What was the reason? Could it be because of progenitor Wushang's hide? According to the monkey, progenitor Wushang and the symbol progenitor were both progenitors. Perhaps at that level, the power left behind by both parties could sense each other, which was why Lu Yin had been able to avoid being killed. No matter what the reason was, Lu Yin relaxed. As long as the war spirit had not attacked him, everything was fine. The cruiser sensed the war spirit chasing after him, and his soul almost left his body. He did not have the ability to challenge a hunter like his elder brother, so he immediately sped up and fled. Lu Yin's eyes flickered, but he did not move too far away. Instead, he kept a distance between the cruiser and the war spirit. In the forest, a terrifying aura swept out, causing many trees to collapse. At the very front, a cruiser was fleeing for his life while a war spirit chased after him. Even further behind was Lu Yin. This region of space was abnormally sturdy, and it was impossible to tear through the void to move. Thus, all three parties were moving at roughly the same speed. Above their heads, the golden light grew more and more dazzling. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 412. Lu Yin stared into the distance with a shocked expression. Through his transformed eyes, he could see an indescribable amount of rune lines condensing in the distance. The amount of rune lines that had been condensed was enough to pierce through the horizon, far surpassing the amount that had been condensed in the ocean of death. What was this thing that could condense so many rune lines? Compared to a hunter's rune lines, the amount of rune lines condensed in the distance seemed endless. Lu Yin suddenly felt a stabbing pain in his eyes, and 2 streams of blood flowed down his cheeks. He hurriedly lowered his head and wiped his eyes. No, he couldn't look anymore. He quickly withdrew the star energy from his eyes. He looked up again, but this time, he didn't see rune lines. Instead, he saw a mountain that towered in the distance and blocked part of the golden light. The mountain's shadow was reflected by the golden light, and it seemed to divide the forest into 2. The 3 of them chased each other through this shadow. Lu Yin couldn't imagine what was in the distance, and he couldn't even see it. It was definitely an incomparably terrifying accumulation of power, and its power level was definitely in the hundreds of thousands. After some more time, the cruiser was gradually caught up. The hunter's war spirit tried to test the waters, but the cruiser ended up spitting out blood. The cruiser saw Lu Yin, who was right behind them, and he bellowed in anger. Lu Yin immediately stopped. With the hunter's war spirit in front of him, he didn't care how angry the cruiser was. The cruiser had no choice but to continue fleeing. However, since he had been caught up, his chances of escaping were slim. He pushed aside the forest in front of him and leaped up. When he looked up again, the scenery around him had changed. He was no longer in the forest, but in front of him was a golden sea. His eyes were filled with shock as he stared at the golden sea. Behind him, a terrifying force attacked, and the cruiser's body turned to stone. He turned around and raised his arms in front of him, but there was a thump as he was sent flying by the war spirit. He crashed into the white beach and spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked up in fear, but he found that the war spirit was no longer chasing after him. Instead, it was standing at the edge of the forest, facing him from a distance. The cruiser was ecstatic, as this thing was afraid of the golden sea and didn't dare to approach it. Lu Yin noticed this as well, and he brushed past the war spirit to appear on the white beach. He looked into the distance at the boundless golden ocean and the towering mountain that stood on top of it. This mountain was the culprit that had caused his eyes to bleed, and it was definitely not an ordinary mountain. It had rune lines that could possibly reach a power level in the hundreds of thousands. Cough cough. Lu Yin turned around. The cruiser stood up with great difficulty and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He stared at Lu Yin coldly. Why didn't that thing attack you? Do you know how to get out? Lu Yin's lips curled up as he slowly approached the man. If I were you, I wouldn't be thinking about how to get out. Instead, I would be thinking about how to survive. The cruiser laughed as he retrieved something from his cosmic ring and swallowed it. Do you think that I won't be able to beat you just because I'm injured? You're underestimating cruisers. Cruiser was cruiser, but cruiser. Cruiser too. But, too. Across from him, the cruiser stared at Lu Yin. However, the expected blood did not spurt out. The cruiser only felt a rebounding force snap the branch and almost injure his hand. He stared at Lu Yin's back in disbelief. How could his physical body be so powerful? This person's physical strength was no weaker than an ordinary cruiser's. Before the cruiser could react, Lu Yin's back was ripped apart, revealing progenitor Wushang's hide. The cruiser's eyes stared straight at progenitor Wushang's hide, and his mind went blank. He spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground with a deathly pale face. Lu Yin slowly stood up and looked back at the cruiser. I've been waiting for you for a long time. These were the last words the cruiser heard before he regained consciousness. How could Lu Yin relax when facing an enemy? He had the monkey use his innate gift of shadows to hide progenitor Wushang's hide on his back, waiting for the cruiser to launch a sneak attack. The cruiser was on guard against progenitor Wushang's hide, and he would not open his eyes in a direct confrontation. Lu Yin would only have a chance of succeeding if he allowed the cruiser to launch a sneak attack from behind. The results were as expected, and the cruiser launched a sneak attack on Lu Yin's back and was stunned by progenitor Wushang's hide. From the beach to the mountain, he estimated that it wouldn't be too far. Every once in a while, he would use the man as bait and explore for half a day. Only after confirming that it was absolutely safe would he continue. After repeating this process for several hundred kilometers, the mountain was very close. He estimated that he would only need to explore it a few more times. Plop! The man was thrown into the sea for the umpteenth time, but he was sure that there was nothing in the sea and that it was very safe. His fear gradually disappeared, and his thoughts cleared. Through the water, he saw Lu Yin cautiously scanning his surroundings. He suddenly used his innate gift and forcefully broke free from the star energy bindings, rushing towards the other side. One hour, 2 hours, 1 day, 2 days. Lu Yin climbed for 5 days, and when he grew tired, he would stop to rest and chat with the monkey for a bit before continuing. The scenery in this space was always monotonous, and the higher he climbed, the more he could see into the distance. He saw the forest, the white beach, and the occasional black dot that was either a person or a war spirit. The people in the forest definitely could not see Lu Yin, and they would never expect that there was someone climbing up the mountain. While Lu Yin was working hard to climb, the Great Yu Empire's war to reclaim Frostwave Weave was nearing its end. The captains of the Great Yu Empire's 13 imperial squadrons were all cruisers, and there were very few people in Frostwave Weave who could compare to them. When Undying Yushan had been in power, he had already formulated a strategy to unify Frostwave Weave. As long as there were no other powers holding them back, it would be too easy for the Great Yu Empire to unify Frostwave Weave. Unifying Frostwave Weave depended on military might, while governance depended on stability and the economy. The Great Yu Empire's economy was in a slump, and even though they had the support of innerverse powers like Watermoon Villa, the threat was too great. The surrounding weaves all tacitly placed a blockade on Frostwave Weave's economy, preventing it from recovering. Even if they managed to unify the entire weave, they would still decline due to economic collapse. Hui Qingshan and the others had been trying to contact Lu Yin over the past few days, hoping that he would take charge, but they could not reach him. Wendy Yushan had even gone into seclusion to cultivate the Yu's secret art. With no other choice, the Great Yu Empire could only slow down their progress in reclaiming Frostwave Weave while simultaneously developing more planets and finding ways to maintain their economy. Chaos Flow Zone was one of the 8 great flow zones of the Innerverse, and it represented the dark side of the Innerverse. In Chaos Flow Zone, order meant that there was no order at all, and the strong were respected here. There was a planet in Chaos Flow Zone called Deep Crimson Planet that was ruled by Deep Crimson Hall, and it was where their headquarters were located. Deep Crimson Hall was one of the powers in Chaos Flow Zone, and it only ruled over a single region. Compared to Stony Mountain, it was like an ant that could be destroyed at any time. However, Deep Crimson Hall had its own methods of survival. In a huge city on Deep Crimson Planet, there was an endless stream of various aircraft. This was especially true at night, when the roads around the city were completely sealed off and turned into a racetrack. Everyone knew that the city's master, Wu Kuang, loved exciting aircraft races, and he would compete with others every day. His cultivation was limited, and he would use modified aircraft to determine the winner. Today was no exception. Dozens of aircraft shuttled through the air, causing the air to distort as they disappeared from the racetrack in the blink of an eye. Wu Kuang's eyes were filled with excitement as he drove his aircraft past one after another, laughing maniacally. The other aircraft did not give way to each other, but none of them could compare to Wu Kuang's. Wu Kuang's flying style was especially barbaric, and he loved to crash into others, which made it so that the other aircraft did not dare to approach him. Gradually, Wu Kuang took the lead. Just as Wu Kuang thought that the night's race was over, another aircraft suddenly overtook him and viciously slammed into him. Wu Kuang was shocked, as someone from Deep Crimson Planet actually dared to ram into him. His position in Deep Crimson Hall was not low, and he ruled over an entire city. He was also an explorer with a power level of close to 50,000, and he was only a step away from breaking through to the cruiser realm. Even in the entire Deep Crimson Hall, he was ranked within the top 10. Others who competed with him did not dare to ram into him. Wu Kuang licked his lips. Interesting. He then drove his aircraft into the other. Bang! Bang! The two aircraft collided violently on the racetrack, causing sparks to fly. Many of the following aircraft were stunned. Someone actually dared to ram into Wu Kuang. Was that person looking to die? There was a mountain path ahead, and the two aircraft collided once more, causing dazzling sparks to fly as they brushed past the mountain path. Just as the two aircraft made a turn on the mountain path, Big Pow raised his head from within the aircraft that had rammed into Wu Kuang's aircraft. His eyes flickered with a cold killing intent, and he looked completely different from when he had been in the academy. He raised his hand, and star energy manifested. Flame God Spear. With a low shout, Big Pow shot out a star energy bullet that was wrapped in two-line battle force and directly hit Wu Kuang. Wu Kuang had never thought that someone would dare to assassinate him, and he subconsciously raised his hand to block. The bullet pierced through his palm and then his entire right arm, tearing through the void and splitting the entire mountain path in two. Behind him, many of the other participants hurriedly stopped and stared blankly at the mountain that had been split apart. Anyway, that expert mentioned it in his autobiography. His record of the rune technology was just one sentence. One piece of heaven covers another piece of heaven. One piece of heaven covers another piece of heaven. What did that mean? Lu Yin did not understand, and he suddenly recalled the voice that had been left behind on the island at the end of the ocean of death. The sky had changed, and the fifth, the sixth. Could it be related to that? What about the symbol ancestor? How much do you know? Lu Yin asked again. The monkey was helpless. I don't know. The symbol ancestor has existed for too long, and his civilization has even gone extinct. It's already pretty good that there are records of him. If you want to know more, you'll have to find a great power in the Neoverse, such as the Three Dark Hands or the Hall of Honor. Perhaps they'll have some records. How long can a progenitor live? Lu Yin did not give up and continued to ask. The monkey did not immediately answer this question and muttered to himself for a long time. I don't know. Logically speaking, even an existence like the Third Night King has lived for a long time and doesn't die easily. Progenitors should be eternal. But I've never heard of any progenitors in this universe, Lu Yin interrupted. The monkey did not reply. Could it be that all of the progenitors that have existed have died? Lu Yin guessed. The monkey replied, I don't know, seventh bro, don't think too much about it. You won't be able to come into contact with a progenitor for at least 1,000 years. No, it should be 10,000 years. No, it should be 100,000 years. In any case, it's impossible for you to come into contact with a progenitor in this lifetime. Emissary. Lu Yin was stunned, as he seemed to have heard of it before. Right, the monkey had mentioned that he had visited the great tomb of an emissary. An emissary is the name given to a powerhouse whose power level exceeds 500,000, and it means that they are the emissaries of the heavens. Such an existence is practically immortal. The Northgate Taisui that we saw previously had a power level of 400,000 at most, and he would never be able to break through to become an emissary. Otherwise, the Northgate family would not have gone into hibernation. Let's put it this way, there are no emissaries in the outerverse, but there might be a few in the innerverse, the monkey explained. Lu Yin was filled with anticipation. What did it mean to have a power level of 500,000? With a single glance, the universe would be destroyed. This was an emissary. Actually, an emissary is a bit too high a goal for you, seventh bro. After all, you were born in the outerverse. Why don't you set a lower goal like Northgate Taisui? The monkey probed. Lu Yin snorted. Stop talking nonsense. Let's continue climbing. The monkey pursed his lips. Who knows how long we'll have to climb this stupid mountain? It's a waste of my time. If only Sister Fengjiu was here, my dear Sister Fengjiu. With Lu Yin's cultivation, climbing the mountain was not difficult, but when he reached a certain height, he discovered that his star energy had been suppressed. His expression immediately changed, as this was a difficult situation. Without star energy, he could only rely on his physical strength to climb. He looked at the mountain peak that he still could not see the top, and he felt a sense of despair. Without star energy, the monkey was basically blocked, and Lu Yin was once again alone as he continued to climb the mountain in silence. He did not know if anyone had ever climbed this mountain before. There were no signs of climbing along the way, and when he thought about the disappearance of the cruiser, it was possible that this mountain would disappear if anyone touched it. The only reason he was an exception might have something to do with the sky platform and the ocean of death. Another 10 days passed, and these 10 days were very painful for Lu Yin. With his physical strength, climbing the mountain was not difficult, but whether it was eating or resting, he had to climb the mountain. He had been maintaining the same posture for 20 days, and he still could not see the top. This process was very boring. Below him, the forest was just beneath his feet, and all he could see was gold. He could no longer see anything else, and he did not know if he was still in that sealed space. More importantly, he did not know when it had started, but his spiritual force had been suppressed. This formless pressure was like boiling a frog in warm water. It was not fierce at first, but the higher he climbed, the more intense it became. At his current position, even with Lu Yin's spiritual force resistance, he felt a little tired. It was impossible for a normal emitter to reach this point, and even an ordinary explorer would not be able to do so. The spiritual force pressure from this position was equivalent to Lu Xiaoqiu's third sword during the tournament of the strongest. Lu Yin shook his head vigorously. He did not care anymore and continued climbing. He had no other choice, he could only climb or die. Another 5 days passed, and Lu Yin's mind was groggy. The spiritual force pressure from this position was quite strong, and he was almost unable to bear it. The mountain peak in front of him changed, and he seemed to have reached the peak. Lu Yin was delighted, and he endured the pain of fainting as he climbed 1,000 meters in one breath. He used all of his strength to support himself, and his entire body fell onto a section of the mountain peak. He panted heavily as he lay flat on his back. This must be the peak. He scanned his surroundings and then looked behind him. His expression changed, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. This was not the peak. There was another peak behind him. No, there were 3 peaks that reached into the sky. There were 3 peaks at the top of a mountain, and this place was definitely not far from the highest point. Lu Yin did not care too much and fell into a deep sleep. This sleep lasted for 2 days, and while he slept, his hands did not dare to leave the ground for fear that he would disappear. At this moment, the day-night flow zone was bustling with activity. The day-night banquet was about to begin, and the day-night clan welcomed the young powerhouses from all over the world. Night Queen Yanqing, Qilian Day-Night, Tiankong Day-Night, Ro Day-Night, Zhua Day-Night, and the other outstanding disciples of the Day-Night clan all rushed back. The Day-Night banquet was a tradition of the Day-Night clan, where they would send out invitations to the younger generation of the universe for them to interact with each other. It was a way for the Day-Night clan to communicate with the outside world, and all young people hoped to be invited to the Day-Night banquet. The Day-Night banquet was like a social circle. Of course, invitations were just invitations, and not everyone would attend. After all, the universe was too vast, and many people were too far away from the day-night flow zone. The experts on the top 100 rankings were all invited to the day-night banquet, but at most 4 or 5 people would attend each time. The rest would politely decline. The day-night banquet was held on the main planet of the day-night clan, Night King Planet. This planet was incomparably huge, and it was one of the largest planets in the universe. It was like a monster that floated in space, and it was rumored that the first Night King had been born on this planet. To the Night King clan, this planet was sacred. Night King Planet was rarely open to the outside world, and there were countless planets around it for outsiders to visit. Only gatherings like the day-night banquet would be open to the public, and only those who had been invited could enter. At this moment, there were dozens of spacecraft hovering in space outside of Night King Planet, watching as 2 figures confronted each other in the distance. The day-night banquet had invited geniuses, and there were many geniuses who were enemies or disliked each other. The rules of the day-night banquet were that all grudges would be resolved in space, and no one was allowed to bring them to Night King Planet. Thus, every day-night banquet, the area outside of Night King Planet would be bustling with activity, and it would become a battleground for all sorts of battles. Night King Planet would not stop this. In space, a man and a woman looked at each other and then attacked each other. Both of them were quite young, around 30 years old, but they were both explorers from great powers. Although they could not compare to the experts on the top 100 rankings, they were still among the top of the younger generation. After all, they were qualified to participate in the day-night banquet. The more intense their battle became, the more people came to watch. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 4:16. Just as the victor was about to be decided, a small knife tore through the void and appeared out of nowhere. It circled around the two of them and then disappeared. The two of them stopped in their tracks. A trace of blood appeared on each of their necks. They were so close to dying. Everyone stared blankly at this scene before looking in another direction. There, a strange spacecraft had flown past, and the small knife had been shot out from that spacecraft. That's the Lingling clan spacecraft. The Lingling clan. That terrifying clan. Does this mean that the saber is the legendary obelisk? Definitely. That knife's power level isn't even at the level of an explorer. It's only a Lemeter, but it instantly defeated 2 elite explorers. Aside from that person, who else can do that? In outer space, a man and a woman bitterly looked at each other. They had fought to the death, but in the end, they had been defeated in an instant by someone else. They hadn't even gotten a chance to see what their opponent looked like. On Night King Planet, Night Queen Yanqing was watching the scene on her screen. She was excited. He really came. That's right, that's Obelisk. That person is here. Behind Night Queen Yanqing, a Day-Night clan member was puzzled. Obelisk? I think I've heard of it before. Night Queen Yanqing's lips curled up. In the current universe, among the younger generation of Lemeters, there are only 3 people who are qualified to be called invincible: Yi Xingchen from the Cosmic Sea, Mu Rong from the 10 Arbiters Council, and Ling Ke from the Lingling clan. The obelisk's mighty slash is Ling Ke's battle technique. The Day-Night clan member was shocked. I remember now. He once killed 5 explorers with a single slash, and one of them was even qualified to challenge the top 100 rankings. Is that Ling Ke? Night Queen Yanqing nodded, her eyes filled with excitement. She had invited Ling Ke, and her goal was simple: to suppress Lu Yin. To her, Lu Yin was a stain that could never be erased. There was also Zhanlong Day-Night, but unfortunately, he had disappeared from Shenwu continent. Otherwise, she could have asked Ling Ke to teach him a lesson as well. Fortunately, Lu Yin had been invited, so he would definitely appear. Everyone praised Lu Yin as an unequaled Lemeter, but she had learned from her older brother, Arbiter Zhenwu, that 30 stacks was just a standard that the Divine Fist had announced to the outside world. 30 stacks was not the only thing that could truly make one an unequaled Lemeter. Yi Xingchen, Mu Rong, and Ling Ke had all been praised by the 10 Arbiters as true unequaled Lemeters. In other words, Lu Yin was still slightly weaker than them. She wanted this to be his greatest failure at the banquet, shattering his belief that he was invincible. Ling Ke, I love you. Ling Ke, you're the best. Ling Ke, I love you. Ling Ke, you're the best. A commotion could be heard from a flying ship in the starry sky. A group of beautiful women were dancing and shouting excitedly. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. Was this the support group? Ling Ke's appearance on Night King Planet caused an uproar. The Lingling clan was located in the Spirit Seal Flow Zone, and they rarely interacted with the outside world. This clan had an unparalleled innate gift, which was why they were so arrogant. Even the Day-Night clan did not dare to provoke them. Ling Ke was one of the strongest Lemeters of the younger generation, but he had always kept a low profile. No one had expected him to appear on Night King Planet. There were also some who guessed that this had something to do with Lu Yin, as there were only 4 unequaled Lemeters in the current universe. Lu Yin was one of them, so it was normal for Ling Ke to be interested in him. It seemed that Lu Yin's opportunity was not enough. What else could Lu Yin reveal? Lu Yin pondered. Mr. Mu looked up. Let me remind you that you cannot be accepted as my disciple. Everything that happened here will be erased from your memories. Lu Yin's eyes trembled, and he clenched his fists. He could not accept having his memories erased, as his original memories were incomplete. He could accept being heavily injured or even dying, but he would never accept having his memories erased. Lu Yin's gaze was resolute, and he decided to use everything that he knew to try his luck. He raised a fist and punched out, alternating between night and day. This was the day-night fist, a fist technique that he had learned from the day-night clan's inheritance stone on Earth. Although it had become almost useless, it had been a manifestation of his opportunity, as no one else had been able to learn the day-night clan's battle techniques. Mr. Mu's gaze was indifferent. There's a powerful clan in the Innerverse called the Day-Night Clan. This battle technique should have come from them. Alternating night and day can cause damage to one's spiritual force. It's a pretty good attack, and it can be considered an opportunity to learn it. However, it's not enough to move one, and it's far inferior to the serious technique. This junior understands. The day-night fist is not powerful enough, Lu Yin said. Mr. Mu replied, it's not that it's not powerful enough, but that you don't know how to use it. Any battle technique will have a huge difference in power when used by different people. When this fist technique is cultivated to a profound level, it can even change the color of space. Lu Yin was shocked. He had underestimated the day-night fist. Mr. Mu, this junior's opportunity might allow me to become your disciple. Lu Yin probed. Mr. Mu shook his head. Not enough. Lu Yin's brows rose, and he suddenly recalled the scene he had seen in Stargazing Deck. The ancient warship and the claw imprint that had appeared on it. For the sky beast claw to appear in that scene, he guessed that it was not as simple as what Undying Yushan had told him. Furthermore, Undying Yushan was a descendant of the Seven Courts Yu surname, so Lu Yin decided to give the battle technique a try. Facing the sky, Lu Yin raised his hand and extended it into a claw. The 108 forms of the sky beast claw stirred up the void, and a bestial roar rang out. It seemed to come from the distant past, piercing through the void. Mr. Mu's gaze finally flickered once more. The battle technique of the past has already disappeared in the long river of time. For you to be able to learn it, it can be considered an opportunity. However, it's still not enough to become my disciple. Lu Yin gritted his teeth. Did he really have to expose the Stonewall scriptures? Right, he still had one more thing. Mr. Mu, this junior's eyes can see things that normal people cannot, Lu Yin said. This place was definitely related to the rune technology, which meant that his eyes would be of great use. However, he did not know if Mr. Mu had considered the mutation of his eyes. Since he could climb mountains, it proved that he had come into contact with the rune technology. Regardless, he still had to give it a try. Mr. Mu looked into Lu Yin's eyes. I know that you can see rune lines. Lu Yin's heart sank, and he smiled bitterly. As expected, Mr. Mu knew. Since Mr. Mu knew, then perhaps his ability to climb mountains really did have something to do with his eyes. There was still the innate gift die, the Stonewall scriptures, and the Yu's secret art. Which one should he expose? Lu Yin was conflicted. It's rare for you to have such an opportunity at your age. I won't make things difficult for you, and I'll accept you as my in-name disciple for now. We'll talk about it after you've decided whether or not to expose an even greater opportunity. Until then, you can retain your memories, Mr. Mu said. Lu Yin was delighted. Thank you, Mr. Mu. No, thank you, Master. Mr. Mu nodded and waved his hand. A strange mass of quicksand appeared in front of Lu Yin, emitting a hazy light as it floated in the void. This is called Fate Zan, and it's a gift from Master to you. You can absorb it into your body like a formcast model, and it will awaken different forms for each person. It can make you very strong or very weak, and it's very taxing on your star energy and physical strength. You can choose whether to use it or not, Mr. Mu explained. Lu Yin looked at the mass of quicksand in front of him in surprise. Fate Zan. He had never even heard of it before, so he decided to keep it for now. He did not know how precious Fate Zan was, but it could be considered a supreme treasure, not just in the inner verse and outer verse, but also in the cosmic sea and neoverse. Mr. Mu saw Lu Yin casually put away the Fate Zan, but he did not seem to mind. What you just displayed did not include speed. Lu Yin hurriedly replied, Disciple's speed battle technique is called Flash Step. I'll use it now. He then used Flash Step to vanish. Mr. Mu said, It's not bad. Why don't you combine your aura concealing technique with your speed to achieve the effect of concealing the void? An idea flashed through Lu Yin's mind, and he looked up in pleasant surprise. Thank you for your advice, Master. Disciple understands. He then activated his invisible aura technique and used Flash Step. His speed did not change, but his aura became even more restrained. This technique was very simple and practical. Lu Yin had not thought about it before because Flash Step required a foundation of star energy, and the invisible aura technique restrained star energy. The two techniques had opposite effects, but it was not impossible to combine them. As long as one had a certain degree of control over their star energy and knew the distance required for Flash Step and the amount of star energy required, then the rest could be concealed with the invisible aura technique. It sounded simple, but Lu Yin had never thought of it. Mr. Mu shook his head. It's too troublesome, but it's enough for you to use for now. Before he could even think, there was a loud thump from his heart, and star energy surged out like a tidal wave. At the same time, his body's energy was rapidly depleted, and Lu Yin experienced a weakness that he had only experienced when he was a normal person. His powerful physical strength was like a dormant dragon that slowly calmed down. The light that flowed through his body quickly dimmed, and the rumbling sound of his blood flowing also gradually disappeared. He raised his hand and clenched it into a fist before punching out at the void. A visible shockwave rippled out and distorted the void. Lu Yin was astonished, as the power of this punch was still greater than before, and it had definitely reached the level of 20 stacks. Mr. Mu raised his hand, and another grain of Fate Zan appeared. You can choose to continue. Using the Fate Zan to suppress an overly powerful physical body is not a restriction, but rather a type of enhancement. It's just like when you close your eyes to strengthen your domain. The moment you open your eyes, you'll be able to unleash a 1,000-fold increase in strength. Lu Yin's heart raced, and he looked at Mr. Mu with a burning gaze. Master, are you saying that my physical strength can increase as I'm suppressed by the Fate Zan? Mr. Mu nodded. The reason why Fate Zan is so precious is not only because it can awaken forms, but also because it can unknowingly increase the user's physical strength. The more ruthless and the longer this strength is suppressed, the stronger the eruption will be. Lu Yin was speechless. Your disciple understands. Thank you for your explanation, Master. You spent 3 months to increase your physical strength, and 1 month to climb the mountain. In addition to the time before that, you've been in this space for almost 5 months. It's time to leave, Mr. Mu said calmly as he looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin was shocked, as he had not expected to have stayed here for so long. He could not help but feel anxious. The Great U Empire, San Dios, and Astral 10 had not been able to contact him. Did they think that he had died? There was also the banquet. When he thought about it, Luin felt powerless. It had definitely ended. Please send your disciple off, Master, Luin said respectfully. Mr. Mu looked at Luin with a complicated expression. There are too many choices between life and death when roaming the universe. I hope that you will remain true to yourself, as only by doing so will you be blessed with opportunities. In the future, perhaps we really will be fated to be master and disciple. He then tapped out, and the void was torn apart. Luin saw a strange scene. The void that Mr. Mu had torn apart was different from the void that had been torn apart during their battle. In just an instant, Luin felt the scene in front of him change, and he appeared high in the sky amidst a blue sky and white clouds. Not too far away, there was a very familiar sight, a bomb. Boom! A huge explosion burst forth from high up in the sky, and the pressure tore through the clouds as it pressed down on the sea below. The entire sky seemed to distort from a distance, and the temperature at the center was high enough to melt metal. On a distant island, an army stared at the surface of the sea with fervent gazes. A cold mechanical voice rang out from an underground base in the center of the island, confirming the success of the experiment. Everyone in the base cheered. They had finally created a bomb that could intimidate the entire world. With this bomb, they could attack any country, and they would be the strongest. High up in the sky, Luin was in a miserable state. Mr. Mu had sent him out and tossed him next to the bomb. Fortunately, while the bomb was quite powerful, it was only limited to planetary warfare at the beginning of technological civilization. At most, it was comparable to a full-powered attack from a melder, so it posed no threat to Luin. However, no one would feel good if they had been caught off guard, and Luin was no different. He dispersed the heat and casually pressed down on the surface of the sea, creating a medium-sized tsunami that swept across the distant island. The tsunami was small and not enough to drown the island, but it was enough to drench everyone on the island. It was a small revenge. Standing high up in the sky, Luin retracted his aura and looked at his gadget. There was finally a connection. His body flashed, and he disappeared to find a place to check his messages. This planet was still in the early stages of technological development, and it had only just begun to dabble in aviation research. There were hundreds of countries of various sizes on the planet, and they were similar to Earth in terms of technology. The sea was huge, but with Lu Yin's speed that could tear through the void, he quickly reached the shore and entered a place that looked like a coffee shop. He ordered a drink that the locals considered to be very elegant and took a sip. It tasted pretty good. As expected, during the 5 months he had been in the hidden space, he had received many notifications from the Great U Empire, San Dios, Astral 10 students, the 10 Arbiters Council, and the Day-Night Clan's Night King Yuanjing. The 10 Arbiters Council had not given him any missions, and they had only praised him for his report on what had happened in the North Line flow zone. He had not embarrassed the 10 Arbiters Council, especially when he had fought Northgate lie alone inside the centipede's body. Many people had seen this, and there were even rumors that he had the strength to challenge the top 100 rankings. Other than that, the divine-fished Lan Si and the scholar Wen Sansi had also contacted him, but he had not received any messages. In the Great U Empire, Hua Qingshan, Gavin, Garope, and many others had contacted him and sent him various reports on the war in the Great U Empire. Luin casually skimmed through them and frowned. The Frostwave Weave's economy had been locked down. Fortunately, Watermoon Villa had helped to stimulate the economy, or else the war would not have been possible. The economy was not Lu Yin's strong suit, or else he would not have been lacking money. Fortunately, even with the economic lockdown, the Frostwave Weave was still self-sufficient, but it would not be able to start another war. War consumed too many resources, and it was too complicated. Some resources were not available in the Frostwave weave, so they could only be brought in from other weaves. This was the greatest effect of the economic lockdown, as the Frostwave weave could not rely solely on space-exploring powerhouses. There were not that many space-exploring powerhouses that could be used, and the Frostwave weave was still rather large. There was nothing going on in San Dios, as Wendy Yushan had already come out of seclusion. Lu Yin's position there was rather awkward, so it did not matter if he went or not. There was also the banquet, which had ended as expected. Lu Yin saw the news on the internet, but there was also another piece of news that left him helpless. The internet was crazily spreading the news that he had died, and there was even a rendering of the path that he had taken in the Tempest Flow Zone and the path that the storm had taken to simulate the scene of him being swallowed up. At first, not many people believed it, but as they could no longer contact him, more and more people believed that he had been swallowed up by the storm. It had been 5 months since anyone had been able to contact him, and many people believed that he had died. The death of a young person was very common in the universe, and it was not something worth paying attention to. However, Lu Yin had too many identities, and this news had caused some waves. Still, these waves quickly died down. After countless years of development, the universe had given birth to too many geniuses. Some of these geniuses were even born into the limelight, and there were many who were more dazzling than Lu Yin. It was impossible for everyone's attention to be focused on Lu Yin alone. About a year had passed since the astral combat tournament, and it had long since faded from people's conversations. Many people might recognize Lu Yin when they saw him, or they might just feel that he looked familiar, but they were no longer as shocked as they had been when the astral combat tournament had ended. I don't know, Lu Yin replied. The monkey believed him. That's more like it. Lu Yin blinked. You believe me? The monkey's tone was very serious. That place isn't something that a Lemmeter can come into contact with. Only a fool would believe that you were able to walk out on your own. It's more likely that you don't know how you got out. Back then, someone was swallowed up by a storm and escaped with no memory of what happened. You probably don't know because your memories were erased. That makes sense. Lu Yin sighed. The monkey was pleased. I've roamed the astral beast domain for many years, and I've experienced all sorts of dangerous places. I still have some knowledge. Let me ask you a question. Have you heard of Fate Zan? Lu Yin asked. The monkey was astonished. How do you know about Fate Zan? I have. I've fused with 3 grains, Lu Yin replied. 7th bro, I'm not stupid, the monkey repeated. Lu Yin smiled, as there was nothing he could do if no one believed him. Fate Zan is a precious treasure. From what I know, there are very few people in the entire universe who possess Fate Zan. This thing can awaken different forms depending on the person, and it can even strengthen the physical body. However, I've only read about it in biographies, and I've never seen it with my own eyes. It's already quite impressive for a Lemmeter to be able to withstand an explorer's attack. Those who can challenge explorers are all freakish geniuses, but this person actually managed to challenge someone on the top 100 rankings. Although those on the top 100 rankings are all from the younger generation, which one of them isn't a freak? They're definitely at the top of the explorers, and even the older generation explorers don't dare to provoke them. Right, I heard that after the Day-Night clan pushed out the top 4 experts, many young powerhouses in the universe became dissatisfied. Ling Ke went to the Starfall Sea, and so did many other young powerhouses. They want to compete with him. Yeah, our young master went as well. Forget about the young master. He can't even challenge an explorer. He'll just be there to watch the show. Yeah, it's a pity that we won't be able to see it. The starfall sea should be very lively. What a pity. Lu Yin stood outside the captain's cabin and listened to the conversation. As he listened, he searched for more information about the day-night feast. There were many pictures online, and many young elites had appeared at the day-night feast. The most eye-catching one was naturally Ling Quebec. His K's mighty slash had intimidated everyone present, and Night Queen Yanqing had been nothing more than a foil. Many experts had challenged him during the day-night feast, but no one had been his opponent. Lu Yin specially clicked on the video to take a look, and his expression turned serious. This person was indeed very strong, and that K's mighty slash had a strange power. This person was from the Lingling clan, a clan that Lu Yin had never heard of before. Out of curiosity, he searched the internet, and soon, some records regarding the Lingling clan appeared. The more Lu Yin read, the more shocked he became. This Lingling clan member was quite terrifying. The Lingling clan was an extremely rare human race. Every member of the Lingling clan could absorb another person's innate gift for their own use. They could absorb up to 10 different innate gifts, which would eventually solidify into a single eternal innate gift. This innate gift combined the advantages of the other innate gifts, and it was quite terrifying. In other words, every member of the Lingling clan was an extremely powerful powerhouse with an innate gift. Although the universe was vast, and there were many rare races with innate gifts that exceeded one's imagination, Lu Yin had never imagined that there would be a race like the Lingling clan. Innate gifts could be chosen. And they could even be combined. This was something that Lu Yin did not even want to curse at. Fortunately, there were very few members of the Lingling clan. Otherwise, even the Day-Night clan would not be able to compare to them. However, no matter how few members there were, the Lingling clan was still the true ruler of the Spirit Seal Flow Zone. Any member of the Lingling clan was an absolute expert. As for Ling Ke, he was an expert among experts. His K's mighty slash was an eternal innate gift that had been solidified from all sorts of innate gifts. All of this information could be found on the network, and Lu Yin used his honor points to search deeper into the Lingling clan's records. He saw a lot of information that was not available to the average person, including the Lingling clan's shocking inherited technique, soul splitting. The universe had been developing for countless years, and the border wars had never stopped. There was no power that could completely hide their inherited strength, and the Day-Night clan was one such example. Zhanlong Day-Night's Day-Night restoration technique had been recognized, and the Lingling clan was no exception. Soul-splitting was the Lingling clan's most powerful inherited technique. To put it bluntly, it was just a clone. Lu Yin retracted his gaze. There was actually such a race, which left him speechless. Seventh bro, are you looking through the Lingling clan's records? The monkey was astonished. Lu Yin asked, how do you know about them? Of course. The Lingling clan is a powerful clan that causes headaches in the astral beast domain. They have all sorts of strange innate gifts, and with their terrifying soul-splitting ability, any powerhouse is helpless against them. Fortunately, there are very few of them, and they haven't encountered any powerhouses from the Lingling clan in the past few years. Who's there? Someone shouted. Not too far away, a few people stared at Lu Yin in shock. Lu Yin casually pushed open the door to the captain's cabin. Inside, the two people who had been talking just now stared at Lu Yin in a daze. They had been on this planet for quite some time now, but they had not encountered any outsiders. Start the spacecraft. Destination, Chaos Flow Zone's Deep Crimson Planet. Lu Yin walked in front of the screen and spoke. At that moment, the people outside the captain's cabin rushed in and pointed their star energy guns at Lu Yin. The two people finally reacted and stared at Lu Yin. Who are you? Lu Yin turned around, and his gaze turned cold. A whirlwind swept out from beneath his feet. This was the pressure of star energy, and everyone was instantly crushed to the ground as their star energy guns exploded. Please start the spacecraft. Destination: Chaos Flow Zone's Deep Crimson Planet. Everyone stared at Lu Yin in shock, as this strength terrified them. They did not dare to resist and quickly agreed. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 423. Lu Yin was satisfied, and he looked at the screen. How long will it take to get to Deep Crimson Planet? We can't go. The surrounding space has been sealed off, and if anything strange happens to this spacecraft, it'll be attacked immediately, someone said nervously. Lu Yin frowned. There's an explorer in space. Yes. Lu Yin nodded. Invite that explorer onto the ship. Tell him that you've been kidnapped. Everyone was shocked and looked at Lu Yin strangely. Lu Yin glared at them, and they immediately followed his instructions. After some time, a powerful aura appeared on the spacecraft. Lu Yin continued to look at the screen and occasionally glanced at his gadget. It was time to contact Xiao Luo, and he hoped that Xiao Luo would be able to help him. Lu Yin did not control those people and allowed them to leave the captain's cabin. Soon enough, an explorer walked in and stared at Lu Yin's back with a gloomy expression. You're the one who kidnapped the spacecraft? Lu Yin turned around. That's me. The explorer looked at Lu Yin and was confused at first, but then he was shocked. He muttered to himself for a moment and then turned to the others. Take this mister to where he wants to go. The others were stunned. But our mission is to guard this planet. The explorer's tone was gloomy. Cancel the mission. Immediately take this mister to where he wants to go. Yes, sir. The others were bewildered. Lu Yin nodded gratefully. Thank you. The explorer forced a smile and then left. Not long after, the explorer stood at the bottom of the ocean trench and watched the spacecraft leave. His eyes flickered. This person is actually still alive. He was able to survive the storm and even make it to Xinjiang Flow Zone. That's too shocking. There's definitely a super powerhouse protecting him, and I can't afford to offend him. However, Chaos Flow Zone is about to get lively. I hope that he can fight with Ling Ke and see if he's qualified to be ranked as one of the 4 unequaled powerhouses. Xinjiang Flow Zone was close to Day-Night Flow Zone, so it paid close attention to news about the day-night banquet. This was why the explorer had been able to recognize Lu Yin. If it had been a more distant flow zone, he might not have been able to recognize him. In outer space, Lu Yin activated his gadget and contacted Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo's figure soon appeared on the screen, and he beamed. So, you're still alive. Lu Yin nodded. How are you guys? Not bad, we didn't expose ourselves. What about the 2 seniors? Captured. Don't worry, many people from Deep Crimson Planet have been captured. They were just unlucky. Xiao Luo shrugged. Alright, I got it. I heard that Deep Crimson Planet has been sealed. Just now, a group of people were risking their lives to fight on Deep Crimson Planet. They even managed to take down a spacecraft. The seal is temporarily broken, but it will be restored soon. Brother Lu, you contacted me at just the right time, Xiao Luo smiled. Lu Yin did not elaborate further. Instead, he said, I'm in Xinjiang Flow Zone, and I'll be in Chaos Flow Zone soon. We'll then work together to leave Deep Crimson Planet. It won't be that easy. Deep Crimson Hall has a grudge against the 2 seniors. They won't leave so easily if they want to take revenge. Lu Yin felt a headache coming on. The Deep Crimson Hall's Bo duo are both hunters, and they won't be able to take revenge on their own. Xiao Luo spread out his hands. There's no other way. I can't take it anymore. The two seniors have already assassinated 4 powerful figures from Deep Crimson Hall, which infuriated the Bo duo. They sealed off Deep Crimson Planet and captured all of the unfamiliar space-exploring powerhouses. Lu Yin muttered to himself for a moment. Tell the two seniors that they'll have plenty of chances to take revenge in the future. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 424. Not long after, the Mad Viper Knight appeared in a dark alley beside the track. 2 figures walked out in front of him and hid in the darkness. Lu Yin leaned against the wall and used his domain to restrain his aura. The tribute will be delivered at 723 Zhongxing Street on Malu Planet. Are you ready? A low voice asked. The Mad Viper Knight replied, We've been ready for a long time. Of course we're ready. This time, we won't be surpassed by any other region, the other person said. That's good. The captain doesn't tolerate losers. You should know that. The figure then turned and left. The other figure looked at the Mad Viper Knight. Are you really ready? The Mad Viper Knight replied, I'm ready. Don't worry. The innerverse isn't like the outerverse. With your strength, it'll be difficult for you to gather enough tributes. You're on your own now. The figure then left. The Mad Viper Knight did not linger either and immediately left. Lu Yin did not make a move. 723 Zhongxing Street on Malu Planet had piqued his interest, but what interested him the most was the word tributes. Didn't tributes mean money? He thought about the Mad Viper Knight's identity as a pirate and realized that he should be offering tributes to a stronger pirate group. This was interesting, and he might be able to get a big one. Lu Yin left while recalling the image that he had seen on the Mad Viper Knight's clothes. He searched for it on his gadget, but he could not find it. Not long after, Lu Yin returned to his spacecraft and used his honor points to search the network. He found the image, which represented a powerful pirate group, the Blackbeard Pirates. If there was light in the universe, then there would naturally be a dark side as well. Pirate groups were the representatives of this dark side, and the Blackbeard Pirates were definitely the representatives of this dark side. Chaos Flow Zone was a place where the dark side of the innerverse was concentrated, and the Blackbeard Pirates were the uncrowned kings of Chaos Flow Zone's pirate groups. Any pirate group that made a living in Chaos Flow Zone would have to pay tribute to the Blackbeard Pirates. In return, the Blackbeard Pirates would provide a certain level of protection. Of course, this depended on the size of the tribute. Lu Yin had never expected the Mad Viper Knight to have joined the Blackbeard Pirates. Since he was qualified to carry the Blackbeard Pirates emblem on his back, he must have offered something incredible. Unfortunately, if he had kept the Mad Viper Knight, the emblem would have been his own. The Blackbeard Pirates were the uncrowned kings of the Chaos Flow Zone's pirate world, and their strength was evident. Pirates were a loose group, and Heizage Leon could use his influence to control a portion of the pirate groups, such as the pirate groups that had attacked the organizations that supported Puyu. However, it was impossible for him to control all of the pirate groups. The so-called Pirate King was only the strongest in name, and that did not mean that he had absolute authority. Clearly, there was no way that this Blackbeard Pirates would obey Heizage Leon. In other words, there was no need for Linley to feel any pressure when robbing them. Lu Yin's eyes lit up with excitement, as he was just in need of money, and they had just delivered it to him. However, he still had to be careful. It would be fine if the other party was just an explorer, but if a cruiser appeared, then he wouldn't be able to make a move. Otherwise, he would be easily surrounded and killed. The Blackbeard pirates were able to rule over the entire Chaos Flow Zone, and there might even be an almighty enlighter with a power level of over 200,000. Even if Lu Yin had to take action, he could not leave any loose ends behind. This was something worth looking forward to, and Lu Yin was excited. When the tributary arc came to a stop and extended its orbit, Lu Yin had the warship change its course and head straight for Malu Planet. He had previously checked, and Malu Planet's position had not deviated too much from its original route. At the same time, the Mad Viper Knight spacecraft was also heading towards Malu Planet. Malu Planet was just a planet that had just begun to develop technology, and it was even more backward than the planet that Lu Yin had landed on. It had not yet been connected to a spacefaring civilization, so there was no space station. Lu Yin sat in his personal spacecraft and set a landing spot. With a rumble, he left the warship and entered Malu Planet's atmosphere. The warship then returned to where it had come from, as there was no need for them down there. His personal spacecraft crashed into a huge hill, and the hatch opened. Lu Yin casually pushed the spacecraft 100 meters into the ground before covering it up with soil. The landing of his spacecraft would cause a huge commotion, and it would definitely attract attention. Lu Yin did not want his spacecraft to be towed away by others. He checked the direction, as he had already checked a map of Malu Planet before landing. His body quickly disappeared as a crack appeared in the void. Malu Planet gave Lu Yin the feeling that it was a budding technological civilization. This planet had only recently learned how to manufacture firearms, and it was very ancient. 723 Zhongxing Street was a place that resembled a church within a city. Lu Yin did not know if any experts from the Blackbeard pirates had arrived, so he restrained his aura and put on the planet's clothes. He stood in the distance, his eyes filled with star energy, and he saw a huge amount of rune lines condensing. This was a cruiser. Lu Yin retracted his gaze, not daring to look any further. He had not expected the Blackbeard pirates to send several cruisers to receive the tribute. This was troublesome, as he could not deal with so many powerhouses. Furthermore, there might be even more powerhouses arriving. The Blackbeard pirates were indeed powerful. Lu Yin did not dare to stay any longer. Even with the invisible aura technique and his domain, he was still not at ease. His physical strength far exceeded the limits of this planet's natives, and his heartbeat could be easily detected. Fortunately, he had not gotten too close, or else he would have been discovered. Lu Yin sighed as he left the hall. It was impossible to rob an existence like the Blackbeard pirates, but it was a pity that the tribute would definitely exceed his expectations. Wait, if robbing this place was impossible, then what about other places? For example, the landing spot. Lu Yin activated his gadget and scanned the surrounding terrain. He had chosen to land in a hilly area, and the others had done the same. Given that they were in a hurry to hand over the tribute, they would definitely choose to land in the closest place to the city. The city was surrounded by plains, hills, and forests in the distance. In that case, these were the three most likely places to land. Most people would not choose hills, as compared to plains. Forests were more likely since trees were more suitable for concealment. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he did some calculations. With the city as the center, his gadget's detection range did not extend to the forest. In other words, if there was a battle in the forest, his gadget would not react. As long as his gadget did not react, it would be fine. He quickly left. It didn't take long for him to arrive at the edge of the forest where a spacecraft might have landed. He sent out a palm strike at the void, using the strength of a normal emitter. He wanted to see if there would be any reaction from the cruisers. If there was no reaction, then his robbery would not attract any attention. If there was a reaction, then he could just escape. With his invisible aura technique, cruisers would not be able to detect him, and even ordinary hunters might not be able to detect him. The worst-case scenario was that he would be discovered, and then he would fight. As long as he did not reach the hunter realm, Luin had the ability to protect himself. If his luck was really bad, then a hunter would descend. Mr. Mu's token was not just for show. Although it could only be used once, it was still a life-saving item that was absolutely foolproof. He waited for a while, but there was no reaction from the cruisers. Luin thought for a moment and then attacked again. This time, the power of his attack surpassed that of an ordinary explorer, but there was still no reaction. He sighed. This place was safe, and even if a battle broke out, it would not attract the cruisers' attention. None of the cruisers had comprehended a domain, so they could only be considered ordinary cruisers. Not long after, Luin looked up from the top of a large tree in the forest and excitedly looked up at the sky. Several red dots were crashing down. These were spacecraft descending. One of the targets was the forest, and there were other spacecraft landing in other directions as well. Fortunately, several spacecraft had landed at the same time in different directions, so they would not attract the cruisers' attention. Since they had appeared on Maru planet at this time, they were definitely offering themselves to the Blackbeard pirates. Luin hurriedly hid himself and stared at the sky, preparing to launch a sneak attack. After all, any pirate group that could survive in the chaos flow zone was not weak, and it would not be easy to win an open battle. Boom! The ground shook as an enormous shockwave set the forest ablaze and swept out in all directions. A small spacecraft crashed into the ground, and the hatch opened to reveal a valiant-looking middle-aged man walking out. There were dozens of people behind him, most of whom were Lemeters, but there were also sentinels and melders. There were even 2 explorers in the group. The valiant-looking middle-aged man was a cruiser. "Captain, we'll wait for you here." The valiant-looking man nodded and took a step towards the city. Luin did not hesitate. This person did not have many rune lines, and he could not compare to the cruiser who had been thrown into the storm, so he could deal with him. The valiant-looking man had just walked out of the forest when he was greeted by many residents who were carrying water to extinguish the fire. The valiant-looking man did not care, and just as he was about to walk past them, a resident blocked his path with a terrified expression. "Sir, may I ask how large the forest fire is?" "Sir, please help us extinguish the fire." The valiant-looking man glared at the resident. Scram! The resident grew anxious and tried to pull the valiant-looking man back. Killing intent flashed in the valiant-looking man's eyes, and he casually waved his hand. In his mind, this person should have been killed by the shockwave, but the next moment, he felt that something was amiss. This person had actually grabbed his arm, and his strength was abnormally strong. The valiant-looking man immediately knew that things were not good, and his first reaction was to dodge. However, it was too late, and his chest was struck squarely by a palm. The continuous overlaying stacks shattered his organs and sent him flying into the forest. The valiant-looking man spat out a mouthful of blood, and his eyes turned red. He flipped over and immediately donned his ring armor. Luin used flash to appear behind the man and struck out with 30 stacks again, not giving the man any chance to cause a commotion. The man was shocked and tried to dodge, but his organs had been severely injured, and he could not move his body. He was viciously struck again, and this time, he was sent flying into the ground. Fortunately, he was wearing his ring armor, or else this strike would have killed him instantly. Within the forest, 2 attacks descended towards Luin, but he easily dodged them. The Sky Beast Claw easily defeated 2 explorers, and the remaining people could not even withstand the pressure of Luin's star energy and were knocked unconscious. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 425. Luin walked over to the sturdy man and looked down at him. This man was worthy of being a pirate, and his reactions were extremely fast. If it had been a normal person who had been ambushed by Luin, they would have already died. Luin squatted down and removed the man's cosmic ring. He took some of the man's blood and immediately headed towards the hills. As for the sturdy man, Luin did not kill him. After ensuring that the man would take at least 2 days to awaken, Luin left. Luin returned to his personal spacecraft and immediately activated it. He only relaxed when the spacecraft rose into space, and only then did he have time to pour out the contents of the ring. Luin was ecstatic when he saw the contents of the cosmic ring. There were actually over 1,000 star essence inside, which was too exaggerated. If converted to cube crystals, that would be over 100 million star crystals. Luin's breathing quickened, as he had never seen such a large amount of wealth before. He estimated that even Lulu would not have so much money on her person. As expected of a pirate group with a cruiser overseeing it. And this was just one pirate group. Who knew how many pirate groups had offered tributes to the Blackbeard pirates? Luin did not even dare to imagine the amount of money that so many pirate groups had gathered. The Blackbeard pirates were much wealthier than the Great U Empire, and they lived up to their reputation as the uncrowned kings of the Chaos Flow Zone's pirate world. These pirates offered tributes once a year, and even if there were only 100 pirate groups, the Blackbeard pirates would still have a fixed income of 100,000 star essence each year. This was the true way to make money. Luin suddenly thought of Heizage Leon. He was the pirate king, so he should have even more money. It seemed like he should head to the cosmic seas sooner, and there should be a lot of gifts there. Aside from the star essence, the sturdy man's cosmic ring contained ordinary medicine, weapons, and so on. Luin did not care about these items and casually flipped through them, afraid that he would miss out on something better. He even activated his serious art. The moment he activated his serious art, he discovered something unusual. There was a small tracking device hidden within the 1,000 star essence, and he had not been able to detect it with his domain alone. He had needed to combine his serious art with his modified eyes. In other words, he had needed to reach the level where he could use the secret sidestep technique to discover this tracking device. Luin was about to destroy it, but his hand stopped in midair. His eyes flashed, and he put away the star essence and the tracking device. Unfortunately, it was not the Mad Viper Knight who had landed in the forest. But if it had been the Mad Viper Knight, then he might not have been able to obtain so much money. It was impossible for all the pirate groups to offer the same amount of money, and there was at most a bottom line. The Mad Viper Knight was just an explorer, so it would already be quite good if he could offer up more than 100 star essence. Luin was rather excited as he looked at the sky. He had never received such a huge sum of money before, and his confidence had soared. "Seventh bro, your robberies are quite nimble. Do you do this often? Were you a pirate in the past?" the monkey asked curiously. Luin laughed, as he was in such a good mood that he didn't care about the monkey's words. "Seventh bro, now that we have money, can we buy a better spacecraft?" the monkey asked again. Luin looked up. Right, he had forgotten that his current spacecraft was too ordinary and wasn't of a high enough grade. He wanted to buy a radiant grade Aurora. How much would it cost? It was about 10 star essence, which wasn't expensive at all. The Blackbeard pirates definitely had a very fast spacecraft, and with this spacecraft speed, they might not be able to smoothly escape to Deep Crimson Planet even if they had 2 days of buffer time. Besides, the cruisers must have seen the spacecraft landing in the forest, so it might not take them 2 days to discover them. Luin immediately searched for the most prosperous planet nearby and changed directions. When Luin entered outer space again, his spacecraft had been replaced by a radiant grade Aurora. With the speed of a radiant grade spacecraft, It only took him half a day to reach Deep Crimson Planet, which was 10 times faster than before. By the time Lu Yin reached Deep Crimson Planet, the sturdy man had yet to wake up. A day had passed, and the Blackbeard pirates had been too confident in themselves and had let their guard down. Deep Crimson Planet was still sealed off, and only people could enter and not leave. Lu Yin parked his spacecraft at the space station and tried to contact Xia Luo, but he couldn't. All of Deep Crimson Planet's signals had been blocked, and Big Pow and Little Pow had thoroughly angered the Bo duo. They were willing to seal off the entire planet just to find them. Deep Crimson Planet's capital was called Honda, and it was where the Bo duo resided. Lu Yin wasn't in a hurry to find Xia Luo and the others, so he went to Honda instead. With his ability to restrain his aura, his power level could not be detected. He snuck into the kitchen of Deep Crimson Hall's headquarters and then hid the star essence with the tracker inside before leaving. Now, all I have to do is wait for the Blackbeard pirates to attack. Lu Yin looked out into space and sighed. The monkey sighed in admiration. "Seventh bro, that's a good move. But aren't you afraid that Deep Crimson Hall will clarify things?" "How?" "The location is at Deep Crimson Hall's headquarters, and they've blocked off all signals. The last place the Blackbeard pirates received signals is Deep Crimson Planet. If they want to pinpoint the location, they'll have to attack Deep Crimson Planet. At that time, I'll be able to contact Xia Luo and take them away. Deep Crimson Planet is so big. Will the Blackbeard pirates in Deep Crimson Hall have enough time to escape?" "It'll be difficult." The monkey was suspicious. Lu Yin muttered to himself, "It won't be difficult. They're not too far away, and the Bo duo are doing so poorly. They definitely haven't comprehended a domain, and they can't constantly use their star energy to observe their surroundings. The range that they can observe isn't very large. Deep Crimson Hall has captured so many people, and they'll have to catch Big Pow and Little Pow right under their noses. So Big Pow and Little Pow aren't too far away from Honda, right?" The monkey suddenly understood. Lu Yin's lips curled up into a smile. Logically speaking, that was indeed the case. Fortunately, not everyone could comprehend a domain. Otherwise, he wouldn't feel safe doing anything. Back on Shenwu continent, Lu Yin's actions had been discovered by Ming Zhaoshu. This was the power of a domain. Without a domain, even a hunter would be blind, and their range of observation would be limited. Not long after Lu Yin arrived on Deep Crimson Planet, the fierce-looking man regained consciousness. He was taken home by a nearby resident, and he endured his injuries to contact the Blackbeard pirates. For many years, the Blackbeard pirates had dominated the Chaos Flow Zone, but they had never been robbed. Now, their tribute had actually been stolen. This was not only a humiliation for the fierce-looking man's pirate group, but also for the Blackbeard pirates. In an instant, the Chaos Flow Zone's Blackbeard pirates were mobilized to track down the signal, vowing to make the robber regret it for the rest of his life. The hunter who had been enjoying himself on another planet was even more furious. He was in charge of collecting the tribute from this area, but such a thing had actually happened. He had become the laughingstock of the entire Blackbeard pirates, and he would not let this matter rest. He would not let that bastard off. Found it. The signal disappeared in this area. One of the pirates placed a star chart on the screen, and a spot on the chart glowed red. The hunter looked over and narrowed his eyes. Deep Crimson Planet, the Bo duo sure have guts. Contact the boss and tell him to leave this matter to me. If I don't get my tribute back, then I'm not human. He then leaped up and charged into outer space. On Deep Crimson Planet, within Honda's capital, Lu Yin found a slum to hide in and decided to roll his die. Now that he had money, he wanted to roll enhance. He still had a strengthening fruit that had been upgraded to a gold color and half of a white fruit in his cosmic ring. He did not plan on using the strengthening fruit, as his physical body had already been upgraded to the limit. He could not advance any further in the Limiter realm, so he wanted to upgrade the white fruit instead. His mentor had said that the white fruit was filled with vitality, and that it could even bring the dead back to life if it was old enough. Of course, this was a bit of an exaggeration, but Lu Yin believed that if he raised it to the same age as the strengthening fruit from before, then even if it could not bring the dead back to life, it could at least prolong his life. Right, he suddenly remembered that he still had his universal armor, but he did not know if it could be upgraded. There was also progenitor Wushang's hide, which he did not know if it could be upgraded into a complete hide. He also did not know how many pieces of progenitor Wushang's hide had been broken into. Some were large, some were small, and it was almost impossible to gather all of them. He was overthinking things. Lu Yin felt as if he had been possessed. He wanted to upgrade everything, so why hadn't he thought of throwing himself onto the screen to upgrade himself? Who knew, he might even be able to level up. This was the slum, and Lu Yin used his domain to blend into the surrounding environment and restrain his aura. He did not have to worry about being discovered by hunters. Suddenly, his domain distorted, and another domain appeared. Lu Yin's eyes snapped open. He turned to look to the west. At the same time, Xiao Luo looked up from the west, and his lips curled up. It was a familiar domain. Lu Yin had arrived. Lu Yin also felt the familiarity of this domain. It was Xiao Luo, and he could not help but laugh. Deep Crimson Planet was so large, but they had actually bumped into each other. The slums were huge, and Lu Yin's domain did not cover a large area. At most, it covered a third of the slums, which meant that both he and Xiao Luo were coincidentally within this third. Soon, Lu Yin pushed open a shabby wooden door and entered. He saw Xiao Luo, Lulu, Michelle, Zora, Coco, Dark Void, and Hui Day Night. Alright, not a single one was missing. They were all here, and he was surprised to see that even Dark Void and Hui Day Night were here. This was strange. Brother Lu, you're here. Coco was pleasantly surprised. The others looked at Lu Yin as well. He was a powerful addition to the group, and he was equivalent to a cruiser in terms of power level. It seems like we have the same idea. Xiao Luo beamed at Lu Yin. He was always like this, except for when he was with Silver. Lu Yin nodded at Coco and the others before looking at Xiao Luo and shrugging. I was worried about where to find you guys. If I'm not wrong, the place where the two seniors were captured is not far from here. Xiao Luo nodded. How about it? Do you want to rest for a bit before thinking about how to save them? Meng Yu and Zhao Yilong have already snuck in, and they're right below Honda. Lu Yin was shocked. Underground? There's a huge mine below Honda, and it's about 1,000 meters below the surface. Everyone who was captured was sent down there, including the two seniors. The place where we contacted Meng Yu and the others is right below me, Xiao Luo explained. Lu Yin looked down and saw that his domain had penetrated 1,000 meters deep. There was a commotion, and as expected, there was a huge mine below. What's the plan? Lu Yin asked. Lulu rolled her eyes. What plan? We were just waiting for you. There are two hunters, and we can't escape on our own. Is the academy that confident that you can come? Lu Yin was puzzled. Lulu grinned, and a money bomb appeared in her hand, which she tossed around. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 426. Lu Yin pursed his lips. It was no wonder why the academy was so relaxed. With the money bomb's power, the boat duo might not have been able to withstand it. As long as they were used properly, they might even be able to avenge their seniors. He did not doubt Lulu's wealth at all. She definitely had more than one money bomb. How many do you have? Lu Yin could not help but ask. Lulu raised her head. Guess. Lu Yin tossed her 50-star essence. Here, take this. Lulu caught it in shock. So fast. Everyone else looked over in shock, as those were star essence, not star crystals. 50 star essence was equivalent to 5 million star crystals, which was a huge sum for a student, but Lu Yin had actually been able to take it out. Lu Yin raised his head. It's just a small sum. Earning money is easy. Lulu carefully sized him up. Not bad. Looks like I'll consider charging you interest the next time you borrow money from me. Lu Yin gritted his teeth. If he had known earlier, he would not have spoken. Seventh bro, who told you to run your mouth, the monkey said. Xia Luo, tell Meng Yu and the others that they're ready. When Deep Crimson Planet falls into chaos, they can escape. Everyone was shocked. Chaos on Deep Crimson Planet. Is that your backup plan? Michelle asked. Lu Yin smiled mysteriously. Something like that. Don't ask too much, it won't be long. Coco immediately ran over and stared at Lu Yin. Brother Lu, tell Coco. Coco won't tell anyone else. Lu Yin laughed heartily and whispered into Coco's ear. The Blackbeard pirates, she cried out. Lu Yin was speechless. Everyone else looked at Lu Yin in shock. Michelle's eyes flashed coldly as she stared at Lu Yin. Rumors say that you're related to pirates. Is that true? Lu Yin rolled his eyes. Don't make wild guesses. I have nothing to do with pirates. I just happened to receive news that Deep Crimson Hall stole some treasure from the Blackbeard pirates. The Blackbeard pirates will be arriving soon, so it has nothing to do with me. Michelle clearly did not believe him, and she frowned at him. I hope you don't have anything to do with pirates. Otherwise, I'll tell my sister and ask the 10 arbiters to remove your identity. Lu Yin frowned and looked at Michelle. His tone turned cold. It's none of your business. Michelle glared at him, and the atmosphere fell silent. Although the members of Astral 10 had been getting along well for the past year, they still weren't on good terms. Dark Void didn't talk to anyone, Hui Day Night was alone, and Michelle was the same. Everyone knew that she hadn't come to Astral 10 with pure intentions and had even harbored some enmity towards them. Even though she no longer had any intentions of suppressing Astral 10, she still couldn't change her stance. She was used to acting from the perspective of the 10 Arbiters' Council, and her tone sometimes sounded a little arrogant. However, Lu Yin did not indulge her. He had even dared to take liberties with Wendy Yushan and Mira, let alone Michelle. Coco hurriedly tried to smooth things over and pulled Lu Yin to the side. Michelle sat quietly at the side. Xia Luo walked to the window and looked up at the sky. Deep Crimson Planet was soon in chaos. Brother Lu, there's something that's very troublesome. According to the methods of many large factions, it's very likely that the captured people have placed tracking signals in their bodies. Even if we save the 2 seniors, escaping will still be a problem, Xia Luo said. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Let's save them first. This is our only chance, and there won't be a next time if we miss it. Right, Coco, why are Dark Void and Hui Day Night here? Lu Yin asked curiously. Coco replied, it's a mission from the academy, and the rewards are pretty good. Lu Yin understood, no wonder. It seemed that the academy wasn't just not interfering, it was just using a different method. With Michelle, Hui Day Night, and Lulu's status, Even if they were captured by the Bo duo, they wouldn't dare to kill them. This was enough to ensure their safety. Lu Yin suddenly felt sad for the Bo duo. Their enemies were destined to never be destroyed, and they had to suffer the consequences of their revenge. Furthermore, they had attracted the Blackbeard pirates. It was a sad sight. He didn't chat with Coco for long before Lulu walked over and sent the girl away. She looked at Lu Yin seriously. Tell me the truth. Did Undying Yushan leave anything behind? Lu Yin was confused. Undying Yushan. What does that have to do with you? Lulu stared at Lu Yin. Don't play dumb with me. You really don't know. Lu Yin shook his head. What should I know? I've looked into it. When the palace was sealed, you were the only one who entered. Undying Yushan also left you a ring of authority. There should be something special about that ring. For example, you might be able to obtain something through it. Lulu stared into Lu Yin's eyes. Lu Yin snickered. It seemed that Lulu hadn't gained anything from the Great Yu Palace and was planning to lay her cards on the table. You should ask Wendy Yushan about that. She was the last person to leave the palace. By the time I returned, it had already been cleaned up. Lulu's eyes flickered, and she rolled her eyes. She smiled slyly. Are you short on money, Lu Yin? Lu Yin nodded. If you tell me Undying Yushan's secret, I can give you a lot of money. You don't care about 50 star essences, but what about 100? 200? Or you can become a permanent VIP at the Mavis Bank and get an interest-free loan from them. The loan amount is over 10,000 star essences, Lulu enticed. Lu Yin was tempted and immediately nodded. Alright, I'll tell you the secret. Lulu was stunned. He had agreed so quickly that she didn't dare accept it. Then tell me. Lu Yin was disdainful. You want to trick me? What if I tell you and you can't do it? Lulu glared at Lu Yin and activated her gadget. Tell me. As long as the secret is big enough, I can apply to the clan. That's more like it. But before that, let's make a deal. Lu Yin looked at Lulu expectantly. How many money bombs do you have? I want to buy them. Lulu raised her brows and looked at Lu Yin arrogantly. You want to buy them? You're insulting me with money. Do I look like someone who lacks money? Lu Yin felt like Lulu was glowing when she talked about money in front of a Mavis clansman. Ahem, I know you don't lack money, but I do lack money bombs. Why don't you give me some? Lu Yin probed. Lulu pouted. Although she was rich, money bombs weren't cheap. She wasn't stupid, so how could she give them away for free? How many do you want to buy? Money bombs are so expensive, so you probably won't be able to buy too many. Forget it, I'll just buy a few, Lu Yin muttered to himself, but his voice was just loud enough for Lulu to hear. Lulu's hair stood on end when she heard him, and she immediately tossed out 30 money bombs. This number, oh fuck. 50 star essences for one. How much is that? 1,500 star essences. Super rich woman. The monkey shrieked. Lu Yin was stunned. He knew that Lulu was rich, but did she really have that much money? Old Kai had offered a price of 100 star essences for 3 money bombs, which meant that the total amount of money bombs here was 1,000 star essences, which was exactly the amount that Lu Yin had managed to snatch from the clan. This little brat had taken out so much money without batting an eye, and it was definitely not all of it. Lu Yin looked at Lulu in a different light, as if he was looking at a god. Lulu raised her head proudly. She had never been afraid of money before, and if there was a competition among the richest students, she would definitely take first place. There was no doubt that she wouldn't even care if the rest of the students ganged up on her. She was invincible in this field. 7th bro, Please keep her. You're short on money, and she's rich. You're a match made in heaven. The monkey cried out. Lu-Yin pursed his lips. I'll buy 6. Lulu was shocked. You can afford them. Lu-Yin's face turned ugly. Yes. Lulu casually handed 6 money bombs to Lu-Yin and then extended her hand. Chenghui, 300 star essences. Lu-Yin looked up. 300. Wasn't it 200? Lulu looked at him with disdain. 50 for 1. Haven't you learned math? Old Kai said that it was 100 for 3, Lu-Yin said. Lulu's brows rose, and her face twitched. She could clearly feel an unpleasant aura gathering around her. Were you scammed? Lu-Yin's eyes widened. Lulu's gaze turned cold. Of course not. I know that it was 100 for 3, but I should have made a profit if I sold them to you. I have undying Yushan's secret, Lu-Yin said confidently. Lulu's face turned ugly, and she snorted. Give me 200. Lu-Yin grinned as he handed over the money. He could guarantee that Lulu had been scammed. Old Kai hadn't given her a discount, and this brat had refused to admit it. Fortunately, otherwise he would have been scammed as well. However, Old Kai's ability to judge a person's price was truly disgusting. Lu-Yin definitely couldn't show off his wealth in front of Old Kai in the future, or else he would be scammed. Tell me, undying Yushan's secret. Lulu put away the remaining money bombs unhappily and stared at Lu-Yin. Lu-Yin's face turned solemn, and he looked at her seriously. I'll tell you, but you can't tell anyone else. Lulu nodded, and her gaze turned cold. Don't worry. Okay. Lu-Yin took a deep breath and said seriously, undying Yushan likes women with long hair, thin legs, and small breasts. Lulu was stunned and stared at Lu-Yin, unable to react for a moment. What did you say? Lu-Yin looked around like a thief and whispered again, undying Yushan likes women with long hair, thin legs, and small breasts. Lulu suddenly punched at Lu-Yin, but he caught it with his hand and felt his palm shake. What strength! This brat had gotten stronger again. Hey, why did you sneak attack me? Lulu gritted her teeth. That's the secret you wanted to tell me. Lu-Yin was furious. Isn't that enough? Aside from you and me, no one else in the universe knows the secret. Lulu was furious. You bastard! She tried to pull back her hand and punch him, but her fist was caught in his and she couldn't move. Coincidentally, Coco returned at this moment and cried out when she saw the scene, Brother Lu, Sister Lulu, when did you two get together? She couldn't be blamed for her misunderstanding, as their posture was just too ambiguous. Lu-Yin's back was facing her, and he was tightly holding onto Lulu's fist. From Coco's angle, it looked like Lulu was about to fall into his embrace. Lulu's face turned red. Brat, don't talk nonsense. Coco's cry attracted the attention of Zora and Xiao Luo. Even Michelle and Hui Day Night looked over. Lu-Yin awkwardly let go and took a few steps back. It's just a misunderstanding. Lulu glared at him. This isn't over. Just you wait. Lu-Yin wanted to say something else, but Xiao Luo smiled from nearby. Congratulations, Brother Lu. Lu-Yin was speechless. It really is a misunderstanding. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 427. After this incident, Lulu hated Lu-Yin even more. She swore that she would teach this bastard a lesson the moment she had the chance. She had never realized how shameless he was before. Seventh bro, you're on your own if you offend a woman. The monkey cackled. Luin was helpless, as he did not want to, but he really wanted a money bomb. With Lulu's wealth, it was impossible for her to buy one, so he could only accept this. He could not really reveal Undying Yushan's secret, right? Fortunately, Lulu did not harbor any ill intentions. At most, she would take some malicious revenge, but he could just coax her in the future. The group did not stay in the slum for long before the sky split open with a loud bang. Lu Yin and the rest stood up. They're here. Let's go. Outside Deep Crimson Planet, the hunter who had been in charge of the Blackbeard Pirates tribute looked down with a vicious gaze. Soon enough, two hunters tore through space and appeared. They were the Bow duo. Who are you? Why are you attacking Deep Crimson Hole? Bow Laodao barked as he stared ahead vigilantly. The hunter raised his head and spoke in a gloomy voice. I'm Ramu. The Bow duo, you're quite bold to touch the Blackbeard Pirates' belongings. The Bow duo looked at each other in shock. You're from the Blackbeard Pirates? Ramu sneered. Still pretending. You're courting death. He then raised a hand, causing the void to distort. Surging star energy transformed into a sharp wind that swept through the heavens, slicing through space as it extended towards Deep Crimson Planet. The Bow duo hurriedly moved to block it, as this move was enough to destroy Deep Crimson Planet. At the same time, a riot broke out beneath Honda. Big Pow, Little Pow, Mengyu, and Zhao Yilong incited the captives to rebel. Several cruisers from Deep Crimson Hall tried to suppress them, but they encountered Lu Yin, Xia Luo, and the others. A chaotic battle erupted beneath Honda, and the ground soon cracked open. A cruiser from Deep Crimson Hall was sent flying by Lu Yin's punch. Both of his arms were broken, and his eyes were filled with shock. There were not many Lemeters in the universe who could challenge a cruiser. Xia Luo, Lulu, and the others were not weak either, and they worked together to block a cruiser. Big Pow and Little Pow madly attacked the Deep Crimson Hall's powerhouses. Among the captives, a considerable number of them were explorers, and they fought fiercely against Deep Crimson Sun. Honda became the battlefield. In the starry sky, the Bow duo received the report, but they had no time to care about it. Lamu's combat power was higher than theirs, and he kept saying that they had snatched the tribute. They did not even have the chance to explain and could only resist. Beneath Honda, Lu Yin grabbed cannon. Let's hurry up and leave. Deep Crimson Hall has a good relationship with the Relentless Slayers, and the Relentless Slayers experts will arrive soon. Big Pow nodded without hesitation. All right, let's go. The group quickly rushed towards the space station. Fortunately, Deep Crimson Planet's space station was not too far away from Honda, and the group quickly took action to snatch the spacecraft. Aside from Honda's group, many other spacecraft flew into outer space, and a battle broke out at the space station. Deep Crimson Planet had been sealed off for a long time. Many people had wanted to leave long ago, so this was the perfect opportunity. Spacecraft after spacecraft flew into outer space, but before they could get very far, they were destroyed. Deep Crimson Hall's cruisers had sealed off the region and prevented anyone from leaving. Even so, there were still many spaceships that shot into space in a futile attempt to escape. Elsewhere, Ramus tore through the seal on Deep Crimson Planet and landed at Deep Crimson Hall's headquarters. He followed the signal and found the star essence in the kitchen. The Bow duo's faces were pale. Immediately retrieve the surveillance footage and find out who hid this thing in the kitchen. Ramus was not stupid. If a star essence with a tracking device had been placed in Deep Crimson Hall's kitchen, then that meant that the culprit had already known about the tracking device. In other words, Deep Crimson Hall had been wrongly accused. Ramus casually crushed the star essence and then looked at the Bo duo. He growled, "Find that person immediately. Otherwise, your Deep Crimson Hall will be buried with him." So what if they had been wrongly accused? The Blackbeard pirates were tyrannical, and regardless of whether they had done anything wrong, they could forget about escaping if they were implicated in this matter. The Bo duo were sullen, but they were helpless against the Blackbeard pirates. At that moment, a video was transmitted to them. It was the scene of Lulu using her money bombs to kill 2 cruisers. When they saw this, the Bo duo were enraged. Deep Crimson Hall did not have many cruisers to begin with, and now that 2 of them had died, it could be considered a blood feud. Ramus also saw the video, and he frowned. "Strange, why does this weapon look so familiar? It feels like I've seen it somewhere before." "Ramus, the people who robbed your tribute should be the same group of people who caused trouble on Deep Crimson Planet. Their goal is to escape," Bo Sr. said. Ramus narrowed his eyes. "Are you saying that it's the people on that small spacecraft?" "It must be," Bo Jr. said. Ramus sneered. "Do you know how strong the pirate captain was? He was a cruiser, and his body was severely injured. Tell me, is there an expert on that small spacecraft that can heavily injure a cruiser?" Bo Sr. replied, "But this weapon can instantly kill a cruiser. A weapon is a weapon." The pirate captain was heavily injured by a single person, and it was a palm strike. It has nothing to do with the weapon. There are only 2 explorers on that small spacecraft, and the rest aren't even explorers. Are you trying to tell me that a Lemmeter can heavily injure a cruiser?" Ramus obviously did not believe him. "Then tell me, was it Yixingchen, Mu Ron, or Ling Ke on that spacecraft?" They could only think of 3 Lemmeters who could defeat a cruiser. In their minds, Lu Yin was already dead. The Bo duo could not answer. "Your Deep Crimson Hall has offended too many people, and you have plenty of cruisers as well. The other party definitely wants to use my Blackbeard pirates to destroy you. Let me tell you this, if you can't find the tribute within a month, then we'll do as the other party wishes and destroy you. This is the Blackbeard pirates' way of doing things." Ramus then left. Pirate groups did not follow the rules, and they only followed the pirates' rules, which was to rob. As for Deep Crimson Hall, it was worthless in their eyes. However, they would not let go of anyone who dared to use the Blackbeard pirates. Within a month, Deep Crimson Hall would not be the only one searching, they would do the same. They would focus on investigating the cruisers that Deep Crimson Hall had offended. As they watched Ramus leave, the Bo duo did not stop him. "Immediately ask Mr. Feng Mo to act and intercept that small spacecraft. We can track the signal of the escapees and send a request to any friendly organizations along the way to seal off space. Regardless of whether they're the culprits or not, they killed 2 of my cruisers, and we have to avenge this grudge," Bo Sr. said gloomily. Bo Jr. acknowledged the order and immediately left. In outer space, inside the small spacecraft, Big Pow and Little Pow were grateful for the rescue. "Seniors, what kind of grudge do you have with Deep Crimson Hall?" Coco asked. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 428. Lu Yin's gaze immediately turned to Hui Day Night. "You go." Hui Day Night was stunned. He hadn't said much since the start and had kept a low profile. He hadn't expected Lu Yin to notice him so suddenly. The others looked at Hui Day Night as well. The characteristics of the Day-Night clan were too obvious, and they were not to be trifled with. Who would dare to offend them in such close proximity? Hui Day-Night was helpless. He walked to the screen and faced the powers that had sealed off the region. Soon, the spacecraft left. The day-night flow zone bordered the chaos flow zone, so it was normal for a day-night clan member to appear here. Normal people wouldn't dare to provoke the day-night clan, and of course, no one dared to impersonate them either. The day-night clan hated impersonation, and they were merciless. We day-night, sit in front of the screen. There will be many blockades along the way, Lu Yin said from afar. We day-night was helpless, but he didn't refute Lu Yin's words. Everyone, I think it's best to change directions, Xiao Luo suddenly said with a stern expression. Everyone looked at him. I've received news that the Bo duo have already contacted the relentless slayers. Hunters are blocking our path ahead. Hui Day Night can intimidate these small powers, but he can't intimidate the relentless slayers, Xiao Luo said. Everyone shivered. With hunters around, it wouldn't be easy to escape. He opened his star chart and looked at it for a while. We can only escape in this direction. The other directions will either be sealed off by the various powers, or there will be experts from the relentless slayers. Senior has a tracking device in his body, so we can't avoid them. This is the safest direction, Xiao Luo said. Everyone looked in the direction Xiao Luo was pointing and saw 3 words appear on the star chart, Starfall Sea. There was a mystical place in the inner verse called the Starfall Sea. Rumor had it that it was an ocean, but it was different from the astral river or the cosmic sea. It was a real ocean made of water that submerged an entire region of space. Regardless of whether it was a planet or a continent, everything was submerged in the ocean. Rumor had it that the Starfall Sea's water would wash through space every once in a while. It was rumored that weapons that didn't belong to this region of space could often be found in the Starfall Sea's water. There were even battle techniques that were rumored to have originated from ancient times. It was rumored that the Starfall Sea had a powerhouse whose power level exceeded 500,000. It was rumored. In short, there were too many rumors about the Starfall Sea, and no one knew if they were true or false. Countless people in the universe wanted to venture into the Starfall Sea. That place was a paradise that attracted experts, because there were many people who shocked the world after coming out of the Starfall Sea. Lu Yin's deepest impression of the Starfall Sea was the Undying Manual. Back when Undying Yushan and Undying Zishan had roamed the Starfall Sea, they had both changed their names to become the Undying Duo. Undying Yushan had even charged into the top 30 of the top 100 rankings, shocking the universe. It was precisely because of the Undying Manual that Undying Yushan had been heavily injured, and he had been lucky enough to escape and return to the Great Yu Empire. He had been coveted by many innerverse powers for many years, which had prevented him from unifying the Frostwave Weave. It could be said that if not for the Undying Manual, the Great Yu Empire would have already unified Frostwave Weave. Lu Yin still had a deep impression of the Starfall Sea, but he had never learned much about it. He had never thought that he would be so close to it. The Starfall Sea was west of the Chaos Flow Zone. It's a little dangerous for us to venture into the Starfall Sea with our strength, Zhao Yilong said. He was from the Myriad Swords Peak, which was located in the Spirit Seal Flow Zone. It wasn't too far from the Starfall Sea, so he knew a little about it. Those who are qualified to venture into the Starfall Sea are usually space-exploring powerhouses. Because the Starfall Sea is constantly being eroded by rivers, a spacecraft can't withstand them. It's not that easy to enter a planet either. Only space-exploring powerhouses can barely protect themselves. I heard that you can coat a spacecraft at the entrance of the Starfall Sea with a film that can block the river's erosion, Zora said. Zhao Yilong shook his head. That's too expensive. Lu Yin looked up and then decisively looked at Lulu. The others immediately reacted and looked at her as well. Lulu raised her brows and sneered. Zhao Yilong, what did you just say? Expensive. Zhao Yilong's eyes twitched. Pretend I didn't say anything. Xiao Luo clapped his hands. Everyone, we have no other choice. No matter what, there's only one direction, and that's the Starfall Sea. Otherwise, if the experts from the Relentless Slayers catch up to us, we might be fine, but the two seniors will definitely die. Big Pow and Little Pow's faces sank. Let's just take our personal spacecraft and leave. Without us, the Relentless Slayers in Deep Crimson Hall won't make things difficult for us. It'll take some time for the tracking signals in our bodies to be removed, and we definitely won't be able to escape during that time. Xiao Luo solemnly replied, "It's too late. We've definitely been targeted. The Relentless Slayers are Chaos Flowzone's most professional assassin organization, and they're extremely secretive. They don't fear anyone, whether it's the Astral Combat Academy, the Lockbreaker Society, or Shamrock Enterprises. They even dare to touch the Day-Night clan and the Mavis family. The Chaos Flowzone's reputation isn't just for show. Here, the powerful clans can only intimidate small organizations like Deep Crimson Hall, and they're completely useless against the Relentless Slayers. Chaos Flowzone has always been filled with killing. It's not like the Relentless Slayers haven't assassinated Day-Night clan powerhouses before. They don't have any scruples, Michelle added. Coco was shocked. Sister Zora, they even dare to assassinate the Day-Night clan. Aren't they afraid of being surrounded by the Day-Night clan? Zora smiled bitterly. This isn't the first time that the Day-Night clan has surrounded them, but the Relentless Slayers are too secretive. At most, the Day-Night clan can destroy their trading sites on the surface, but they can't eliminate them completely. Furthermore, any foreign powers that enter Chaos Flowzone will be resisted, and Chaos God Mountain won't sit idly by. In short, Chaos Flowzone has no rules, but it also has the biggest one. Lu Yin slammed the table. Since that's the case, let's head to the Starfall Sea. No one objected, as Lu Yin's prestige was the highest amongst everyone present. Since he had already made his decision, no one else would object. Furthermore, this was the only path they could take, as the other paths would definitely be blocked by the Relentless Slayers experts. Big Pow and Little Pow thanked everyone once again. The small spacecraft could house over 100 people, and there were more than 10 rooms, which was more than enough for each person. Lu Yin sat in his room and looked at the stars. He touched his heart, left arm, and right leg. The Fates An had already fused together, so there was no longer any pain. However, he did not know how long it would take for them to awaken. Mr. Mu's words had been quite frightening, as he had said that some people would never awaken, which left Lu Yin at a loss. His physical strength and star energy had been tied down by the 3 grains of Fates An, and his current strength could not even compare to when he had fought against Tian Ho in the Tournament of the Strongest. He hoped that he could awaken, but he did not know what it would be like. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. "Come in," Lu Yin said. It was Xiao Weilong, and when Lu Yin saw him, the first person he thought of was Wendy Yushan. She was the senior sister of Myriad Swords Peak. "Brother Lu, do you have some time? Let's talk." Xiao Weilong looked at Lu Yin with a complicated expression. Lu Yin nodded and gestured for him to sit. Xiao Weilong did not sit, but instead walked over to the window and looked at the stars. He seemed to be organizing his thoughts, but he was unable to speak. Lu Yin was amused. "Do you want to talk about Wendy Yushan?" Xiao Weilong turned around and looked at Lu Yin seriously. "What's your relationship with her?" Lu Yin thought about it. "Kinship." Xiao Weilong was confused. "What do you mean?" "Kinship, I guess." "Why? Are you close to her?" Lu Yin asked. Xiao Weilong shook his head. "She's the senior sister and the strongest disciple of Myriad Swords Peak. I'm not qualified to be close to her." I'm here to tell you that it's best if you don't pursue her. Lu Yin frowned. What's wrong with me pursuing her? Zhao Yilong sternly replied, we're classmates, and I don't want to see you die. Lu Yin raised a brow. What do you mean? Zhao Yilong thought about it. There's a rumor in Myriad Swords Peak that they accepted the senior sister at the request of someone. She's from the Outerverse, and no matter how talented she is, Myriad Swords Peak would not give her too many resources. However, her cultivation at Myriad Swords Peak has been smooth sailing. Although no one knows the reason behind it, it's rumored that it has something to do with someone. Who? Lu Yin was curious. Zhao Yilong shook his head. I don't know the specifics, but it's rumored to be one of the 10 arbiters. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. 10 arbiters. Which one? I don't know. Only the sect master and the older powerhouses of Myriad Swords Peak know. None of us disciples know. Rumor has it that the senior sister is the 10 arbiters' chosen wife. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and he felt displeased. Although he did not want to do anything with Wendy Yushan, seeing her become someone else's wife would definitely make him uncomfortable. This was a man's possessiveness, especially after he had given her the secret art. The way she looked at him had changed, and Lu Yin did not want her to leave with someone else. Is it the 10 arbiters that Wendy Yushan follows? Lu Yin asked. Zhao Yilong shook his head. I'm not sure. It's just a rumor, and it's hard to tell if it's true or not. If there really is an arbiter who admires the senior sister, then she wouldn't have been injured in the Ross Empire. Lu Yin nodded, as that was true. If it had been him, he definitely would not have watched his beloved be injured by someone else without doing anything. However, Wendy Yushan was from the Outerverse, and she was indeed taken care of by Myriad Swords Peak. The Innerverse looked down on the Outerverse, so it was impossible for her to not be taken care of. Lu Yin glanced at his gadget, and he suddenly wanted to contact Wendy Yushan. Zhao Yilong had left, as he had only told Lu Yin this out of camaraderie. Whether or not Lu Yin listened to him had nothing to do with him. Although Lu Yin was strong and talented, no one believed that he could stand shoulder to shoulder with the 10 arbiters. The 10 arbiters were supreme existences among the younger generation. Lu Yin looked at his gadget and opened the page to contact Wendy Yushan. He wanted to contact her, but he did not know how to start. Speaking of which, he did not seem to have any relationship with her. Other than an engagement that no one recognized, Lu Yin still felt displeased, especially when he thought about the way Wendy Yushan had looked at him in San Dios. He really wanted to ask her if she had any admirers. Wendy Yushan was so beautiful, so it was normal for her to have admirers. Puyu was one of them, but the 10 arbiters were different. Puyu's status paled in comparison to theirs. Lu Yin could ignore Puyu, but he could not ignore the 10 arbiters. Really, bad news was coming one after another, and he couldn't stop it. Then what do we do? Xiao Luo was helpless. We can only rely on luck. With Feng Mo's speed, we might not be able to safely escape to the Starfall Sea. Lu Yin exhaled, feeling rather sullen. He had many identities that made others apprehensive, and even the Day-Night clan had to consider whether or not to kill him. However, the Relentless Slayers had no such apprehensions. This sort of assassin organization and pirate organization didn't have to worry about identity issues, which was the most disgusting thing. The stronger the clan, the more they had to put on a show. Even if the Day-Night clan was tyrannical, it was still the same. After all, they didn't dominate the universe, and the dark powers didn't care. How do you know so much about the Relentless Slayers? Lu Yin looked at Xiao Luo curiously. Xiao Luo casually answered, a clan brother is in the world of assassins and is very familiar with the relentless slayers. He told me. Can he issue missions to the relentless slayers? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Xiao Luo nodded. Just change your identity. Why? Who do you want to kill? Who's on the way? Lu Yin's lips curled up. Xiao Luo didn't react. Lu Yin whispered something to him. Xiao Luo looked at Lu Yin in amazement. You're quite quick-witted. This should buy us some time. Then we'll have to depend on your clan brother, Lu Yin said. Xiao Luo nodded and left Lu Yin's room. Lu Yin turned around and closed the door. There shouldn't be any more bad news, and even if there was bad news, it wouldn't be related to him. Monkey, did you translate the text? Lu Yin asked in a low voice as he unblocked his right arm. The monkey lazily answered, No, I said that I can only translate one word. The other words are too ancient. Give me a year. I can't wait. I'm going to use it, Lu Yin said with a cold gaze. The monkey was stunned. Use it? How? What do you mean? Lu Yin activated his gadget and directly contacted Night King Yuanjing. This time, Night King Yuanjing took a long time to answer the call. What's the matter, little Yin? Night King Yuanjing looked at Lu Yin with a smile. When he saw Night King Yuanjing smile, Lu Yin suddenly understood that the decision to cancel the Day-Night clan's influence in the Frostwave Weaves War had been made by this old man. Night King Yuanjing was using this method to pressure Lu Yin and see if he could get more useful information out of him. Even though the Day-Night clan was certain that a mere cultivator like Lu Yin wouldn't know anything about the great realm of nothingness, this was their way of doing things. They were cautious and watertight. The older the ginger, the spicier it was. Grandpa Yuanjing, do you still remember the centipede that appeared in the Northline flow zone? Lu Yin asked respectfully. Night King Yuanjing's eyes flashed. Centipede? Of course. This matter had a huge impact, and the Northline flow zone was currently bustling with activity. The Day-Night clan, Lingling clan, Sword Sect, Divine Great Hall, Blaze Realm, Ross Empire, and many other powerful organizations had gathered to explore the centipede's body. Even that old freak Northgate Taisui couldn't stop them, and he didn't even dare to stop them. However, Night King Yuanjing wasn't in charge of this matter, so he didn't pay too much attention to it. Lu Yin respectfully answered, I was one of the first people to explore the centipede's body, and I saw some scenes that I wanted to tell Grandpa Yuanjing about. I want to repay Grandpa Yuanjing's kindness in protecting little Yin for so long. Night King Yuanjing's expression turned serious. What scenes? 5 spear dismemberment, Lu Yin said. Night King Yuanjing calmly replied, We saw that scene. But there were words beside the dismemberment. Does Grandpa Yuanjing know about them? Lu Yin slowly asked. This was his bargaining chip, and he wanted to use these words to obtain protection. He didn't even consider the value of these words, as they were ancient artifacts, and no matter how valuable they would disappear with time. However, an ancient clan like the Day-Night clan still needed them, as this was a cultural inheritance. Grandpa Yuanjing's eyes trembled. There were indeed rumors of words, but no one recorded them. Little Yin, did you record them? Lu Yin nodded. I was lucky enough to record them, and I'm willing to offer them to Grandpa Yuanjing. Night King Yuanjing laughed heartily and looked at Lu Yin in admiration. Good, Grandpa didn't dote on you in vain. Not bad at all. I heard that you even stole 3 spears from Northgate Lie. Not bad, little Yin. Lu Yin smiled. I have to thank Grandpa Yuanjing for protecting little Yin's Frostwave Weave. Otherwise, I might not have been able to compete with Northgate Lie. After all, He's an expert on the top 100 rankings. Night King Yuanjing smiled and nodded. Don't worry, little Ian. Protecting Frostwave Weave's peace is our Day-Night clan's responsibility. That was the case in the past, and it's the same now. Nothing will change. Lu Ian relaxed, as this was exactly what he wanted. I'll make a copy of the words and give it to Grandpa Yuanjing. Night King Yuanjing nodded in satisfaction, as he was not worried that Lu Ian would lie to him. The Day-Night clan had ancient artifacts, and it was easy to tell whether or not the words were ancient. However, it seemed like this kid really didn't know about the great realm of nothingness, or else he wouldn't have revealed the words. Unfortunately, it seemed like he would have to think of another way to save the third Night King. Lu Ian quickly made a copy of the words and placed it in front of the screen so that Night King Yuanjing could see it and film it. After concluding his transaction with Night King Yuanjing, Lu Yin's face sank. He did not know how long the words would protect Frostwave Weave. Perhaps a few months, or perhaps half a year. Seventh bro, this is an endless cycle. The Day-Night clan is overbearing, and the old man's promise will only last for a few months at most. It definitely won't last for a year. At that time, you'll have to come up with something that can attract his attention, or else the Day-Night clan will still interfere with Frostwave Weave. Can you guarantee that you'll have something that can attract the old man's attention? Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. We'll see when the time comes. From the moment he had contacted Night King Yuanjing, this endless cycle had begun. Unless he surpassed the Day-Night clan one day and broke free from this restriction, the Day-Night clan would always use Frostwave Weave to extract his value. It was extremely difficult to surpass the Day-Night clan, but there was another way, which was to expose his background. Heizage Leon's existence was enough to make the Day-Night clan wary, but if he did that, then he would no longer have a foothold in the Innerverse and Outerverse. A pirate like him would not even be allowed to stay in the 10 Arbiters, let alone the 10 Arbiters. Seventh bro, I think that we should find another powerful backer, the monkey suggested. Lu Ian grumpily replied, nonsense. Of course I know that, but where are we going to find one? Rely on the 10 Arbiters. Lu Yin's heart trembled. Relying on the 10 Arbiters was one option, but even so, it was not enough to make the Day-Night clan wary. Night King Zhenwu's existence was the most overbearing even among the 10 Arbiters, and he had even stepped into the border warfront. Day-Night Flow Zone, Night King Planet. Under the cover of moonlight, Night Queen Yanqing sat quietly beside a piano within an ancient castle, playing a low melody. One figure after another entered the castle and knelt before Night Queen Yanqing. These figures all had the power level of a cruiser, and there were at least 10 of them. All of them were from the Day-Night clan. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.